Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 16 of What If I Was Reincarnated in Naruto as a branch Hyuga and awakened the Tenseigan. Let the tale begin. Chapter 681, Taijutsu Training. The students of Class A were brought to the training field for their regular taijutsu training, and as usual, currently, they were either warming up their bodies or thinking of who to carry out their training against. It has already been announced that at the end of this month, the Academy will have an assessment to test the taijutsu prowess of all the students, so all the children were nervous and serious about it. What happened after the previous assessment has not been forgotten by them. The results of the previous assessment were pasted on the Academy's notice board, allowing all the students in the Academy as well as the villagers to know everyone's scores. The fact that Rock Lee scored last, and the fact that he couldn't even perform such a simple jutsu is now a well-known fact throughout the village. Rock Lee was mocked and made fun of for his last rank. His experience was very tragic, and no one seems to want to go through that same experience. Ranking last in the assessments has become a form of punishment that no one wants to get. That's why everyone is extremely serious about the assessments. Whether it is rambunctious Uzumaki Naruto, extremely lazy Orochimaru, or the self-willed Princess Cheyenne, none of them dared to underestimate the Academy's assessment and did all they could to train for it in order to perform better in it, for they feared the consequences. Standing in one corner of the training field, Neji swept his eyes across the training field. He was searching for a suitable training partner. Taijutsu is originally his specialty, and recently he has been carrying out intensive training and has made progress by leaps and bounds, so there is hardly anyone among the current trainees who can match him. This left Neji in a bit of a dilemma as he couldn't think of any suitable training part, and just then, his gaze met with another kid who had the same thoughts in his mind, Sasuke? Seeing Sasuke also looking at himself, Neji thought to himself, train with Sasuke? Although Neji felt that this wasn't the time to train with Sasuke, seeing that there was no other option before him, he didn't mind it. Sasuke is indeed the best training partner he can have, so without thinking too much, he activated his Byakugan. Intentions were clear. However, before that thought could go any further, Neji was distracted. Perhaps it would be better to say that his attention was attracted by something else. That something else is a vastly deep and concentrated chakra. And it unexpectedly appeared in the field of vision of his Byakugan. This chakra, he muttered with a startled expression and subconsciously stepped backward in shock. Never in his life has Neji ever seen such a strong chakra. Of course, Neji hasn't seen the chakra of too many people, but among all the people whose chakra he has seen, this is the first time he has seen such a chakra that made his hair tingle. Neji looked in the direction of the chakra source and muttered to himself in shock and confusion, I am afraid that even Patriarch's chakra is nothing in comparison. Heck, let alone the Patriarch, even the chakra of the three Sannin, and the chakra of Hokage-sama is nothing in comparison. Just whose chakra is it really? Seeing that Neji was no longer paying attention to him, instead, he was looking somewhere in the forest with a dazed expression, Sasuke frowned. He ignored the pair of Sakura and Ino who were swooning over him, and walked over to Neji's side with his hands in his pockets. What's wrong with you, Neji? Aren't you going to train with me? By the way, what are you looking at? Neji shook his head, nothing, then added with a solemn expression, I am afraid I can't be your training partner today. Please train with someone else. There is a very important matter I must take care of. Leaving such words, Neji no longer paid attention to Sasuke and hurried inside the forest. Such a powerful chakra is way beyond his imagination. Neji believes that he must go and see for himself the person who owns such a terrifying chakra. If he is honest, it wasn't just his curiosity. Neji is also sort of worried. For some reason, even if he is able to see that chakra, he isn't able to sense it, which is a matter of concern. Heck, let alone sense. For some reason he isn't even able to see the color of this chakra, so he is unable to recognize the person who owns this chakra. Moreover, the surroundings are way too calm. Normally, if such a powerful chakra were to appear, intense winds will start to blow all around, animals and birds will start to run away from the source, but the sky and the forest are normal, no heavy winds, no crying and panicked animals running away from the forest. This normality makes Neji very confused. Therefore, he must go and verify. Of course, he could have also chosen to inform the teachers about this, but that thought escaped his mind, and so here he is, running towards the forest. Seeing Neji ignoring and running away, Sasuke was annoyed. "Hey Neji, come back here. Where the hell do you think you are going?" But Neji didn't pay attention to Sasuke's words and continued ahead. Annoyed, Sasuke chased after him. Seeing Sasuke coming after him, Neji asked him, "Why are you following me?" Sasuke questioned back, "I should be the one asking the question here. Where do you think you are going? Don't tell me you did this on purpose because you are afraid of losing?" Neji said, "Me and run away from you? Oh please Sasuke. You should know that when it comes to pure taijutsu you are no match for me." Sasuke snorted, "When did you start assuming that I am no match for you in taijutsu?" Neji said, "I didn't assume anything, it's a fact." Sasuke said, "Well I say, it's not." Neji shook his head, "You can't deny what's true." "I can deny whatever I want, I am an Uchiha," Sasuke said, then added, while activating his Sharingan, "and if you have any problem with that then why don't you prove me wrong?" Neji didn't give a reply, instead he came to a sudden stop. Sasuke smirked, "What, you afraid now?" "Shoo!" Neji said, "Be quiet, and hide," and tried to look ahead while hiding behind the tree. Seeing Neji's actions, Sasuke finally felt that something was up. He quieted down and while hiding himself behind the same tree, he asked in a low voice, "Can you please explain what's going on? Earlier you were running, and now you are hiding. From what? I didn't see you there." Hearing Sasuke's words, Neji was taken aback. "You can't see that?" Sasuke asked doubtfully, "See what?" Neji became silent, and after a while of thinking, he realized, it makes sense, there is a barrier around, this is why you can't see it with your Sharingan, but I can with my Byakugan. Sasuke's face also turned serious, and he questioned, "Explain to me clearly, what exactly are you seeing?" Chapter 682, Principle. Sharingan actually has the ability to see the flow of chakra in the human body. Kakashi used to use this ability of Sharingan to his advantage and was once renowned as the copy ninja in the shinobi world. But for Sharingan to be able to see through the flow of chakra in someone's body, there is a prerequisite, and that is, there must be no obstacle between the user and the target. If something blocks the vision of the user, then Sharingan can't see the flow of chakra, but Byakugan has no such restrictions. Regardless of the number of obstacles present between the user and the target, it can effortlessly see the flow of chakra, and this is exactly what's happening here. When Neji heard Sasuke's words that he can't see the chakra that is as bright as the sun even with his Sharingan, Neji understood the exact reason. Sasuke questioned, "Hey, you listening?" Neji nodded, "Yes." "I understand now." Then without explaining much, he just said to Sasuke, "Follow me, and make sure to not make any noise." After leading such words, Neji proceeded forward. Sasuke was dissatisfied that Neji was keeping him in the dark, but followed nonetheless. After walking for a while, Neji stopped and said, "This is the barrier," then added, "We'll have to get past it." The two children didn't know much about the barriers, so they also didn't know what all things can a barrier do, so without thinking too much, they proceeded forward. It felt like passing through a thin layer of air, and they crossed the barrier. As soon as they did so, the surroundings changed. Unlike the calm and silent woods in which they were until now, this side of the barrier was extremely noisy and windy. The shrieks of breaking through wind and low muffled sounds of something colliding with woods and metals could be heard. Although the two kids are quite young, they are experienced enough to understand the meaning of these sounds. Such sounds are made when fists and legs collide with wood and metal. It could be the result of someone training or probably someone fighting. It's just that the screaming sound was too loud and too harsh, it constantly pierced their eardrums, making them dizzy. At the same time, the impact caused by the rhythmic muffled sound hit their chest every second. It felt as if someone was constantly beating their body, disrupting their breath and emotions. Ha! Ha! Neji and Sasuke tried to calm their disrupted breathing, and looked at each other with a horrified expressions. Sasuke muttered incredulously, "Who the hell is inside?" Neji shook his head, "I don't know." I can only see that his chakra is extremely strong. I have never seen such strong chakra, but as for their identity, I am not certain either. Since it was a chakra that Niji didn't recognize, Sasuke couldn't help but think of a possibility. Is it an enemy? Should we inform Shisui and I? Niji shook his head. Initially I thought of the same possibility, but upon thinking it over, I realized that it's not possible. Firstly, this is Konoha's center. No one can appear here so easily, without alerting even a single person in the process, and even if we assume that someone did manage to do so, they won't make such movements out in the open. I mean, true, this area is surrounded by a barrier, but still. Sasuke nodded with a thoughtful expression. Yes, you are right. Niji nodded, and said, well, since it is not an enemy, it must be someone from the village, and it is very likely that they are carrying out their training here. Sasuke muttered in wonder, to think that someone can affect the surroundings to such a degree only through their training. I wonder who is so strong. The noise and wind shrieks caused by the other party's training alone has made the two kids breathless and dizzy. They really couldn't imagine the identity of the person training here. Niji said, that's what I want to see. I want to see who is it. If you want to come along then fine, otherwise you can go back, if you are scared that is. Sasuke snorted, who said I am scared, and proceeded to walk forward. New chapters will be fully updated at novl/bin.com. Niji looked at Sasuke with a light smile, then he too walked forward. The kids had only taken 2 steps, when suddenly a figure appeared behind them out of nowhere, lifted them by their collars, and questioned, what are the two of you doing here? Niji and Sasuke were taken aback. Their heart almost came out of their throat. Only when they heard the voice of the person holding them did they calm down. Sasuke turned his head backward to confirm that the person who lifted them is none other than Shisui. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, Shisui and I, you just scared me to death. Niji also muttered, thankfully it's only Shisui-sensei. At the same time, he thought to himself, it turns out that it was Shisui-san carrying out training in these woods. If it's Shisui-sensei, then perhaps such movements are not too strange. After all, Susanoo should indeed be able to make such movement. Wait a sec. Niji's thought came to an abrupt stop, because he just realized the sounds of screaming wind and collision haven't stopped yet. This undoubtedly means that the person who is training in the woods is not Shisui, but someone else. Realizing this, Niji couldn't help but point to the depths of the forest and asked, Shisui-sensei, who is training there? Huh? Of that? Shisui also looked in the direction pointed by Niji, then said with a smile, it's Principal. Remember, this is the Principal's personal training field, and only he comes to train here. Principal. Both Niji and Sasuke were shocked, and exclaimed in unison, but. Before the two children could finish speaking, Shisui waved his hand, don't be too surprised. Kuroto-sama is indeed the person training there, it's normal. Well, I have said enough. Now, the two of you must leave here. Children are not allowed here, so, the two of you must immediately leave. Saying such words, Shisui didn't wait for Niji and Sasuke to finish and immediately took them out of the woods. Chapter 683, New Understanding. Whoosh! 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 Accompanied by sharp sounds, several afterimages of Kuroto appeared on the training ground, filling up the otherwise empty training field. Yes, this is the feeling, this is what it feels like to draw out the true potential of a human's body. This is what it feels like to use the 8 gates formation. New chapters will be fully updated at novl/bin.com. Although Kuroto has yet to open the 3rd gate, however, he is no longer a stranger to the result of the first 2 gates. Despite this, every time he opens the first 2 gates he feels amazed. The more he sees and feels the changes in his body, the more he becomes addicted to this feeling. Having been taught by Orochimaru while very young, and because of his own mental blocks, because of having the memories of his previous life, Kuroto is accustomed to holding back a little. Perhaps it would be better to phrase it in a different manner. More than often, Kuroto is not able to give his 100% while in battle. There is always something holding him back. He has always wondered why this is the case, but to no avail until recently. Only now has he understood the reason. Kuroto has always been the cautious and non-reckless type of guy. Although this has allowed him to survive time and time again, this also limits him in many ways. Well, other things aside, he has never been able to enjoy the battle of flesh and blood where he goes all out. But ever since Kuroto started training the 8 inner gates, he has started to get over this problem of his. At the end of the day, mastering the 8 inner gates is all about breaking the limits of body time and time again in order to tap the hidden true potential of our bodies. To master the 8 inner gates, Kuroto has to exert every bit of effort he is capable of putting up and then some more, which is why, slowly but steadily, he has started to let go of his mental blocks and started to stop holding back. And training the 8 inner gates technique has been useful to him in more than just one way. Because of being unreserved while training himself to death, what he actually wanted has started to happen. His body has started to become physically stronger, and because of becoming stronger, the yang chakra in his body has started to balance with the yin chakra in his body. And considering the speed with which he is improving, Kuroto also realized one more thing: it seems I still don't completely understand my body, and this is also a very big problem. If shinobis can't even understand their own body perfectly, it will become a very big hurdle for them to tread forward. After all, for shinobi, their body is their true weapon, and if someone doesn't even understand the weapon they have, how are they going to perfectly use it in the battle? And for Kuroto, this is a bigger reason for concern compared to others. If he doesn't understand his body and carries out Kekkei Genkai absorption ritual in an attempt to achieve Kekkei Mora, it is very likely that he will encounter some obstacle that will pose a very big danger to his life. There is also the possibility of him becoming a monster like Hirako or unstable like Danzo, which is obviously not what he wants. Therefore, Kuroto has come to the understanding that he needs to renew his knowledge of himself and majorly his body. After all, only by having complete understanding and 100% control over his body will he be able to control the fusion of all the 7 chakra natures and finally attain Kekkei Mora. If he can't even control his body as he wants, it would be in his best interest to put away the attaining the Kekkei Mora. Realizing this, Kuroto decided to pay more attention to the changes in his body while continuing to master the 8 gates. For him, mastering 8 gates is not only a means to meet chakra requirements during the ritual and to balance the yin and yang chakra in his body, but also a method to gain a deeper understanding of the depths of his body so as to gain better control over himself. While Kuroto was pondering over these things, Shisui appeared by his side. Broken out of his thoughts because of Shisui's arrival, Kuroto wiped the sweat on his body, then asked him, "Sent them away?" Shisui nodded, "Yes. I have warned them not to come here, as this is your exclusive training field." Kuroto nodded lightly, then asked with a smile, "So the one who discovered me, it was Niji if I am not wrong?" Shisui nodded, "Yes, it was him. Sasuke followed him because of curiosity and rivalry. The two of them dared to come forward in such a situation. It seems they haven't suffered hard enough," he said, then added with a sigh, "At any rate, it seems that I have to deploy the final enchantment as early as possible, lest someone might continue to discover me while I am in the middle of training." Shisui chuckled and said nothing. Kuroto shook his head helplessly, then looked at him and asked, "Anyway, putting this matter aside, did you complete the task?" Shisui nodded with a smile, "Yes, and I didn't face any problem," then added, "But Kuroto-san, are you sure it is the right approach to let her become part of the Ninja Academy?" Kuroto nodded, "Yes. I have made this decision after giving it much thought. Letting Mika enter the academy is the best choice at this time. She will grow up with Niji and Sasuke's generation, and we will be able to keep a close watch over her." Shisui nodded, "Well, if you have thought about it, then I am relieved. I will complete the final measures, and soon she will transfer to the same class as Sasuke, Niji, and Naruto-kun. At the same time, Naomi-san is employed at the Ichiraku Ramen." Kuroto nodded, "Perfect." After Naomi rescued her niece with the help of Homusubi, Itachi, according to the instructions given to her by Amatsukami, she went into hiding until given further notice by the organization. Since Kuroto was busy with all sorts of things up until a few days ago, so she into hiding all this while. Not long ago, he remembered them and thought of what to do with them. Initially, Kuroto thought about letting them live on Anchor Vantien, but soon discarded that thought. Mika is somewhat dangerous after getting that thing, and Kuroto can't afford to let anything happen to the floating castle, as the castle has his research lab and all. So after giving up on the first idea, Kuroto gave it much thought and finally decided to make Naomi and Mika live in Konoha. The reason is that it will be less difficult for Naomi and Mika to adapt to the sudden changes in their life while living in Konoha, and also allow Kuroto to always keep an eye on Mika. Moreover, Mika has to recover after all she went through, and Kuroto is somewhat concerned about her mental state after what she went through. He believes that she needs to live in an environment that will help her overcome the trauma, and Konoha appeared to be the best choice among all the shinobi villages. Of course, letting the two of them become part of Konoha is not an easy thing, but Itachi and Shisui helped Kuroto solve that trouble. The root base from where Mika was rescued also had an archive, and Danzo had hidden the documents that proved Mika and Naomi's citizenship of Konoha in that archive. When Itachi and Naomi destroyed that root base, Itachi didn't forget to retrieve the archives with him. Having those documents proved that both of them were born and raised in Konoha, so the problem of not having any documents of being Konoha citizens was solved, and they were able to return to Konoha. Of course, a lot of manipulation was done behind the scene to avoid any trouble, and Shisui used Koto Amatsukami to avoid any suspicions about the two of them, but it wasn't that big of a deal for him, especially now that he has Hakurama cells implanted in his body. Well, after that was done, Mika also became part of the Ninja Academy. Initially, Kuroto transferred her to a class that is never the focus of attention, and after some time, he plans to transfer Mika to Neji, Sasuke, and Naruto's class so that she can grow up with Naruto and Sasuke's generation. Doing this wouldn't be too difficult for Kuroto because he is the principal of the Ninja Academy. Well, anyway, as for what happened to Naomi? She got a job at Ichiraku Ramen, so she along with Ayam will be serving ramen to the customers. Chapter 684, Progress of Day and Night. In the following days to come, during the daytime, Kuroto continued to train in the Steel Fist Taijutsu style in order to train his body and become familiar with the second gate. To make sure that his body constantly hits the limit so that he can break them time and time again and allow his body to quickly adapt and become stronger, Kuroto decided to keep the gates open while carrying out his taijutsu training. If Guy were to learn of this, he would be stunned and might even berate Kuroto for overexerting himself too much. After all, even if the gate of opening and the gate of healing are the first two gates, the burden they exert on the body is still a lot. There is no problem opening them for a short time, however, when kept open for several hours, it's definitely not an easy task. The body gets completely drained, this is so dangerous and it's practically self-harm. And Kuroto is barely able to carry it out, provided that his food intake has increased quite significantly as he constantly needs to recover energy. But of course, all this trouble and inhuman penance are not without its benefit. The results of carrying out this form of training are also very obvious. On the afternoon of the fifth day, while Kuroto was carrying out his training, he managed to successfully hit the third gate and breach the Gate of Life. This was unexpected, as he was able to open the Gate of Life 1.5 days earlier compared to his expectations. However, when Kuroto approached the guy and asked for his help on how to open the fourth gate, he found that just a few hours ago, Kakashi also approached him with the same purpose, meaning that Kakashi has also opened the Gate of Life. Kuroto was shocked. That's unexpected. It turns out that even if I carried out such rigorous training, it still took me more time than Kakashi. Upon asking further about how Kakashi is carrying out his training, Kuroto soon learned that Kakashi is using lightning chakra to keep his cells activated while training. This approach is helping Kakashi speed up his training, and it made sense. Thankfully, Kuroto is also experimenting with things to increase his progress rate, lest he would have been left behind by Kakashi. Well, Guy on the other hand was different. Seeing that Kuroto also managed to open the Gate of Life so early, he couldn't help but sigh. It took me nearly 1.5 years to open the Gate of Life, but the two of you managed to open it in less than a week. Compared to the two of you, I really lack any form of talent. Kuroto shook his head. that's not the case. While you were training, you had to start from the start, and you also had to carry out the basic training to build up a solid foundation. That's why it took you so long. I and Kakashi don't have to carry out the basic training. We already have a strong foundation because of years of training, which is why our speed of progress is fast for now. Eventually, it will slow down. Guy smiled at Kuroto's attempt to console him, and said, Kuroto, you don't have to comfort me, and I was just kidding around. To be honest, seeing the two of you learning the 8 gates, I feel excited and challenged, and I am loving this challenge. Kuroto knows that Guy is telling the truth, so he no longer discussed anything off-topic and directly asked Guy's advice on how to open the 4th gate. After Guy gave him a detailed explanation about the 4th gate, that is the gate of pain, and the training procedure for opening it, Kuroto thanked Guy and soon left. Coming back to his home, Kuroto made sure no one was spying on him, and after he had confirmed, Kuroto made sure to lock the doors and windows of his house, as well as shut the curtains, then took out the storage scroll as well as the content stored in it. The storage scroll contained an incomplete diagram of a shinobi's chakra pathway system, as well as scrolls of hundreds of types of fuinjutsus. Read latest ch pictures at n/v/e/lbi co/m. Ads by PubFuture. With everything present before him, Kuroto started to work on it. For those who don't know, Kuroto basically does 2 things these days. 1. He trains his body to open all the 8 gates. 2nd, he works on the In seal, and tries to improve it so that males can also use it. And to study the In seal, Kuroto uses the Homosubi clone. The reason is that if he encounters any problem, he directly transfers his soul inside the body of the Homosubi clone and tries to figure out the solution to that problem. The incomplete diagram of all the meridians in the body of a human has been drawn using this approach. Having made such progress, Kuroto couldn't help but sigh. In fact, improving the In seal to meet the needs of a male is not an easy task. Fortunately, he has Homosubi's clone at his disposal, else, even Kuroto with his knowledge couldn't have come so far. And Kuroto knows that what he is doing now is really useful, because he has compared the chakra pathways of his body with that of Homosubi, and by doing so, he was able to mark several small and subtle differences in the chakra pathways. When Kuroto discovered these subtle differences, he was very happy, for his guess was finally confirmed. The reason why the original In seal wasn't working on him, and why males are unable to use the In seal are these subtle differences, and knowing this, Kuroto also understood that as long as the working of the seal is rewritten, the problem will be solved. And since the human male body has been mapped, then the working of the seal can be rewritten with not too much difficulty. Of course, just because Kuroto says that this will be easy, doesn't mean that it will really be that easy. If someone intends to rewrite the working of the seal as per the requirements of a male's body, then that person needs to first have mastery of fuinjutsu. But that is still not enough, because the rewritten seal has to be tested, which can be quite dangerous. If the person who rewrote the fuinjutsu made any mistake, then the life of the person using the seal will be at stake. Even if it is Kuroto himself who rewrote the seal, he won't completely trust it to be harmless until he verifies it to be so. After all, when it comes down to the level of chakra meridians, even a very minute difference can lead to very big changes, and Kuroto doesn't have any plans to risk the safety of his body. And to get rid of this doubt and try out the rewritten seal, Kuroto plans to use the trial and error elimination method. He plans to use spare male clones in his laboratory as trials and correct the errors using those trials to complete the seal as early as possible. Chapter 685, The Real Target. While Kuroto was busy training in peace, the shinobi world was getting messier day by day. As Kuroto had expected earlier, what happened in Kumogakure couldn't be concealed for very long, and it didn't take very long when the entire shinobi world was aware of the events in Kumogakure, although the speed with which the news spread all over the shinobi world was somewhat beyond his expectations. It felt as if someone was controlling things from the dark. There is more than just one reason why Kuroto felt as such. Aside from the speed with which the spread, the type of news that spread also mattered. Among many rumors flowing out, one said that there was some problem in Danzo's ritual, which caused severe damage to his soul. As a result, although the ritual was a success, the souls of all the shinobi that he absorbed in his body are still alive, and they are fighting with each other to take control of the body. As a result, Danzo isn't able to utilize his strength completely. Being aware of this information from beforehand, when Kuroto heard this news being propagated in the shinobi world, at first that this was the handiwork of Kumogakure. But after thinking carefully, Kuroto realized that that's not the case. Kumogakure would never leak such an important piece of information. It must be known that Kumogakure was trying to cover up the news of Danzo being in their hands and the details of the destruction that struck them out of the blue, so how can they release such critical information? Eliminating Kumogakure from the suspects using this line of thought, Kuroto focused on the next target. Could it have been Orochimaru? Apart from Reikage and Kuroto, Orochimaru is the only person who is aware of Danzo's situation. If Reikage didn't leak it, and Kuroto obviously did no such thing, then by the process of elimination, the only one left is Orochimaru. And it should be him. However, Kuroto knows Orochimaru better than anyone, and therefore, he understands that the chances of Orochimaru doing such a thing are very less. It couldn't have been him. For God's sake, Orochimaru is an extremely greedy and possessive person. If he wants Danzo for himself, why would he do such a thing? Kuroto muttered doubtfully, it wasn't the Reikage, it wasn't Orochimaru, and it certainly wasn't me, then who could it be? As he was pondering over this matter, suddenly a thought lit up, and Kuroto couldn't help but agree that it must be him. Other than him and Orochimaru and Reikage, there was one more person who is aware that there was some problem in Danzo's ritual, and there are several souls currently latched into his body fighting to take control over him. That person is none other than Danzo himself. If the possibility of Kumogakure and Orochimaru leaking the news is ruled out, then the person who most likely released such rumors/secret information has to be Danzo himself. He has got to be deliberately spreading out such rumors. But why would Danzo do such a thing? This is clearly a very unfavorable situation for him, although Kuroto felt that he has figured it out. However, when he tried to reason why Danzo would do such a thing, he couldn't understand Danzo's behavior. Check new level CH pictures at novilbin.com. Although Danzo has acquired 7 Kekkei Jinkai, however, the problem with his soul is a very fatal flaw for him. Anyone in Danzo's shoes, regardless of whether they are under normal or abnormal circumstances, would do their best and try to cover up this fact, rather than openly and actively publicize it for all to know. Spreading it out in the open and allowing the entire shinobi world to know of your weakness just didn't make any sense. Especially in such a situation where the entire shinobi world is beginning to target him. By now, almost everyone has figured out that the unknown Susanoo that appeared in Kumogakure some time ago was Danzo. Most people think that using some means that no one has yet figured out, Danzo seems to have acquired a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan and therefore can open the Susanoo. Of course, the head of the Uchiha clan knows better, but they are silent right now, choosing not to comment on this matter. Of course, this doesn't mean that all the Uchiha are silent. There are some voices saying that Danzo had probably stolen Uchiha Kagami's Manjikyu Sharingan. Yes, that's right, the Manjikyu Sharingan of Uchiha Kagami. There are rumors circulating in the village that Uchiha Kagami had also awakened Manjikyu Sharingan in his prime. However, what happened to that pair of eyes after Kagami's death? Nobody knows about it. Well, nobody knew about it until now. Well, these are just people voicing out their opinion and stuff and part of the political struggle, so let's ignore it for the time being and come back to the matter at hand. What's known is that Danzo has a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan, and he has gone senile. In his craziness or foolishness, or whatever ness, he has leaked the information about his soul having some problem. Currently, Danzo not only has a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan and several other Kekkei Jinkai, but also information about the Kekkei Jinkai absorption ritual. Of course, the pair of Manjikyu Sharingan that Danzo has is very tempting to everyone, but what's more tempting is the scroll recording the information about the Kekkei Jinkai absorption ritual. Any power-hungry person would want to become a perfect shinobi and acquire a lot of Kekkei Jinkai, so anyone who wants power at any cost will be coming after him. Considering that Danzo is a rogue shinobi and a wanted criminal, they have a valid reason to target him. By killing him, they wouldn't be inciting Konoha's anger, rather they would be doing a favor to Konoha. which is why Kuroto believes that it won't be long before the entire shinobi world starts to target him. All these things aren't too difficult to deduce, so Danzo should be able to figure it out as well, yet he chose to do it. He chose to leak information about him despite being aware of the consequences. This only implies one thing, that is, Danzo wanted others to know that there was some problem in the ritual and he has a problem in his soul. Kuroto muttered with a doubtful expression, but why does he want others to know? He is unsure of what was going on in Danzo's head. Kuroto witnessed the entire ritual ceremony, and when it comes to knowledge about the realm of souls, Kuroto is not a blank slate. He does have some understanding of it, so he knows very well that the information about the flaw in his soul is indeed true. It's not false information or a means to deceive others. At the same time, Kuroto doesn't believe that Danzo could have solved that problem in such a short time of a few months. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be more confused. If that's the case, then what the hell does he want? Reaching no solution, Kuroto changed his approach and tried to think as Danzo. Sigh, cool your mind, and think, if I were in Danzo's shoes, what would be my first priority? If Kuroto was in Danzo's situation, his top priority would have been to solve the flaw in his soul, and to snatch Homosubi's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan to awaken the Rinnegan as quickly as possible. Only by awakening the Rinnegan can the flaw in the soul be solved, so the Rinnegan is the top priority. And to awaken the Rinnegan, Homosubi's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is a must. However, Akatsuki has always been an organization shrouded in mystery, and tracking its members is nearly impossible. Akatsuki organization failed to do so, so how can Danzo do it? So, rather than searching for Homosubi all over the shinobi world with no clue as to where she could be, wouldn't it better to let her find him on her own initiative? But, Homosubi would need a reason to come out and find him, and that's it. The reason why Danzo has spread information about the problem in the ritual and the flaws in the soul is just so that Homosubi can learn about it. His real target is Homosubi, others are just being led around by him. Kuroto reached this conclusion, and in Kuroto's understanding of Danzo, he can definitely use such means. And the fact that Danzo dared to try and lure out Homosubi means he has found a way to temporarily suppress the flaws in his soul. Permanently solving them is obviously impossible unless he awakens the Rinnegan, but finding a way to temporarily suppress them shouldn't be that difficult. Moreover, he has had a lot of time to adapt to his newfound strength, which means that this time Danzo is going to be fully prepared. Thinking of this, Kuroto couldn't help but chuckle. Anyone who tries to underestimate him based on those rumors will really bite the dust, then added, but then again, Danzo also seems to underestimate Tsukihei. Uchiha Tsukihei can't be fooled so easily. The land of lightning. Whoosh 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 whoosh. In a burst of wind, a four-man cell consisting of Kumogakure shinobi appeared in front of Yondaime Reikage and reported, Reikage-sama, we have located the position of the target. Reikage lifted his gaze and questioned in a deep tone of voice, what's his status now? The captain of the four-man cell replied, based on the information we have received, the target did not intercept our men, he only tried to clear away the tail, and while trying to do it, he only used swift release. There was no sign of any other Kekkei Jinkai being used by him. Swift release you say, muttered Reikage, and added, if the rumors circulating around the shinobi world are to be taken into account, perhaps the shinobi who uses the swift release is currently dominating the consciousness in Shimura Danzo's body at this moment. Mabui, what do we know about that shinobi? Mabui, the Reikage's assistant standing beside him flipped through the papers, and then replied, we have investigated the identities of all the shinobi Shimura Danzo used in his ritual. From what we know, the sacrifice who possessed swift-release Kekkei Jinkai was one of the few remaining Uzumaki clansmen, and since he didn't belong to any shinobi village, he didn't receive any sort of formal shinobi training, so he is not very skilled. Apart from his Uzumaki descent and the swift-release Kekkei Jinkai that he possesses, there is nothing remarkable about him. The captain of the four-man cell said, if the rumors are true, and if Mabui-sama's analysis is correct, then capturing him shouldn't be too difficult for us. Reikage nodded, and instructed, all right then, we will depart immediately. At the same time, a few dozen miles away from Kumogakure, The 3 black Tomo in the scarlet wheel stopped spinning and returned back to normal black eyes. As Danzo muttered to himself, it seems the plan is working well. Chapter 686, The Earth Chakra Nature Clones. Having figured out Danzo's plan, Kuroto didn't pay him much attention and returned back to his busy schedule. In the next 2 weeks, most of Kuroto's attention was on creating the clones that he plans to use in improving the In seal through trial and error. For this, he frequently ventured to the Anchor Vantien, and this slowed down the progress of 8 inner gates. But, not everything is so bad. Anchor Vantien. Because the clones required for the improvement of the In seal have no hard requirements, so, Kuroto doesn't have to focus too much on the cell fusion or the cultivation process. He can directly use the cells collected from his body to mass-produce the clones and use them for improving the In seal through trial and error. Although the mass-produced clones have only limited strength and are not a very good choice for intensive battles, they are still more than enough to be used for the improvement of the In seal. Moreover, the biggest advantage of the mass-produced clones is that their speed of cultivation is very fast. Generally, it takes months for chakra nature clones to cultivate properly, but that's not the case for the mass-produced clones, as they can be cultivated in very less time because their cycle of cultivation is extremely short. With that understood, after Kuroto put the batch of cells he has just collected from his body inside the incubator and set up all the things necessary for the cultivation of mass-produced clones, he left Cultivation Room 3. Leaving Cultivation Room 3, Kuroto came to Cultivation Room 2. Here, his gaze landed on the 30 cloning tanks placed here, and on the clones that were submerged within the green fluid stored inside the tanks. After several months of waiting, the second-generation Earth Nature clones are finally ready to be used. Seeing this, Kuroto was joyful, and one by one observed all the 30 clones using his Tenseigan. Using his Tenseigan, Kuroto was able to see the similarities and differences between each clone, and without a doubt, even if all the clones were cultivated together and at the same time, there are a lot of differences in them. Even if we just talk about the hair color, there is no less than 7 different hair color. There is black, there is chocolate brown, then there is reddish brown, there is blonde, as well as several mixes of more than one hair color at the same time. And, aside from hair color, there are also differences in physique of all clones. Some are buff type, some are thin type, some have the body of a trap, and a few clones are females. Even though there are differences in height, weight, and body proportions, overall, there is a very large variety. But Kuroto's focus was not on how the clones looked and what's their physique type. He was mainly focused on the strength and potential of the clones. Using his Tenseigan, Kuroto was able to get a brief understanding of the strength and potential of all the 30 clones, but of course, this alone is not enough to convince him into choosing one of the clones. He needs more specific data on each clone and then chooses the best one. With this intention, one by one, Kuroto took out all the clones from the cloning tanks, placed them on the operating table, and did a full-body examination. And the results of the examination weren't too different. Among the 30 clones, 2 caught his attention. Whether in terms of strength or in terms of potential, these 2 clones far outran all the other clones. Of course, even these 2 clones can't be compared to the Fujin, but that's not a problem. The Fujin clone was an anomaly, and it's hard for such an anomaly to occur again and again, and this is natural, not a big deal, anyway. Putting aside the matter of the Fujin clone, Kuroto looked at the 2 Earth Chakra Nature clones lying on the operating table. As already mentioned, the potential of these 2 Earth Chakra Nature clone is also very high, the reason being that Kuroto's own inherent potential has become very high because of awakening the Tenseigan, and the potential of shinobis whose cells are used for the cultivation of these clones is also very high. Whether Deidara, Terumi Mei, or Kurotsuki, all 3 of them have very high potential. Moreover, while Kuroto was carrying out cell fusion, he also focused on the natural selection process, allowing the final cell sample to inherit the best characteristics from the parent cells. Therefore, there is no denying that the potential of all the Earth Chakra Nature clone is also very high. Not to mention that the 2 clones he is focusing upon are the best among the bests. So, Kuroto is very happy with the final result before him. With a joyful expression, he numbered all the 30 clones, and the 2 clones with the best qualification were numbered as 1 and 2. The clone, numbered 1, has black hair. The appearance and the body structure of the clone are similar to that of Kuroto. The overall data of the clone is also excellent, except for one shortcoming. The main chakra of the clone numbered 1 is not Earth chakra nature, rather, it's the lightning chakra nature, which is not very useful for Kuroto, as he needs the Earth chakra to be the most prominent chakra, as this is an Earth chakra nature clone. And about the clone numbered 2, it's slightly different. Well, it has blonde hair rather than black or brown. From the appearance and height of the clone, its age seems to be around 13 years old or so. It looks childish and playful, but that's not the most important thing. The most important feature of the clone is that even if it does appear to be a male, it's not. Rather than having male sexual characteristics and reproductive organs, it doesn't. Instead, it has female sexual characteristics and reproductive organs such as breasts and vagina. Overall, it would be better to say that this clone is a reverse trap. Well, considering that his Tsukihai clone was also a female clone, Kuroto doesn't have much problem with using it, but it's just that. Sigh. I guess, using the cells of both Mei and Kuratsuchi had its effects. He thought helplessly, then decided to not pay much attention to the gender of the clone. As for the other 28 clones, although each and every one of them is very good in their own rights, they don't come close to the clone numbered 1 and clone numbered 2, so Kuroto decided to not go with them and store them back in the cloning capsule. After he was done with that, he returned to the operating table where the clone numbered 1 was laying and used Tenseigan soul transfer to transfer his soul into the clone. Instantly, the still Earth Chakra nature clone that was lying on the operating table opened its eyes and then stood up with some support. Well, the support is necessary since the clone has yet to learn how to walk. He soon got used to the basic body movements and tried to knead chakra by combining the physical energy and spiritual energy, and was soon able to do it, but there was some resistance in the start. While trying to control the chakra needed inside the body of the clone, he couldn't help but mutter, as expected, no other clone will ever be as good as the Fujin clone was. When Kuroto first transferred his soul inside the Fujin clone, there was no sense of resistance or discomfort. The Fujin clone was able to accommodate his soul, but that's not the case with the clone numbered 1. There is a sense of discomfort and resistance. Understanding so, Kuroto existed out of the clone numbered 1 and transferred his soul inside the clone numbered 2. In terms of fit with the soul, the clone numbered 2 wasn't much different from the clone numbered 1, other than the extra weight on the chest, absence of a little brother, and smaller height. Everything was exactly the same. There was still the same resistance and discomfort that his soul was feeling. After a while, his soul returned back to the main body inside. Although he sighed, there wasn't any disappointment on his face, because even if the 2 clones are not as good as Fujin, they are still much better than Suijin and Tsukihai, and as already mentioned before, Fujin clone was an anomaly. Obtaining a clone of the same grade won't be so easy, and that's perfectly fine. Content with what he has obtained, Kuroto fell into thought. Both the clone, numbered 1 and numbered 2, are outstanding. There is no obvious advantage over the other except that the first one doesn't have Earth chakra nature as the main chakra, while the gender of the second clone is a male. Since this clone was created to act as the Earth chakra nature clone, and because mastering the Kekkei Tota dust release would require the Earth chakra nature, Kuroto decided to go with the second clone. Even if its gender is a female, new chapters will be fully updated at novl/bin.com. After all, the Kekkei Genkai absorption ritual is not affected by the gender of the sacrifice, it's affected by the chakra intensity of the sacrifice, so the second clone is the most obvious choice. With that decided, Kuroto transferred the clone numbered back inside the cloning tank, and focused on the clone numbered 2. I hope you won't disappoint me. Chapter 687, The Explosive Clay. Ninjutsu Archives, Konohagakure. Seeing Kuroto walk in, the Konoha Umbu who was guarding the door bowed respectfully and politely greeted him. Kuroto-sama, please come in. Kuroto nodded in response and tacitly walked inside the archives. As the principal of the Ninja Academy, Kuroto now holds a high political rank and authority in Konoha. Therefore, it is no surprise that he is allowed to freely visit the Konoha archives whenever he wants, and except for the forbidden section, all the scrolls stored here are accessible to him. Anyway, after entering the archives, Kuroto started to browse through various scrolls looking for something. But the Konoha Anbu who was helping and guiding him through the archives only felt that Kuroto was browsing through the list of ninjutsu of other shinobi villages that Konoha obtained through various means. Firstly, Kuroto went through the scrolls recording the jutsus from Kiridikure, then from Kumodikure, after that from Sunagakure, and finally, the section from Iwadikure, where the scroll he was actually looking for was present from the start. The reason Kuroto didn't directly take the scroll he was here for and chose the roundabout way of looking through a lot of things, and finally choosing something that seems interesting is because he didn't want anyone to figure out just what exactly was he here for. As for what scroll was Kuroto looking for? Well, it's from Iwadikure, and it contains all the information Konoha has about explosion release, along with all the information on various compositions of explosive clay that were and are still used by the Explosion Corp of Iwadikure. According to the information written in the scroll, there are no less than 10 compositions majorly used by the Explosion Corp, and among those 10, there are 5 that seem to match the description of the explosive clay that is used by Deidara. Looking through the 5 different compositions of the explosive clay, Kuroto felt troubled. Which one will be the one that Deidara uses? But he had no answer, so after thinking a while, he did the most brilliant thing and decided to use them all. Let's try all 5, rather, all 10 of them. Which one is used by Deidara? I will figure it out after carrying out tests. Oh, and for those wondering why Konoha has such detailed information on the explosion release and explosive clays? Well, it's because, over the years, Konoha has captured a lot of enemy shinobi from Iwadikure. Oftentimes, they turn out to be members of the Explosion Corp. The source of this content N/O/V/L by N. Being enemy shinobi, they are tortured, and their minds are read by the members of the Yamanaka clan, and that's how Konoha obtains a lot of secret information from those captured shinobi. At the same time, spies hiding in the other shinobi villages also pass on important information, and sometimes, the spies stumble upon such type of critical information and manage to send it back to their home village. All of these are means to acquire the enemy's information. Konoha isn't the only shinobi village that carries out such practice. In fact, all the shinobi villages do this. This is also why Shadow Clone Jutsu, a jutsu of Konoha, is in the hands of almost all the shinobi villages, and they are able to use it, and the same can be said for the lightning clone of Kumodikure. Although it was created by Kumodikure in an attempt to replicate the Shadow Clone Jutsu, it is also used by Kakashi, who is a Konoha shinobi. So, it won't be wrong to say that being able to access such important information related to the Explosion Corp of Iwadikure from Konoha isn't much of a surprise. While Kuroto was recording the chemical compositions of all 10 explosive clays, the Anbu standing on the side was looking at him in admiration. Of course, Kuroto had long since noticed this, but he ignored it, as he is used to being admired by many in Konoha by now. Not to brag or anything, but Kuroto is one of the 3 rising stars of Konoha, the other 2 being Kakashi and Shursui. As such, similar to Kakashi and Shursui, he too has a very large fan following. In fact, Kakashi, Kuroto, and Shursui are even called the Sannin of the new generation by the young shinobis of Konoha. But that's just people talking and admiring. Kuroto never cared about what people call him. Anyway, after writing the chemical composition of the explosive clay, he checked a few other scrolls, recorded a few jutsus that seemed interesting to him, and then left the Konoha archives. For the next few days, Kuroto continued his busy yet peaceful life. During the day he would carry out his training for opening the Gate of Pain. While resting he would study the explosion release and research the explosion clay. At the same time, Kuroto would also make sure to spare some time to observe Shimizu Mika, and finally, during the night, he put effort into improving the In seal. He didn't really face any major hurdles while carrying out physical training, studying the In seal, or observing Mika, but the research of the explosive clay didn't go so smoothly. Using the 5 main compositions he had brought with him, Kuroto was able to configure 5 types of white explosive clays. However, when he tested them, he found out that their chakra carrying ability and explosive intensity is far inferior compared to the explosive clay used by Deidara. This undoubtedly means that the explosive clay used by Deidara is his own composition, and Konoha has no information about it, so if Kuroto wants to use an explosive clay of the same quality, then he either needs to find a method and steal it from Deidara or create a composition of his own. Understanding this, Kuroto couldn't help but mutter, "Sigh, I don't know where Deidara is, and finding him is a troublesome thing. I would much rather try to develop a composition of my own. Who knows, perhaps I might be able to develop something unique and better?" With this thought in mind, Kuroto delved himself into developing a new composition of explosive clay, all while new movements all over the shinobi world began. To pursue Danzo, hunting teams from all the great shinobi villages were sent, whether at Kumo, Konoha, Iwa, Suna, or Kiri. No one wanted to be left behind and send forth some of their best men in an attempt to hunt down Danzo. And this time around, the Uchiha clan also participated in the roundup. According to the message given to Kuroto by Itachi, the Uchiha patriarch, Fugaku, himself decided to lead a team of elite Jonin and hunt down Danzo. Whether he will succeed or not is yet to be seen, but considering that he too has a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan and he is currently in his prime, he does seem to stand some chance, even if it is relatively low. Well, putting the movements of the Uchiha clan on the side, it was surprising to see that, this time, even Kusugakure and Takigakure sent their men. Of course, Kusugakure and Takigakure sent their men under the temptation of the Kekkei Genkai absorption ritual and the Manjikyu Sharingan that Shimura Danzo possesses. They seem to want to try their luck and obtain either of the two if possible. The eyes of all these hunters are eyeing one shinobi, Shimura Danzo. As more and more shinobi fought against him, the rumors about the problem in his soul did not stop. Instead, they continued to increase. Kuroto was regularly updated on all the movements all over the shinobi world by his subordinates from Konoha, Suna, and Kiri, and being aware of everything that is going on, he decided to patiently sit in Konoha and continue to wait for a few more days. Danzo wants a 1 versus 1 fight against Homasubi, and he is using himself as bait to bring her out. But the thing is, it's already been so many days since he has expressed his intention. However, Homasubi has yet to show up. At this rate, Danzo will start to get impatient and desperate. In fact, it wouldn't even be surprised if he deliberately leaks his own whereabouts, in an attempt to bring out Homasubi. It's just that Danzo is mistaken about one thing. Any of his plans would work only if Homasubi act according to it, which she isn't going to. Chapter 688, Explosion Release. On a deserted volcanic island, somewhere near the Land of Lightning. Katsu! As soon as the sound was heard, there was a rumbling explosion on the island, boom. Following this, the ground shook, a shockwave swept the island and a large cloud of dust and smoke rose into the sky. Looking at the aftereffects of the explosion in front of her, the corner of blonde-haired Kunoichi's lips arched in a proud smirk. Undoubtedly, this blonde-haired Kunoichi is one of the two causes of the explosion just now. As for the other cause, well, it's the white bird made up of the explosive clay that exploded just now. Yes, you heard it correctly. The white bird is made up of explosive clay. And not just any explosive clay, but the explosive clay that Kuroto configured himself. Based on observation and tests, Kuroto has confirmed that the power of the explosive clay he configured is as high as the power of the explosive clay configured by Deidara, and not just explosive power, even its malleability and chakra conduction and many other properties are as good as that of Deidara's clay. After seeing the results of the improvement, the blonde-haired Kunoichi looked at the white clay in her hand and grinned. Well, it wasn't as hard as I thought. The blonde-haired Kunoichi configured her own composition of the explosive clay using the samples she had obtained from Konoha. Although they weren't the latest, they were more than enough for her to research various types of explosive clays used in the shinobi world, and carry out a comprehensive analysis of her own. So, after her research, she collected various types of materials, carefully studied their properties, and finally combined the most suitable ones into this product in her hand. Now that the explosive clay is nearly ready, the next step is to master the explosion release Kekkei Genkai. It's a very important step. It's not that without learning explosion release Kekkei Jinkai she won't be able to use the explosive clay to create explosions, she can, but those explosions won't be as effective and damaging as she wants them to be. The reason why Deidara's clay puppets are so terrifying and destructive is that he infuses his explosion release chakra into the clay figurines. Because of the explosion release chakra infused in them, when they explode, their destructive power greatly increases by several folds. Even an inconspicuous little spider made of that clay becomes extremely deadly. If Kuroto wants his Earth Chakra nature clone to have as much destructive power as Deidara, then mastering the explosion release Kekkei Jinkai is essential. With that understood, the blonde-haired Kunoichi walked towards the shore of the island. She took a deep breath and looked at the endless sea in front of her. The stillness of the sea calmed her nerves, and freed her of all her thoughts, allowing her to be able to clearly feel the chakra inside her body. After stabilizing the Earth Chakra, her primary chakra nature, she frowned her brows and focused on the chakra of the lightning chakra, which is her secondary chakra nature. Controlling the lightning chakra is somewhat troublesome, but nothing too difficult for someone with her experience in controlling chakra. This is perfect. Explosion release is a nature transformation Kekkei Jinkai, a combination of Earth Chakra and the Lightning Chakra, and since the blonde-haired Kunoichi has both the chakra as her primary and secondary chakra nature respectively, so mastering explosion release shouldn't be too difficult for her, especially if you consider that she already has experience in mastering several Kekkei Jinkai prior to this. Anyway, after feeling the two chakra natures, she controlled them simultaneously. This was nothing new to her. With a calm expression, she brought the Earth Chakra nature in her left hand, gathered it on her left palm, and the Lightning Chakra nature in her right hand, gathered it on her right palm, and then, nice and slow, muttering such words under her breath, she started to slowly fuse them into a single chakra nature. Earth Chakra nature, chakra that increases the solidity and composition of all things. Lightning Chakra nature, chakra that electrocutes. Under her control, these two chakra natures with different properties slowly and steadily began to fuse into a single chakra nature. The process and speed of fusion went nice and smooth. It didn't take very long before she started to feel the changes in her body too, as a new chakra property took birth and was added to her body. When the small sparks and very small explosions appeared on her palms, she knew. It's a success. This is explosion release, and cheered. The small explosions that appeared on her palm out of thin air are direct proof that she has succeeded. Having mastered the explosion release, she thought of Deidara and compared herself to him. Deidara's application of explosion release is different. He infuses his explosion release chakra into the explosive clay. That's just his method of using it. Not all use the same method. It would be better to say that most, if not all the shinobi use the explosion release in the most conventional method. Just think about it, explosion release is Kekkei Jinkai allows users to create explosions while touching something. Heck, they can even explode their own chakra, so truth be told there is no real necessity of touching something. Just like the blonde-haired Kunoichi did just now, visit Innovilbin, C/M for the L-test updates. At first, she thought that her method of using explosion release is correct, but upon rethinking, she felt otherwise. Although her method of using explosion release is very good, it has its limitations. First and foremost, the range within which she can create explosions is limited, and as if that wasn't bad enough, she can't create large-scale explosions since it will end up hurting her. So while very useful in close-quarters hand-to-hand combat, when it comes down to long-distance shinobi warfare, her method of using explosion release sorta becomes less effective. Therefore, it makes sense that Deidara chose to change his approach and opted to use clay figurines and infuse his explosion release chakra into them. Using those clay figurines to create explosions gave him more range and also allowed him to use large-scale explosions without getting involved in them. Since the blonde-haired Kunoichi was able to think of this problem, so she decided to use Deidara's method as well, but, unlike Deidara, she doesn't plan on giving up the conventional method of using the explosion release. Close-quarter combat is a very common form of shinobi warfare. In close-quarter combat, explosion release has its own advantage. Of course, she also has some plans of her in her mind, and some different approaches she has thought of. These different approaches will improve her combat methods. Anyway, now that she has mastered the explosion release Kekkei Genkai, now she has to test it. With this thought in her mind, she took out a white figurine from her shinobi bag, infused explosion release chakra into it, and then tossed it on the ground. Poof! With a poof of white smoke, a giant bird made up of white clay appeared on the ground. She jumped on the back of the giant bird, and said, "Let's take off." Following her order, the giant bird spread its giant wings, and took off. Chapter 689, In the Blink of an Eye. Somewhere in the land of hot springs, a middle-aged man with black hair and a distinct cross-shaped scar on his chin sat inside a small dark cave, absent-mindedly chewing on hard meat, and thinking about something. This middle-aged is none other than Shimura Danzo, who is hiding in this cave in order to rest for a while. After the rumors about him started to circulate throughout the shinobi world, he has been pursued and attacked countless times. His current situation is no different from a stray dog, he has nowhere to go. However, he wasn't concerned about this at all. What he is more worried about is, I don't understand, why is Akatsuki completely silent? They ought to have made some kind of movement after hearing all those rumors about me, but I haven't seen or heard anything about Akatsuki since that day at the volcano. This question has been haunting him, making him feel more and more puzzled. Initially, Danzo thought that female Homosubi of the Akatsuki must have the same intentions as him. She must also be eager to absorb the visual prowess of the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan so that her Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan can evolve to a higher level of dojutsu. As such, he was quite confident that rumors about the problem in his soul and about his weakness will draw out Homosubi. But he has been waiting for weeks for her to appear, thinking that she will definitely come. However, it turns out that Akatsuki made no movement. Heck, Homosubi didn't even appear in the shinobi world for the past few months. It's as if Danzo's guess was completely off the point. It's as if she isn't interested in his pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan at all. You must know that the effect of the rumors is so good that even small shinobi villages such as Kusagakyur and Takigakyur, as well as some small mercenary organizations, are also to kill him, yet Akatsuki has shown no interest at all. This lack of movement couldn't help but make Danzo more suspicious and inexplicably doubtful. Is it possible that Homosubi still doesn't believe in the rumors, and is doubtful about this whole problem in the soul? But Homosubi was present there during the ritual, she should have noticed something, so, she should definitely believe in the rumors, right? Or maybe not. But if that's the case, then how do I make her believe it? How do I convince her that currently I am weak, and she can kill me easily? Just when Danzo was trying to figure out how to fool Homosubi, suddenly, his senses tingled, and his eyes turned towards the entrance of the cave. Whoosh 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 s tirais at n/vel/b/i/n, co. As Danzo looked outside, he noticed that several shinobi have appeared outside and surrounded the cave. Intending to check the identity of the people trying to kill him this time, Danzo quickly finished up the hard meat, then slowly walked towards the entrance of the cave. After walking out, he found that the people surrounding the cave are none other than Konoha Umbus. Moving his gaze, and looking at all of them one by one, Danzo quickly recognized two people, Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi, and thought to himself, it seems Sarutobi has transferred Kakashi to the Team Ro. Well, at least Uchiha Shursui is not here. His presence would have made things rather troublesome. Although each and every one of them was wearing Umbu masks, however, Danzo was able to recognize them at the first glance, especially those iconic silver hair. And while Danzo was observing Kakashi, Itachi, and the rest of the Team Ro, the members of the Ream Ro were also observing Danzo. The first thing they noticed about him is that he looks quite young and vigorous compared to the frail old man appearance that he used to maintain in Konoha. Secondly, he was giving off a very malicious vibe that not everyone, but the keen ones, were able to sense. Kakashi, being one of the keen ones, pointed his kunai at Danzo and said, "The target is in front of us. Execute him." Danzo's eyes flashed. He quickly shook his head in panic and tried to reason. Wait. You people are from Konoha, right? Please save me. I don't want to die. I am not Danzo. I am not him. Why should I have to die? The Umbu members quirked their eyebrows, thinking of the rumors circulating throughout the shinobi world about how Danzo's body hosts multiple souls. After pondering a little, Kakashi questioned, "If you are not him, then who are you?" Danzo immediately replied, "I am Katsuki. Uzumaki Katsuki. I am innocent, and I have nothing to do with him. Please, please don't kill me." Kakashi replied, "I see, you are a remnant of the Uzumaki that Danzo used in his ritual. Well, in that case, be obedient and come with us." Danzo aka Katsuki questioned, "How do I know you people won't kill me?" Kakashi shrugged, "Regardless of what you know or think, if you are obedient, you won't be killed, but if not, then we'll execute you. Believe if you want to, don't believe if you don't want to." In that case, Katsuki muttered, "I'll be on my own," and then disappeared from his position in the blink of an eye. Not so surprised, Kakashi immediately instructed, "Use Plan F," and then he too disappeared from his position. At the same time, the other members of Team Rose started to chase after Danzo. While running, Danzo looked back from time to time and noticed that the Konoha Umbu, including Kakashi, were closely following him, and seeing them desperately chase after him, he suddenly had a brilliant idea. Having been part of the senior management of Konoha, and also serving as the temporary Hokage for a few months, Danzo is aware of the agreement between Konoha and Akatsuki, so he feels that he can use these Umbu members to convince Homasubi. If he were to suffer at the hands of these Umbu, then no doubt, Homasubi should believe that currently, he is extremely weak. And this is the perfect time to take advantage. With such a plan in his mind, Danzo nodded to himself. And just as he was about to act on it, several kunai were shot at him by one of the Umbu following him. Danzo sensed the kunai coming towards him, he turned his head and was about to avoid them. That's when it happened. Before he could take a single step to dodge anything, all he saw was a strange red world. At the same moment a silver flash appeared in front of him out of nowhere, and the next thing he knew, he was feeling a sharp pain coming from his chest. Trip. What? Unable to figure out what just happened in that blink of an eye, Danzo looked down and noticed an arm covered in lightning running through his chest, and 3 black tomos spinning in the scarlet pair of eyes of another Umbu. Cough. Chapter 690, Cough Cough, Puff. Danzo coughed out blood and staggered. Looking at the arm wrapped in lightning running through his chest, his face was filled with surprise and indignation. Before Danzo could recover from the shock, a chilling voice reached his ears, "Whosoever tarnishes the honor of the village must be punished. And Danzo, what you have done is vile enough to deserve 1,000 deaths." Ha ha, ha ha ha, Danzo laughed madly, then he used swift release and took a distance. But the other Umbu shinobis didn't give him any chance to escape, they immediately caught up with him and surrounded him. Kakashi said coldly, "It's game over, Danzo." Undoubtedly it was the tacit cooperation of Itachi and Kakashi that made the attack successful. The kunai was thrown Kakashi, the moment Danzo turned his head to see the trajectory of the kunai, Danzo, and Itachi's line of sight met, and Itachi used his Sharingan to cast a Jinjutsu on Danzo. Danzo didn't expect this and was caught in the Jinjutsu for a brief moment, and by the time he broke free of the Jinjutsu, Kakashi appeared in front of his using the flying right Jinjutsu and directly used Chidori to pierce his chest. At this time Danzo's laughter finally stopped, he covered his wounded chest with his arm, and while gnashing his teeth in anger he shouted 2 names in his heart, Hatake Kakashi. Uchiha Itachi. In fact, what the Umbus didn't know was that Danzo intended to get injured at their hands. His intention was to let these incompetent Umbu shinobis injure him, and then run away, such that these incompetent shinobi can pass back the information about his weakness back at the village. If Konoha confirms that there is indeed some problem in his soul and because of it he is weakened, then perhaps Akatsuki will also believe in the rumors and Homasubi will finally come after him. This was his plan, and he wanted to get injured willingly, but what he didn't expect was that before he could implement it, he was truly severely injured by Kakashi. Danzo didn't really care about his injury all that much. What annoyed him is the fact that Kakashi was able to injure him. And Uchiha Itachi, even if for just a brief moment, the brat was able to put him in a Jinjutsu. It must not be forgotten that Danzo has eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, and yet the Itachi, with just his 3 Tomo Sharingan, was able to put him under a Jinjutsu, and this greatly annoyed. It's as if, even if he has become extremely strong, he can still be exploited by these bunch of trashes. Danzo forcibly suppressed his surging anger, and spoke in a trembling tone, I said it already. I am not Danzo. You people can't treat me like this. Kakashi said in an indifferent tone, perhaps you are right. In that case, why don't you surrender? If it is really as you say, and you are not him, then you won't be harmed. But if not? Then I suppose I don't need to explain any further. Regardless, you are coming with us, whether willingly in bounds, or unwillingly, as a corpse. Danzo's face paled in fear, and he shook his head. No, you people are going to throw me into a prison, and then experiment on me. I just want to live. I have nothing to do with any of this, I am just a victim of the ritual. Kakashi said, these words of yours. Save it for Hokage-sama. Explain to your Hokage-sama? Danzo muttered, then said in a sarcastic tone, it was also Konoha's Hokage who caught me, and used me for the ritual, right? Hearing Danzo's remark, Kakashi fell silent. The surrounding Konoha shinobi also hesitated after hearing this remark. They couldn't refute the other's words. Even if Shimura Danzo wasn't the official, he was still the temporary acting Hokage. At the same time, seeing Danzo's reaction, the Umbu shinobi felt that the rumors about him might be true. It's really possible that several souls are latched inside his body and those souls are fighting to take control of his body. As the Umbu shinobi were a little distracted, he immediately seized this opportunity and quickly used the swift release to run away. And since he had already had his lesson, Danzo didn't dare to underestimate Kakashi and the others. Hence a chasing battle began. Among Konoha's shinobi, only Kakashi, thanks to his flying Raijin, was fast enough to keep up with Danzo's swift release, but Danzo had strengthened his vigilance to the utmost, and since he was using his fastest speed possible, so even Kakashi wasn't able to catch him. After a while of chasing and fleeing, the Umbus came to a stop in front of a pool of blood. Hey-8 squatted down beside the pool of blood, and after checking it, he said, it's his blood, but this is the last stain. I don't see anything after this. It seems Danzo managed to temporarily stop the bleeding. Hyuga scratched her head, and said helplessly, this is troubling. His speed is already so fast that we can barely keep up, and now even the trail of bloodstains is also gone. At this rate, we are never going to be able to catch him. At this time, Kurenai asked with a doubtful expression, Kakashi. Your Chidori ran through his chest. Technically, Chidori should have punctured his heart, which means certain death. Why is he still alive? Kakashi shook his head. I don't know either. Hyuga muttered, well, even if he isn't dead, he is at least injured. The trail of blood on the way was clear proof. Itachi shook his head. From the looks of it, although he is injured, given how far he managed to outrun us, it seems he isn't affected at all. Hey, questioned doubtfully, but how is that possible? Itachi answered, maybe the effect of some Kekkei Jinkai he has absorbed. We don't have information about all the Kekkei Jinkai that he has absorbed through the ritual, right? Everyone felt that Itachi's reasoning was correct. After thinking it over, Kakashi said to Kurenai, send the information we have so far back to the village, and we will continue the search and hunt operation of Shimura Danzo. Kurenai nodded and did what was asked of her. Then Team Ro continued the search. Chapter 691, Anticipation and Combat Training. Inside a dark and gloomy cave. Shimura Danzo, who got rid of the pursuit of Konoha Arbus, was hiding here. Although he managed to escape, his mood wasn't very good. With gloomy eyes he glanced at his chest that was pierced by Kakashi not long, and seeing that it had fully recovered as if he didn't suffer any attack, he finally heaved a sigh and snorted coldly. Who would have thought that Kakashi would be able to hurt me? Hatake Tsukumo's son seems to have finally grown up, and Uchiha Itachi, although only for a brief moment, Itachi was able to put me in his Jinjutsu, despite the difference in our visual prowess. To be honest, I knew that Uchiha Itachi would be a threat for sure, but Kakashi? I never expected that he would reach this level after just a few months of training. Danzo was really surprised that Kakashi was able to injure him. Heck, from start to finish Danzo never even considered Kakashi a threat, so this was really beyond his expectations. It mustn't be forgotten that the current Danzo is one of the strongest shinobis in this world. Whether his speed, responsiveness, or insight, everything is top-notch. Heck, even Yondaime Reikage, who claims to be the fastest shinobi in the world, can't hold a candle against him, and the same Danzo was surprised by Kakashi's speed. Thinking of Kakashi's speed, Danzo was caught off guard and even thought of the man who was once known as the fastest shinobi in the world while he was alive, Konoha's Yellow Flash and Yondaime Hokage Namake's Minato. After a while, he smiled evilly and muttered to himself, "At any rate, my purpose was achieved. No matter the process, I was injured because of the problem in my soul. The Team Ro will definitely pass on this information to the village. Hopefully, Homasubi also learns of it, believes it this time, and comes after me." Although the situation didn't play out exactly as he intended to, his purpose was still achieved. And because it was completely real and not fake, so Danzo believes that Amatsukami might not be able to see through the deceit, and Homasubi will very likely come after him. As for the hole in his chest that he suffered, Danzo didn't worry about it all that much. He has the Chimera buds inside his body, and the Chimera buds will protect him. Moreover, Danzo also has Hashirama cells implanted in his body. These cells have amazing recovery ability, so Danzo's injury has almost healed and there is nothing to worry about. In fact, his injury could have healed long ago, but Danzo suppressed it and chose to deliberately leave behind a trail of blood so that Konoha Umbu thinks that he is injured. All just to create an illusion for Homasubi to think that currently he is very weak and a perfect target to kill. Thinking of all that he has done, Danzo thought to himself in anticipation and excitement, "Homasubi, I am waiting. I want to see how much can you resist." Immediately after that, his face turned hideous and intense wailing and screaming resounded in the cave. Discover W stories on no/e/lbin.com. It was as if something was affecting his sanity, causing him to show a multitude of expressions he won't show normally. After a long while, the wailing finally subsided, and Danzo, with heavy breaths and a sweaty body, roared viciously, "You lowly scums, you dare try to take control of my body. Just wait, as soon as I kill Homasubi and get the higher level dojutsu, the first threat I am going to deal with will be your pieces of trash. The day I evolve my dojutsu, it will be doomsday for all of you." Confronting. While Danzo was laying plans to bring out Homasubi from her hiding, Kuroto, being completely unaware of Danzo's intention, was in Confronting, and currently, his soul was present inside the body of the blonde reverse trap, aka Earth Chakra Nature Clone Sample 2. Looking at her work, she smiled in joy and satisfaction. "Hee, it seems I am not as untalented as I thought when it comes to art." Well, she is looking at the different creatures she created using the explosive clay. She has created all kinds of shapes that might prove to be useful in battles, such as spiders for espionage and sneak attack, centipedes, birds, ants, bugs, as well as some other shapes. Of course, no matter how good the shapes were, they were nowhere near as good as the ones Deidara makes on the spot while engaged in battle, but it didn't matter, and to be honest, she is totally fine with it. She knows that when it comes to art she won't ever be as good as him, so she simply gave up on it. Although she would prefer to be artistic just like Deidara, however, if she can't then she can't, there is no helping it. And being aware of the fact that she won't be able to shape the clay in the battle, she decided to shape them beforehand and keep them stacked. This will also save her a lot of time while in battle. Of course, keeping them stacked from beforehand and not creating them on the spot will also reduce her flexibility in the battle. She won't be able to deal with all kinds of situations since she is limited by resources that she can use, but this wasn't such a big problem. She can always use her other trump cards. Well, even if I say this, the most important thing in a battle is mobility. Using clay birds, I can perform airborne raids, and I would definitely hate to give up this advantage, which means no matter what, I must have more than 3 to 4 clay birds that I can use at a moment's notice, at least until I learn how to fly using lightweight rock technique, so I have to keep the clay birds stacked. And the next most important thing is clay clone. I have to make sure to keep several clay clones with me so that I don't run out of them in the midst of the battle, she muttered as she continued to prepare more and more shapes. After she had everything prepared, she stored everything in several storage scrolls and put them inside her shinobi bag. Of course, she has to be careful and not store too much in a single scroll, lest they explode. As everyone knows, explosive clay is quite unstable, so one has to take some caution while carrying it. After she had everything stored, she left the shaping room that was specifically created to store the explosive clay and paced toward the training facility of the Anchor Vantien. It's time for some combat training for this clone. Chapter 692, Mastering Dust Release. After a few days of training, Kuroto's soul that is currently inside the body of the Earth clone learned how to use the explosive release Kekii Jinkai and the explosive clay in battle. At the same time, his soul also adapted to this new body quite well. There was no longer any discomfort or sort. Overall, she would say that it's quite comfortable and cozy. It's as if this clone was tailor-made to use explosion release. Everything is coming very naturally. It's really convenient, she muttered with a smile, looked down, and added after a pause, well, as long as I ignore these knockers hanging on my chest, I'd say my luck isn't too bad. Well, putting aside the matter of the clone's gender being a female, she dried the sweat on her body using a towel and then thought of the next step. The fact that she managed to learn explosion release is a good thing, and quite commendable, might she adds. However, mastering the explosion release wasn't the target. The goal was to master dust release. For those who don't already know, dust release is perhaps the only existing Kekii Tota that exists in the current shinobi world, and it is the result of the fusion of the earth, fire, and wind chakra nature. As far as she knows, there have been only 2 shinobi in existence so far who have mastered the dust release. One of them was the Nidaime Tsuchikage-mu, who died in the battle against the Nidaime Mizukage Hozuki Jinjetsu. While the other, and the only alive shinobi who is capable of using dust release, is none other than the Sandaime Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, Inoki of both scales. Since she has already mastered the explosion release, now it's time to put her effort into learning this very dust release. Originally, she didn't plan on learning the dust release so early. After all, dust release is no joke, it's a Kekii Tota, the result of the fusion of 3 chakra natures. Fusing 3 chakra natures together is several times more difficult than fusing just 2 chakra natures. The difficulty is increased exponentially. But since this clone has such good affinity with not only the earth chakra nature, but other natures as well, and because Kuroto already has a wealth of experience in fusing different chakras together and creating Kekii Jinkai several times, she decided why not just give it a try? Even if it is extremely difficult, there is no harm in trying, right? I mean, what's the worst that can happen? Even if it's the fusion of 3 chakra natures, in the end, it's just a ninjutsu, and if it's a ninjutsu, it can definitely be mastered. She muttered with a determined expression and then got to work. After calming her mind and taking a few deep breaths, she began to gather earth chakra from her body. Earth is her primary chakra nature, so as soon as she started, immediately a rush of earth chakra nature erupted out of her body. With the earth chakra erupting out of her, she took control of it and gathered it in the palm of her left hand. This marked the completion of the first step. Now comes the second step, the difficult step. For the second step, she simultaneously molded the wind chakra nature and fire chakra nature in her stomach, gathered the wing chakra nature in the palm of her right hand, and also gathered the fire chakra nature in her mouth. This much was easy, the difficult part from here. With all the 3 chakra natures ready, she brought them together and attempted to slowly fuse them. And as soon as she did, boom! A loud explosion occurred, and her clothes were shredded and turned to dust, and at the same time, her entire body, including her hair, was charcoaled. Oh, and don't forget the injuries. There were several cuts and burns on her arms, chest, and face that were bleeding. Although it was a very small accident, the result is still very bad. All her clothes are shredded, her entire body is blackened with dust, and there are also a lot of injuries. Well, now I know why Nidaime Tsuchikage-mu wrapped bandages over his entire body. She thinks that Mu must have suffered similar injuries too while mastering dust release. As for the question, Why did the Sandaime Tsuchikage Inoki not suffer such injuries? Perhaps it was because Inoki had Mu's guidance. Mu guidance must have helped Inoki to tread the path of mastering dust release without too many difficulties. But unlike Inoki, she doesn't have such luxury. Not only does she have to find the method of fusing 3 chakra natures, but she has to also find the accurate ratio of all the 3 chakra natures that the dust release comprises. Hence, the difficulty. I mean, it's not that she didn't try to get some resource that would help her and give her some understanding of how to master the dust release, but it didn't work out. A few months ago, while Kuroto was working on the Earth Chakra Nature clone, he instructed Uchiha Itachi to sneak into a Wagakure and find anything related to dust release. Itachi did as was asked of him by Kuroto, but even he couldn't find anything. There was no scroll in a Wagakure that recorded a single thing about the dust release. This led Kuroto to speculate that either all the techniques of dust release were passed down from Shursho to student through word of mouth, or there does exist a scroll of dust release in the Wagakure. However, it is safely hidden somewhere, and only the current Tsuchikage is aware of its location. Understanding that she won't be able to get much help in this regard, she simply gave up on acquiring the scroll and decided that she will master the dust release by herself. Although it would be a little bit difficult for her, she is willing to put in the required effort and master it at all costs because this is what she wants to do. Anyway, not being concerned about her injuries or dirt, or her nakedness, keeping her mind cool, and not being affected by the explosion, she started to analyze what went wrong. Of course, she does understand the problem that led to the explosion. It seems wind chakra nature would be a little problematic here. 7 sit n velb/n c/m for l test vels. Well, now that she knew the problem, she also knew how to solve it. With that understood, she quickly gave it a second try, which again resulted in a failure. Of course, however, she didn't care about the failure all that. From each failure, she was learning something and applying in the next trial. The 3rd time, the 4th time, the 5th time, the 6th time, the 7th time, and the nth time. The trials continued, until finally she got the hang of it and understood how to fuse 3 different chakra natures. Finally, taking a deep breath and restoring her calmness, she gave it another try, and this time, there was no explosion. Instead, something white started to emerge in her hands, and as it started to emerge, she also felt that her chakra reserves were depleting rapidly. Chapter 693, Mastering Dust Release and Accident. Damn, the consumption of chakra reserves is much more severe than I had imagined. Although she had known that the fusion of 3 chakra natures would consume a lot of chakras, however, the consumption is still far beyond her imagination. The chakra requirement alone is so high, no wonder that even after a millennium since the shinobi world was founded by Rakudo Sennin, there is still only one Kekkei Tota in existence. The chakra requirements alone make more than 99% of the shinobi unable to try and learn dust release. As for the remaining less than 1%, other factors such as chakra natures and experience also come into play, resulting in only a handful of people being capable of training and mastering a Kekkei Tota. Only because of the excellent aspects of this clone body she is able to walk on the path of learning the dust release, and even then, she is having a little difficulty. If it weren't for that, then perhaps there would have been no chance for her either. But then again, this clone body was created with the very purpose of mastering the dust release, so it's no strange that she is capable of learning it. The difficulty of maintaining the fusion of 3 chakra natures is very high. It seems under normal conditions Kekkei Tota is the highest level of ninjutsu that a shinobi can master normally. Having personally experienced the difficulty of fusing the 3 chakra natures, she also understood why the shinobi world never had a ninjutsu that is a combination of more than 3 chakra natures. A combination of 3 chakra natures is the limit of a normal shinobi. If one wishes to go higher, then he must change his means and rely on external means such as eating the fruit of the god tree like Akatsuki Kagaya, or becoming the Jinchuriki of the Jubi like Rakudo Sennin, Madara, and Obito, or successfully complete the Kekkei Genkai absorption ritual that Kuroto plans to do. Anyway, these are the things one has to use to go beyond Kekkei Tota. For now, let's focus on Kekkei Tota. Tip! 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 Drop by drop sweat flowed down her cheeks and fell to the floor, soon forming a puddle of sweat. By now, she was already feeling a bit dizzy and tired. However, she just gritted her teeth and insisted, believing that she can definitely find the right fusion ratio of the three chakra natures and complete their fusion no matter how difficult it is. Her confidence was further boosted when she sensed that the chakras of earth, fire, and wind nature were no longer repelling each other, meaning she has finally found the right combination. About damn time. Sensing that the fusion of three chakra natures was reaching completion, she felt refreshed and further delved her concentration into the process. And finally, it happened. A completely different chakra that wasn't earth, wind, or fire, but rather a combination of all three but with a completely different set of properties appeared in her body. Sensing this new chakra, she couldn't help but get excited, but before she could relish in happiness for too long, her expression began ghastly, the reason being, she suddenly felt that she has lost control over this Nachakra nature. She didn't have any time to react when suddenly a dazzling white light flashed in between her palms and was subconsciously shot towards the wall in front. Boom! Accompanied by a blinding white light, the sound of an explosion came from above her head. At the same time, the entire floating castle shook. She, who couldn't see because of the blinding white light covering the room, was startled by the sudden turn of events. What the hell happened? It was only after the blinding white light disappeared and her vision was gradually restored that she finally saw, shit. The entire training hall was completely destroyed. Not only this, but even a large hole of several meters in diameter was also opened in the dome of the hall. Woohoo, woohoo, woohoo. Emergency alarms were also ringing all over the Anchor Vantien, indicating that the security of the floating castle has been breached. Whoosh! At this time, Kasa, the Sandame Kazekage puppet, rushed to the training facility, and seeing the blonde trap standing there with a speechless expression, he quickly asked, Kuroto-sama, what happened? Oh yeah, even if the soul is in other clone bodies, because of the connection with the chakra and soul, Kasa was able to immediately recognize Kuroto. Kasa asked quickly, is it an enemy attack, believing it to be an enemy attack. Hearing Kasa's call, she broke out in her shock. She shook her head. No, it is not an enemy attack, then waved her hand and said, this was just an accident, stop the alarms. Kasa quickly nodded without asking for any explanation. All right, I understand. And went towards the security room to turn off the alarms. As Kasa was flying away, she shouted from the back, oh, and don't forget to calm down Gaara and Karen, the two of them might be in a panic right now. Kasa responded respectfully, I will take care of them. As Kasa left, she looked back at the aftermath of the explosion and cursed herself, how could I have been so stupid? I was training dust release in the training facility of Anchor Vantien. Isn't this equivalent to destroying the floating fortress myself? Looking at the hole that is more than a dozen meters in diameter, she couldn't help but cry, damn it. I have gone and done it. This hole runs through 3 floors, fixing it will definitely cost several million ryo. As she thought of the expenses, a worry suddenly flashed in her eyes and she immediately dashed towards her laboratory in fright. After confirming that the laboratory wasn't affected by the explosion, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. While thinking that additionally reinforcing the laboratory really paid off, she returned back to the training facility of Anchor Vantien and carefully inspected the damage. Chapter 694, Mastering Dust Release and Success. Thinking of the accident just a while ago, even a kunoichi as strong as she was completely caught off guard. Even before she had realized what had happened, everything had already happened. Thinking of the power displayed by the white light, she could say that it was amazing. You must know whether it was the training facility of the Anchor Vantien or the upper floors that were turned to dust by the white light, all of them were remodeled and reinforced by Kuroto not too long ago. However, these remodeled and reinforced areas were instantly pierced like tofu block, all west ch.rs on n.o/vli/n/cm. And that wasn't all, but even the defensive barriers protecting the air fortress weren't any different from those tofu-like floors. The instant white light touched them, they were breached and broken. Even if the attack was made from the inside, the barriers were still supposed to work, but they clearly didn't in the face of the white light, clearly highlighting the terrifying destructive power of white light. The destructive power displayed is fine, however, the type of destruction was a bit different, making her confused. Stroking the jagged edge of the breach, she muttered in confusion, "The instantaneous destructive power displayed earlier is without a doubt by dust release, but why is the state of damage different from the type displayed by Inoki? Does dust release vary from user to user?" After thinking about it, she felt that sudden accident just now, and traces of damage don't actually match the complete and perfect form of dust release, meaning, the accident here was definitely caused by an incomplete or perhaps imperfect form of dust release, and it is very likely that this imperfection is because of the incorrect ratio of the 3 chakra natures used by her. The importance of the correct ratio of chakra natures is very high while using a Kekkei Genkai or Kekkei Tota. Nobody knows this better than Kuroto, who has mastered so many Kekkei Genkai from scratch. When the accident happened, she felt that she had found the right chakra ratio, however, it seems that she was wrong. She is very close to finding the right ratio, but she hasn't yet found it. Here, once again the importance of information and guidance is reflected. If she had someone to teach her, then she wouldn't have made this mistake and wouldn't have to waste so much time and effort, and she also wouldn't have to take a lot of detours to find the right chakra ratio. But there's no helping it, she doesn't have all these benefits, and because her objective is to master dust release, hence she has to do everything. After performing some crude repairs to the giant hole in the anchor Vantien and redeploying the barrier, she used a simple clay bird, left the floating fortress, and came to a deserted island on the Shinobi continent. The previous accident caused a very big loss for her, but it also highlighted that she is very close, so doesn't want to waste a lot of time here and there. Strike while the iron is still hot, since she is already very close, then put some additional effort and completely master it. After landing on the deserted island, she thought about it for a second and decided to remove her shinobi bag, put it on the back of the clay bird, and motioned it to fly at a high altitude. Having experienced the accident not long ago, she didn't want to be careless and carry dangerous things like explosive clay on her body. Who knows if another accident happens and this time the explosive clay explodes. If such an accident were to occur, then she wouldn't even have any bones left of her body by the time smoke clears up. Anyway, after completing all the preparations, she took a deep breath, calmed her mind, and again started to process a fusion of 3 chakra natures. Unlike previous tries, this time, the process of fusion was quite smooth and she didn't face any difficulty in particular. This time, she also tried to maintain stark control over the white cube emerging between her hands. She made sure that it didn't fire itself on something and tried to adjust the levels of different chakra natures in an attempt to find the right combination and ratio. After a while of continuing the same practice, her eyes narrowed subconsciously because she felt that she has finally found the right combination. To confirm her guess, she stabilized the white fluorescent light between her palms, and then slowly released it in the direction of a small seashell lying on the sand not far away. Fush! She looked intently at the seashell and soon noticed that with a soft sound of sand falling, the seashell disappeared without leaving any trace behind. "Oh my God!" she exclaimed in shock, but soon that shock turned into excitement. It succeeded. If the Sandaime Tsuchikage of Awadakure were to see the scene that happened just now, he would be in disbelief to find out that Akunoichi successfully managed to learn dust release, that too without any prior guidance or support. Caw caw caw. Just as she was excited and dancing in joy, suddenly a sound of crow cawing reached her ears. She looked up and noticed a crow flying towards her. Finding her, the crow descended down, landed on her shoulder, and extended its clay forward for her to take out the small scroll tied to its feet. She did exactly that, and after reading the message on the scroll, she was more excited and overjoyed because she has received another good news. So, Danzo's trace has finally been found? She had expected Danzo to deliberately leak his tracks in order to lead Homasubi to fight her. Obviously, she is very well aware that this is going to be a trap, but despite this, she plans to take the bait because of the earlier threat of Danzo is resolved, the earlier she will a pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in her hands. As she was reading the information sent to her, another crow flew down and landed on her shoulder, and it also extended its claw forward so that she can take out the small scroll tied on its feet. She did that exactly, and after taking out the scroll from the second crow's feet, and read the content on this scroll. As she read it, she couldn't help but frown for a while, then her brows arched crescent and she muttered in an amused grin, "Well, I must say, this is certainly very interesting." Chapter 695, Different People on the Move. The two crows sitting on her left and right shoulder have been sent to her from Kanadakur and Kiradakur, and both of them have sent the scroll that mentioned that the trace of Danzo has been found. However, the difference is that the location that the two scrolls mentions are different, meaning there are two different locations where Danzo's track has been found. In the scroll that came from Kiradakur, the Yonde Mizukijigura states that the Kiradakur Umbu have found Danzo's track in the land of Waterfall, and in the scroll that came from Kanadakur, Itachi states that they have found the trace of Danzo in the land of Frost. She believes that neither of the two locations is fake and both of them must have been deliberately leaked by Danzo. As for his purpose in doing so, he is probably considering the possibility of the entire Amatsukami coming after him at once, so he intentionally leaked two locations in order to divide the people into two groups who are coming after him. She felt that this is the most logical explanation. This means that only one of the two locations is correct, while the other one only plays the role of diversion. Perhaps Danzo thinks that if only half the members of Amatsukami are coming after him, then even if he isn't able to fight back, he should be able to make an escape should he want that. As for whether Danzo is overthinking or he is right, that's something only time will tell. The current issue for her is to identify which location is real. Which track is real? She pondered for a while, but to no avail. Right now, the information she has in her hand is limited. There is no way to determine which of the two hiding places deliberately leaked by Danzo is the location where he is really hiding. Not reaching any definite conclusion, she gave up on trying to figure out his location. Instead, she looked at her current position. This deserted island is from the group of islands located in the Heron Bay, the sea between the land of lightning and the land of hot springs. As such, this island is quite close to the land of frost and it would only take a few hours for her to reach there. But the same condition doesn't apply to the land of waterfall. The land of waterfall and the land of frost are separated by three kingdoms, including the land of hot springs, the land of rice, and the land of iron, and there are only two methods to travel from the land of frost to the land of waterfall. The first method is to sail through Geikatsu Pass through the land of snow, and then again sail through the Isa Bay and you will reach the land of waterfall, while the other method is to pass through the three kingdoms separating the land of frost and the land of waterfall. Of course, she has the option of flying all the way too, but, regardless of which method she chooses, because the distance between the two kingdoms is too large, it will definitely take more than 2 days to reach the land of waterfall. Even if she rushes at her fastest, there is a good possibility that by the time she arrives, Danzo might have already changed his location, so it would only be a wasted effort. Therefore, the only logical choice for her is to go to the land of frost, where she will be able to reach after a few hours of flying. With this decision made, she instructed the clay bird flying at a high altitude to come down. She tied her shinobi bag, then took out a scroll from it and unsealed it. A cloak and a mask came out of the scroll. The cloak was a standard Amatsukami cloak. The only difference is that her cloak symbolized the earth chakra nature, while the mask was a reddish-brown mask patterned with rocks, again symbolizing the earth chakra nature. After donning the cloak and mask, she instructed the clay bird to fly in the direction of the land of frost. A few hours later, somewhere at the border of the land of iron and the land of waterfall, a group of men and women wearing the black turtleneck cloak with red cloud prints were meeting in a cave. There are 7 people in total. Of the 10, 6 have orange hair and black piercings. These 6 are undoubtedly the 6 paths of pain, or perhaps it would be better to say that these 6 are the new 6 paths of pain. The 7th person is the blue-haired cold beauty Conan, aka Angel. Deva Path looked in the direction of the land of waterfall, and asked Conan, who was standing beside him, "In the land of waterfall?" Conan nodded. The land of waterfall is one of the 2 locations where Shimura Danzo's tracks have been detected. Shimura Danzo, Deva Path muttered with hatred in his eyes. Shimura Danzo is also one of the culprits responsible for Yahiko's death. Devapath has always wanted to kill him. However, the old man is very clever. Not once has it appeared before Akatsuki organization, so Devapath has never had the opportunity to kill him. Similar to Devapath, Conan's eyes were also filled with anger. She said to Devapath, "Nagato, actually, you don't need to waste your strength on him. Let me handle him. After all, at that time Hanzo and Danzo used me to trap all of you. So, it should be me who should avenge Yahiko." Devapath shook his head. There is a strong possibility that after having gone through Hiriko's ritual his strength has far surpassed what you can handle. As such, I will do it myself. You only need to find his exact location, leave the rest to me. After all, the rumors about Danzo say that he has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan and has several other Kekkei Jinkai, so Devapath doesn't want Conan to go into a battle that she can't win. Conan looked at Devapath with a dazed expression. She was feeling a bit complicated. Devapath, completely oblivious of Conan's thoughts, asked, "By the way, where is the other location?" Conan returned to her senses and replied after a pause, "In the Land of Frost. You needn't worry, Madara is on his way." At the same time, somewhere at the border of the Land of Hot Springs and the Land of Frost. 3 people, 2 of them wearing masks, while the third one being half black and half white with a Venus flytrap head, each wearing a black turtleneck cloak with red cloud prints, were sitting, standing, or playing on the rocks while waiting for someone. These 3 people are none other than Madara, Zetsu, and Toby respectively, while the person they are waiting for is none other than the clones of White Zetsu. While waiting, Madara asked Zetsu, "How is the situation on the other side?" Zetsu replied, "Nagato himself didn't come. He has sent the 6 paths of pain, and Conan, so I am not sure how the situation on his side will proceed, but I think with Nagato's current power, the 6 paths of pain should be able to handle Danzo should they find him." Madara nodded slightly, then muttered, "I am really curious, how did Danzo obtain the Manjikyu Sharingan? There are only 2 possible situations. Either he is using Uchiha Kageme's Manjikyu Sharingan as the rumors suggest, or he has dug out those eyes from one of the Homosubi." Zetsu thought about it for a while and questioned, "What do you think of the Kekkei Jinkai absorption ritual he went through? Could he have awakened those eyes because of the ritual?" Madara thought about it, then shook his head. "We have already been to the volcano where he carried out his ritual, and although they were faint, there were traces of battle at the volcano that led to its eruption. I believe Danzo must have fought one of the 2 Homosubi there with his newfound strength after going through the ritual, and it's quite possible that he somehow managed to dig out the Manjikyu Sharingan during that battle." Although Zetsu thinks that this is indeed possible, however, he found something amiss with this explanation, and said, "If it was really the Manjikyu Sharingan of Homosubi, then I am afraid he would have been killed by them long ago. After all, those guys are not easy to mess with. And yet, he is alive even after a few months since then, and Amatsukami is completely silent. Up until now, they have shown no signs of interest. This makes me wonder." Although Madara wanted to deny Zetsu's guess, however, he couldn't. Regarding Amatsukami, he has the same feelings. Those guys are not easy to mess with. If Danzo had really offended Amatsukami, then he would have been long dead by now with no trace remaining in the shinobi world. After all, he is perfectly aware of the strong measures of Amatsukami. Let's not talk about Yama, who is one hell of a guy, with strength completely out of this world. There are also Suijin, who can transform into a giant dragon, the second Homosubi, and Fujin, who is probably stronger than the other 2. Yes, the Manjikyu Sharingan that Danzo has shouldn't be of Homosubi. Then perhaps the rumors are true. Maybe he is using the Manjikyu Sharingan of Uchiha Kagami. If I were to obtain them, perhaps I will be able to tempt Uchiha Shursui. Madara thought so, and was more determined to obtain that pair of Manjikyu Sharingan. As for the possibility that he might have awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan with the help of ritual, Madara didn't even consider it. He has already once witnessed Hiriko's ritual. Although that ritual is something new, the only thing it is capable of is allowing users to snatch several Kekkei Jinkai from others. It cannot allow them to awaken or evolve a Kekkei Jinkai. As Madara concluded his thought, the ground beneath Zetsu squirmed and a completely white figure, White Zetsu clone, appeared out of the ground. I had to be very careful else he would have spotted me. Seems he has also developed some sharp sensory skills. Madara got up with a serious expression and looked at the white Zetsu clone. It doesn't matter, tell me his location. Chapter 696, Unexpected Encounter with Akatsuki. Drip! Drip! In a dark and damp cave, the intermittent sound of water droplets falling echoed. Danzo sat in the lotus position, without a care about the water droplets falling on his head, or perhaps it should be said he didn't even realize that water drops were constantly falling on his head. At this time, his brain filled with uncontrollable emotions. Although the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his eyes was spinning rapidly, his eyes were actually out of focus, as if was in some kind of jinjutsu, and in such a state, he muttered to himself, "Just you all wait. As soon as I obtain those eyes, I will become the strongest in the shinobi world. What Akatsuki, what Amatsukami, all of them will be stepped on by me. The shinobi world belongs to me and me alone. Konoha belongs to me and me alone. Tobirama-sensei, I am going to show you how I unify the shinobi world and bring glory to Konoha. Oh, it's not that I hate you or anything, I just want you to understand that your decision to make Sarutobi the Hokage was wrong. It should have been me. A weakling like Sarutobi doesn't deserve to be Hokage. Under his leadership, the village has only decayed and will continue to decay. Only I am capable of bringing back Konoha's former glory and leading the village forward. Anyone who sees Danzo in this state would only say one thing, that Danzo seems to be completely immersed in his own world of illusion, and he has gone too far behind to look back. His emotions are getting more and more uncontrollable, from simply muttering to himself in self-hypnotism to shouting hysterically and roaring. Only I, Shimura Danzo, is a worthy Hokage, others are just trash. Ha 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 ha. Konoha is obviously mine. The entire shinobi world is mine, everything belongs to me and me alone. While Danzo was muttering absurd things in self-hypnotism and exuding an indescribable and evil atmosphere, suddenly, the sound of faint footsteps reached his ears and brought him out of his trance, as he muttered with a weird smirk, "Are you finally here?" It didn't long for a group of shinobi dressed in black with red cloud prints to appear before him. Looking at the people who appeared before him, Danzo's excitement turned into disappointment. "Oh, it is just your group." But then he noticed the eyes of people approaching him and muttered with an excited smirk, "Rinnegan. Really wonderful dojutsu. I wonder what my eyes will be like after they evolve. Heh, they will definitely be stronger than the Rinnegan." No doubt, the people who appeared before Danzo at this moment are the 6 paths of pain. Devapath stared at Danzo indifferently, his eyes rested on Danzo's eyes and muttered, "So he really has Manjikyu Sharingan." Devapath was neither too surprised nor was he concerned because of Danzo's Manjikyu Sharingan. To him, it is just a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan, nothing to fuss about. At this time, Danzo stood up from the ground and sighed, "I hadn't expected that the person who would find me first would be you, but it doesn't really matter, let me test the power of your eyes." Facing Devapath, who had single-handedly destroyed Konoha, Danzo didn't show any trace of fear, rather, he was eager to fight. "You'll be a good warm-up before I fight them." Devapath was surprised, "So it seems you have been waiting for someone else to find you." Then he shook his head and continued, "Oh well, not that it matters, since I am going to put an end to your life today." "Me and die, that too by you lot?" Danzo sneered, "You send here a bunch of puppets and dare to assert that you are going to put an end to my life? Humph, you barely know my power. Whether it's your Akatsuki organization or the Amatsukami organization, all will be destroyed by me. This shinobi world will only be ruled by me." Hearing Danzo's arrogant and provocative words, Devapath no longer bothered with words, he simply raised his hand and muttered, "Shinra Tensei." In another cave. Madara and Zetsu walked side by side into the cave and soon found Shimura Danzo sitting in the lotus position. Seeing the 3 members of the Akatsuki organization approaching him, Danzo coldly snorted coldly, "I didn't expect that the Akatsuki organization would dare to come to me looking for trouble. I will remember this, consider yourselves lucky this time." Then, he didn't wait for the others to speak anything and simply waved a series of hand signs. Poof! And with a poof his body exploded into a burst of white smoke and disappeared. Zetsu muttered, "Shadow clone, it seems that this location is the wrong one. This means Nagato will be the one fighting with Shimura Danzo." "So, it seems," muttered Madara, with added thoughtfully, "but something is bugging me." Zetsu asked in confusion, "What?" Madara explained, "From the way Shimura Danzo's clone reacted to my arrival, he wasn't surprised or panicked that someone located him. He seemed rather disappointed. It's as if he was expecting someone else to find him. However, the person he was expecting didn't come." Zetsu frowned, then said, "Aren't you thinking a bit too much? The reason he didn't panic is probably only because he was a clone and not the original him. I doubt he would have remained so calm if it were the original him." Madara shook his head, "I don't think so." Then added after a pause, "In any case, send a few of your clones to Nagato's side and instruct them to be careful. It seems there is something more happening here than we know." Zetsu was surprised, "All right." Then added, "But I still think that you are probably worried too much. Even if something is more to it than we know, we don't need to worry about Nagato. That guy is a monster through and through, and no one except Yama is his opponent. Even if Shimura Danzo has absorbed some Kekkei Jinkai and has got his hands on Manjikyu Sharingan, he is no match for Nagato." Madara muttered lightly, "I hope that's the case. There are so many rumors circulating in the shinobi world about Shimura Danzo that perhaps no one in the shinobi world except the man himself can tell what exactly has happened to him and what exactly is going on. Lately, more and more things are getting out of his control. He doesn't anything to mess up his plans, and affect Project Tsuki no Mi. One Amatsukami is already troublesome enough that he hasn't been able to make any progress so far. Now another Danzo has appeared. The real strength and danger of Shimura Danzo have yet to be determined, so Madara is somewhat worried. If something were to happen to Nagato, and the pair of Rinnegan that Nagato has, then the entire Project Tsuki no Mi will be affected, and that is something Madara can't allow to happen in any case." As Madara was busy thinking, suddenly the sound of explosions echoed from outside the cave. Boom! 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 Chapter 697, Is it Danzo vs. Akatsuki? Boom! 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 The sudden sound of an explosion from outside the cave brought Madara out of his thoughts. He glanced at Zetsu for a while, then rushed outside the cave only to find Sasori fighting against a team of Konoha Umbu, while Toby was cheering from the side. Since the information about Danzo's tracks has been found by Konoha, naturally they are here to hunt him down. It's a pity that the moment they tracked down Danzo to this cave, they encountered Sasori and Toby who were guarding the cave. The moment Sasori saw the team of Konoha Umbu, especially those with conspicuous silver hair, he had the idea of revenge for his parents who died at the hands of Whitey Fong of Konoha and immediately attacks the Umbu team. Standing on the back of the chimera bird that once belonged to Hirako, Sasori glanced at Madara and questioned, "Dealt with him already?" Zetsu shook his head. "Shimura Danzo is not here. This location is just a diversion. He is very likely on Nagato's side. Sigh. I wanted to personally kill him and use his body for my new puppet. Not it seems I came here for nothing," Sasori complained in dissatisfaction. Then he glanced at the team of Konoha Umbu not far away and spoke with a smile. "Oh well, I suppose it doesn't matter anymore. I can kill them all and use them for my puppets. Although not as good as the Shimura Danzo, they also seem to be good material." Sasori's focus at this time is only revenge and puppets. For him, the Konoha Umbu in front of him is just a bunch of puppet material. On Konoha's side, as the Umbu shinobi watched Madara and Zetsu walk out of the cave, they couldn't help but get panicked. With a nervous expression, one of the Umbu shinobi leaned toward Kakashi's side and whispered, "Sir, what to do now?" They were here only to hunt down the seriously injured Shimura Danzo. They never thought that they will encounter members of the Akatsuki organization at such a place. Not to mention encounter three extremely powerful members at the same time, Sasori, Toby, and Madara, not to mention Zetsu is also present here. Everyone knows that the members of the Akatsuki organization aren't easy to deal with. If they had encountered only one member it was still possible to fight back, but handle three at the same time? There are zero chances of victory. Able to retreat with their lives would already be more than enough. That's why almost everyone is a bit nervous now. Kakashi didn't seem to hear the Umbu's question. All his attention was focused on the masked man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Feeling Kakashi's fiery gaze, Madara narrowed his eyes. Seems like Kakashi has really guessed it. It appears that I can no longer hide from him, and thought inwardly, well, no matter, even if Kakashi has figured it out, it changes nothing, my goal remains the same. While Madara was in the midst of thoughts, Sasori unfolded a scroll and said with a playful smirk, "This is the new and improved puppet technique I have created. Konoha Umbu, Hatake Kakashi, you people are going to be the first ones facing this. Do struggle for a while because I need to collect some data in order to perfect it." With that, he slammed his hand on the unfolded scroll, and puff. With a puff of white smoke, a human puppet appeared on the battlefield. It had white hair and two iconic red dots on the forehead. From a single look, anyone can tell that it used to be a member of the nearly extinct Kagaya clan. But the question is, what's so different about this puppet that Sasori would call it a new and improved puppet technique? Well, to answer that question, this human puppet was not connected to any chakra strings that the puppeteers generally use to control their puppets to their liking. Rather, this puppet was inlaid with black conspicuous rods at conspicuous points just like Nagata's 6 Paths of Pain. With his new masterpiece out and ready, Sasori stated, "Don't die so easily," and the battle began. Somewhere in the sky, standing on the explosive clay bird, Kuroto, whose soul is currently inside the Earth Chakra Nature clone, activated her Byakugan and observed her surroundings. Similar to the previous clones, because the quality of Byakugan in the clones is very high, so she is able to observe quite large distances without the need for any special equipment relying only on her Byakugan. As she was observing, she suddenly discovered something in the distance, and muttered with a frown, "A battle between shinobis? That cave in the distance should be the place Itachi told me about. It seems that other parties are also present there. The only question is, who is fighting who? Are they from the 5 great shinobi villages and confronting Shimura Danzo, or are they someone else? It appears that to see the identities of the parties I have to get a bit closer." With that understood, she controlled the bird to fly a bit closer and tried to see the identity of the people, and as soon as she realized their identities, she was taken aback. Akatsuki organization, and muttered suspiciously, "What the hell is Akatsuki organization doing here?" Due to being at a distance of tens of kilometers from the cave, she couldn't see the exact situation there. However, she was able to spot several people wearing a conspicuous black cloak with red cloud prints and concluded that Akatsuki organization is one of the parties present there. As soon as she figures this out, she slowed down the speed of the explosive clay bird and used her Byakugan to further observe the battlefield, and mutters doubtfully, "Is Akatsuki organization fighting against Danzo?" She is not yet certain of the other party's identity and assumed the possibility that it might be Shimura Danzo. It's as she thought, if Akatsuki organization is really fighting against Shimura Danzo, then that would be quite troublesome. Although she can take advantage of Akatsuki and Danzo's conflict and use this opportunity to finish both of them, she really doubts it would be so easy. Chapter 698, A Good Plan, but Useless. On the battlefield. Ding! 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 Repeated sounds of sharp metallic weapons colliding against each other reverberated on the battlefield as sparks flew and painful wailing sounds echoed from time to time. At this moment, Sasori's puppet, the puppet from the Kagaya clan, was like a dancer, moving on the symphony of the battlefield, and fighting against the Konoha Umbu. The sharp blades of bones protruding from its body were akin to the scythe of Shinigami, mercilessly reaping away the lives of Konoha Umbu. It turns out that Sasori's newly developed puppet technique is extremely scary. Now he no longer needs to control his puppets using the chakra threads as used to. This not only grants him better control over the puppets overall, and increases the flexibility and maneuverability of the puppets, it also makes his attacks completely unpredictable since there is no movement of his fingers. As such, within a few minutes since the battle broke out between the Konoha Umbu and the Akatsuki organization, Sasori's puppet was already able to reap the life of several enemy shinobi. Moreover, since Kakashi was entangled with Madara and Weasel, Itachi was trying to stop Toby, there was no one left among the Konoha Umbu who could fight evenly against Sasori and his puppets, making the situation all the worse for Konoha. Whoosh! Slash! With a fast body flicker, the puppet appeared in front of Akame, Kurenai, and without giving her any opportunity to dodge, defend, or fight back, it slashed down both the bone swords, cutting down her body in 4 parts. Poof! The expected splatter of blood did not happen. Instead, the moment her body was cut down by the 2 swords, it burst into a cloud of white smoke, clearly indicating that until now, the one fighting on the battlefield was actually a shadow clone of her. EAD new chapter RS on no/v/e/ln. Com. The moment the shadow clone was destroyed, the real Akame quietly appeared behind Sasori and fiercely stabbed her kunai at him. Ding! However, instead of cutting through his skin and piercing his heart, the kunai was struck to a hard surface, and her hand was also caught by him. Damn it, she cursed under her breath, and tried to break free but couldn't even budge. While she was putting futile struggle, Sasori's head turned 180 degrees, he looked at her mockingly, and said, "Nice try, but it won't be so easy." Then, without giving her any opportunity to react, he snatched the kunai from her hand and used it to stab her stomach as he fiercely kicked her in the gut and threw her back. Under the monstrous power of the kick, Akame was thrown out and fell to the ground. Somehow she did manage to get up, but soon coughed out blood and started to feel dizzy. After dealing with Akame, Sasori jumped on the Hiriko's summoned beast and looked at all the injured and dying Konoha Umbu with a smirk. "Everyone, how did it feel to fight against my puppet? I may have forgotten to introduce you lot about the identity of this puppet. He is the former patriarch of the Kagaya clan. Isn't his Shikatsu Miyaku just the perfect?" Akame wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and taunted, "Humph, don't act complacent. Compared to Fujin of the Amatsukami organization, his Shikatsu Miyaku is simply trash." In Akame's eyes, Fujin could even cut through the Susanoo with his bone blade, but this guy, he can't even easily cut through a kunai or sword, let alone Susanoo, so in comparison to Fujin, its Shikatsu Miyaku is nothing at all. Sasori's face turned cold at the mention of Amatsukami. "You seem to have a death wish." Akame wasn't afraid. "Do what you will, you don't scare me. No matter how proud you are of your puppets, when put in front of a stronger shinobi, they can do nothing more than buy you some time while you people hide your tail in between your legs and run away. In the first place, you people of the Akatsuki organization are only criminals and terrorists who only dare to fight those who are weaker than you and only cause destruction. When faced with anyone on the same level or stronger, you people get scared and run away. If you were to encounter the members of the Amatsukami organization, you wouldn't be barking so much as you are doing now." Sasori narrowed his eyes, his uncontrollable murderous intent bursting out. Just as Sasori was about to put an end to Akame's life, suddenly a sword slashed from behind him. Slash! Following the slash, Sasori's body was divided into 2 parts, and soon its parts scattered all over the place. "Was this his real body or just a puppet body?" muttered Rabbit, Hey-8, with a solemn expression as he released his invisibility and revealed his body on the back of the summoned beast. "TCH, so all that turned out to be useless." Akame clicked her tongue in annoyance. Obviously, the reason she was taunting and attracting Sasori's anger and attention to herself was to give Rabbit the opportunity to succeed in the sneak attack. Even if she is injured and facing a powerful enemy, Akame is very clear that this battle will only be won if the puppet master is defeated, so instead of entangling the puppet, she devised the plan to attract the attention of the rest of the Umbu and create an opportunity for Rabbit to kill him with a sneak attack. But seeing that there was no core among the scattered parts, this obviously means that the one she was talking to up until now was also nothing more than a puppet. Clap! Clap! At this moment, another Sasori appeared in front of everyone from behind a tree and applauded everyone with a mocking smirk. "I suppose that I can at least compliment your efforts. Although useless on me, your plan was good. At least, Konoha Umbus aren't as disappointing and useless as the Suna Umbus, but then again, you are all a bunch of trash anyway, so it doesn't matter. And one more thing, your strategy, it was too outdated," and said these words while shifting his gaze in the direction of Rabbit. "Not good." As soon as he saw Sasori looking in his direction, Rabbit subconsciously felt the danger. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated the transparent escape technique and tried to hide from the other party. However, before he could completely disappear, an ice needle pierced through his abdomen from behind. The moment the ice needle pierced through him, his body was stunned as if freezing internally. Even the transparent escape technique was interrupted. Panicked Rabbit looked behind, only to find another puppet, this time with black hair, looking at him indifferently with its lifeless eyes. Chapter 699, A New Member. In the sky. As she flew closer and closer to the battlefield, she was soon able to perceive the exact situation on the battlefield, and seeing the ones present there, she muttered with a thoughtful expression under the mask, "It turns out that the ones fighting are Umbu from the village and the members of the Akatsuki organization." And added with disappointment, "This also means that Shimura Danzo is not here but in the land of the waterfall. A pity." Having understood this, she looked in the direction of the battlefield. Although Konoha has a numeric advantage, however, they are firmly suppressed by the members of the Akatsuki organization. Although Kakashi's use of flying Raijin has improved significantly and he can use it very smoothly in battle, however, in the face of DMS Obito who is going all out, it's not doing him any good. Kakashi has to spend all his energy and attention to resist and fight back Obito. There is no time or energy to pay attention to other Konoha Umbu. Itachi is doing his best to keep Tobi occupied. Of course, Itachi hasn't revealed his Susanoo and Amaterasu, but other than that he is using everything, and he is able to hold off Tobi, who is definitely the third strongest in the current Akatsuki organization. Being able to keep him occupied without revealing too much is already more than enough. As for the rest, they are not Sasori's opponents. Sasori alone is reaping their lives one by one using his puppets. Noting that the situation on Konoha's end is getting worse by the second, and finding that her former subordinates are in danger, she couldn't sit still. These guys, they really know how to cause me trouble. If they keep this up, they will be the death of me. Although she said so with a helpless expression, however, her expression was extremely serious and she speeded up. On the battlefield. Standing on the back of the flying summon, the puppet, this time the patriarch of the Yuki clan capable of using ice-release Kekei Jinkai, condensed a spear made up of ice and thrust it towards Rabbit's head. At the same time, another puppet, the patriarch of the Kagaya clan, on the ground suppressed Akame, Hana as well as the other Umbu. Just when everyone felt that Rabbit is going to die, both puppets came to an abrupt stop. The reason being, at this moment, that the puppeteers, that is Sasori's attention was attracted towards the giant white bird that was rapidly approaching them. It doesn't seem to be someone we already know, but that particular cloak, and that mask with a different pattern yet similar style, no doubt about it, a member of Amatsukami. In today's shinobi world, if there is anyone who can attract the unilateral attention of the Akatsuki organization, then it is undoubtedly Amatsukami. Therefore, the moment Sasori discovered someone who is very likely to be a member of Amatsukami, he no longer paid attention to the Konoha Umbu around him. Instead, he jumped on the back of the summoned bird, kicked down the injured rabbit, and sealed the two puppets inside their scroll. During this whole process, his eyes never left the giant white bird flying towards them and the person standing on its back. Seeing Sasori's actions, Zetsu, who has been hidden up until now, revealed half of his body, and questioned Sasori, "What are you doing?" Sasori answered without looking at him, "I will capture him." Zetsu hesitated a little, and said, "The other party seems to be a member of Amatsukami, although he appears to be a new member. Wouldn't it be a little careless to face him alone?" Sasori chuckled, "Don't worry. I think I can handle it this time. I have long wanted to make a puppet out of members of Amatsukami." After leading such words, Sasori didn't wait for Zetsu's reply. He controlled the summoned bird to fly towards the opposite giant white bird. Seeing Sasori coming toward her, she was taken aback but soon calmed down. Then, with a wicked smirk on her face, she quickly turned around and ran. "Want to run?" Sasori scowled. "Do you think I will allow you to run away?" and speeded up. Whoosh! Whoosh! And so, a running and chasing battle between the summoned bird and the explosive clay bird began in the sky. The slight speed of both the birds was extremely fast, and before anyone could realize it, the two birds were already quite far away from the battlefield. U updates TNVL/by. Com. Standing on top of the explosive clay bird, she looked back with a frowned expression, and seeing that the summoned bird was rapidly closing in, she couldn't help but think, Hiriko is dead. This summoned bird was artificially created by Hiriko, who would have thought that even after his death, there is still someone who can control this bird to such an extent. The chase continued on for a while, and as the separation between the two was getting less and less, she was also able to clearly see the playful smirk on Sasori's face. You can run all you want, but you'd never be able to escape, and instructed the bird to fire explosive feathers towards the explosive clay bird. Why-ish! 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 The speed of the explosive feathers was so fast that the clay bird had no opportunity to dodge the attack, leaving her with no other choice but to abandon the explosive clay bird and jump off of it, tch. Boom! 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 As soon as she jumped off the explosive clay bird, a series of small explosions occurred due to the explosive feathers, followed by the massive explosion of the clay bird. Looking at the massive explosion in the sky, she couldn't help but be regretful, but before she had the opportunity to take a breath, a giant shadow appeared above her head. She quickly looked above and found the summoned bird floating just a few meters above her. Sasori also jumped from the summoned bird, and landed not far away from her. He observed her mask and cloak for a few seconds before asking, "Who are you?" She patted the dust on her body, and replied absent-mindedly, "I am Dojin from Akatsuki." "Dojin, it's really as I thought, you are a new member with a new code." Sasori muttered, then said, "Unfortunately for you, you will become the first member of Akatsuki to die in battle and become part of my collection, but you don't have to worry all that much. The other members of your organization will be joining you soon enough." "Don't be so sure," Dojin retorted. "Maybe the result is something else. The one who ends up dying may be you, not me." Sasori covered his face with his hand and laughed loudly. "You know, you may have covered your body with cloak and mask of Akatsuki, but, with that peculiar jutsu that you use, do you really think that I don't recognize you?" Chapter 700, Deidara? "You know, you may have covered your body with cloak and mask of Akatsuki, but, with that peculiar jutsu that you use, do you really think that I don't recognize you?" Hearing Sasori, Dojin was stunned, and a trace of doubt appeared on her face. Seeing Dojin silent, Sasori thought that Dojin was panicked. He grinned sinisterly, and continued, "You may have forgotten what you did to us, but I haven't. You know, based on our first encounter, I had the impression that you are some kind of lunatic who can't even hold a conversation. Now that I see you standing in that uniform of Akatsuki, everything makes sense. I suppose that it's safe to assume that that was just a facade. At that time, you must have already joined Akatsuki. That's why the moment you saw us you did what you did. Oh well, it's a pity that you chose to be our enemy. I will complete the payback here and now. Deidara." Dojin didn't know what nonsense Sasori was spouting, and when she heard the name he spoke, she couldn't be more shocked. Deidara? She never expected that Sasori would confuse her for Deidara, and is speechless. I mean, true that this clone is based on Deidara. He played a very important role in creating this clone even if he isn't aware of it, but who would have thought that Sasori would straight off assume that she is Deidara, and not someone else. All west ch.rs on n.o/vli/n/cm. Seeing Dojin exclaim in shock, Sasori felt that his guess is completely right. And while Dojin, or better yet Deidara, was recovering from shock and panic, Sasori took out a new scroll and said while slowly unfolding it, "I suppose I should thank Fujin, because of his I was able to create this. This is my new masterpiece. And now I am going to use the very same masterpiece to put an end to your life. You should be honored. If not for having joined the Akatsuki, you would never even qualify to see this masterpiece. Get ready, Deidara, for what's about to come." Seeing the character Hiriko written on the scroll, Dojin instantly knew what is the masterpiece and Sasori's words, and this surprised her very much. Hiriko really died? I guess the Chimera Buds and Dark Medical Jutsu wasn't able to save him from the decaying effect of all killing ash bones. I guess I should be happy that I won't have to deal with him anymore, although, the fact that he was turned into a puppet is a bit In the last battle of Hiriko versus Fujin, although Fujin had severely injured Hiriko, however, before he landed the finishing blow, Hiriko was saved by Obito, and since there were chimera buds in Hiriko's body, and because he had also mastered Shinoe's dark medical ninjutsu, therefore, Kuroto didn't think that Hiriko would actually die. But seeing the scroll in Sasori's hand, Dojin realized that that's not the case. Hiriko is really dead, and cheered to herself, well, that's one down I suppose. As soon as the scroll was unfolded, Sasori said with a smile, I will be adding you to my collection soon enough, and don't worry, this will be over before you know it. Sasori's words brought Dojin out of her thoughts, and she nodded in agreement, well you are indeed correct, this will indeed be over before you know it. As soon as she completed her words, Dojin's body swelled up rapidly. Sasori was taken aback by the sudden change and the smile on his face solidified in shock, What? As her body expanded more and more, Dojin said, you know the problem about you, you talk too much, well, not enjoy, see if you can survive it. And the next second, the world turned white. Boom! On the main battlefield. As the explosive clay bird approached the battlefield, Dojin jumped off the bird, and while vigilantly watching Kakashi versus Madara on one side, and Weasel versus Toby on the other side, she slowly approached the Konoha Umbu. Seeing the unfamiliar shinobi who seemed to be a new member of Amatsukami approaching them, although Konoha Umbu didn't show blatant hostility, they were still on guard. Only Akame, Kurenai, who was the de facto leader in the absence of Kakashi and Itachi, was calm and greeted her. A while ago, it was you, right? Didn't you leave? Dojin shook her head and chuckled, nah, that was just a clone of mine. I sent it in advance to scout the area and understand the overall situation here. I never expected Sasori would be so foolish and directly chase after the clone. Looking at the other person mocking Sasori so blatantly, all the Konoha Umbu were speechless. Although do agree with his opinion that it was foolish of Sasori to chase after him, they wouldn't dare to comment on it. After all, Sasori does have the strength to back up his actions. Perhaps only members of Amatsukami who have unfathomable strength can mock the likes of Sasori. After a nice laugh, she looked at Akame, Rabbit as well as all the others still alive but gravely injured Konoha Umbu, and asked Hana, Yugao, how's the situation? Hana shook her head bitterly, most of the Irionin who were with us are already dead, Sasori targeted them the first. The rest of us have done what we can, we have made sure that they won't die instantly, however, this is not enough. They still need proper medical treatment. Dojin nodded, I see. She then raised her hand and immediately the explosive clay bird hovering in the sky descended down and landed on the cold desert. She pointed at the bird and said, put all the injured on the back of the bird, and all the Irionin should also get on the bird. It will immediately take all the wounded back to Konoha. Of course, the journey would take more than a day, however, with all the medics supporting the wounded, they should be able to stay alive by the time this bird reaches Konoha village. The others nodded, I see, that would certainly help. And just as they prepared to transfer the injured on the back of the bird as per Dojin's instructions, suddenly a spiral whirl appeared behind Dojin and a hand stretched out of it. Everyone's expression changed horrifically as they saw the hand approach Dojin's shoulder. At this time, Kakashi's voice resounded from the back, be careful. Seeing the change in everyone's expression, Dojin immediately realized that something isn't right, but before she could do anything, the arm landed on her shoulder. As soon as it touched her, her body was paralyzed and unable to move, and then next thing that happened was that she was sucked inside the Kamui world and disappeared from the shinobi world. Chapter 701, Dojin in Trouble? The whole process occurred in less than 2 breaths, so whether it was Akame, Rabbit, or Hana, on this side, or Weasel who although engaged in a battle against Toby in the distance still focused half of his intention here because of the arrival of a new member of Amatsukami, or Kitsune who was chasing after Madara, all of them were taken aback at the disappearance of the members of Amatsukami. The moment Hana reacted to the disappearance, she slashed her sword at Madara. Slash! Clang! Madara simply lifted his left and blocked Hana's sword using a kunai in his hand. Then without Hana any opportunity to carry out a follow-up attack, he retreated back and spoke, phew, it appears that all the members of the Amatsukami are not so troublesome to deal with. If it weren't for the presence of so many Konoha Anbu in the surroundings, Madara really wanted to laugh out loud and curse Amatsukami to relieve the hatred in his heart. Amatsukami has caused him so many problems, all their members one after another come out and ruin his plans, therefore, no one hates Amatsukami more than him. Akame clutched the injury of her stomach and glared at Madara in anger. Damn it. Why-ish? 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 At this time, the sound of 3 kunai cutting through the air and coming in his direction reached his ears from one side, and the cawing of a bunch of crows come from the other side. Seeing the attack coming from both sides, Madara quickly activated his kumai and became intangible, allowing the kunai and crows to pass through him. Whoosh! With a silver flash, Kitsune, Kakashi, appeared on one side, while on the other side, crows merged together and took the form of Weasel, staring vigilantly at Madara and planning how to help out the newest member of Amatsukami. Staring at the 3 Konoha Anbu surrounding him from 3 sides, Madara folded his hands over his chest and said lightly, "Although you people are good, and I must say that all of you have improved compared to our last encounter, in my eyes, you all are still as incompetent as ever. With your current strength, you Konoha shinobi won't be able to protect anything." Kitsune said coldly, "I don't care what I must do, I will stop you." "Heh, is that so?" Madara chuckled, "Then I am really looking forward to that day when you become capable enough," then added with a smile, "For now, I will be bidding you people a farewell, live well until our next meeting, who knows, perhaps our next meeting might also become our last meeting." To Madara, the lives of a few Konoha Anbu don't matter. Although the identity of 2 Anbu here is indeed important, he still doesn't care. The person he actually cares about most at this time is the member of Amatsukami he has successfully captured. Finally gaining an upper hand against Amatsukami, Madara is quite impatient. He wants to immediately leave and torture out all the information about Amatsukami from the brain of this newest member. "You can't go." Seeing that Madara was planning to leave, Kitsune, Weasel, and Hana immediately rushed toward him. Madara easily passed through Kitsune, least interested in fighting him. He did the same thing with Weasel, but when it came to Hana, he manifested himself and grabbed her by the neck. Holding Hana by the neck, Madara activated Kamui and started to suck her in the Kamui dimension. While doing so, he indifferently looked at Kitsune and said in a disdainful tone, "As I said earlier, you are useless. Can't stop anything, can't save anyone, can't protect anyone." Seeing that Hana was about to be swallowed by Madara into the Kamui dimension, Kitsune panicked. "Don't do it." Madara looked disdainfully at Kitsune and didn't stop at all. On Weasel's side, seeing that Hana was about to be swallowed too, he decided that he can no longer hold back, and prepared to activate his Manjikyu Sharingan. But just as he was about to make a move, suddenly he noticed 2 hands stretch out from the ground beneath Madara. They then grabbed Hana's legs and instantly pulled her down with all their power. Madara was taken aback as Hana was forcibly pulled out of his grip and hurriedly made himself intangible. At the same time, he couldn't help but mutter in shock, "Who was that? Was another Amatsukami in the vicinity all this time?" While Madara was confused, a figure holding Hana appeared beside Weasel and muttered, "Don't be in such a hurry." Hana, who heard these words, felt that these words were meant for Madara, but Weasel knew better. He nodded lightly and immediately deactivated his Manjikyu Sharingan. Madara looked over, and as he noted the identity of the person who saved Hana, he was shocked. "You are still here. Then the one who I captured is..." Discover new stories at NDE/Lbin, C/O. Dojin put down Hana on the ground, and said with a shrug, "Who knows, you captured it, you should try to figure it out yourself." Madara muttered with a gloomy tone, "It was some kind of clone." Because the Kamui he used only activates on physical touch meant that although the thing he captured wasn't a shadow clone, it was still some kind of specially made clone that is a bit hard to destroy, meaning he was tricked and fooled by the other party. Dojin said mysteriously, "Who knows? Maybe I am the clone, and the one you captured is the original." Hearing this possibility, Madara became doubtful. In the distant forest, an earth-shaking explosion a while ago destroyed the majority of the forest. Smoke and dust filled the sky because of the explosion, and the burning smell lingered in the area. Sasori crawled out of the 10-meter deep hole that was created as a result of the explosion and gnashed his teeth in anger. Damn it. Looking at his missing left arm and damaged right leg, Sasori's face contorted in anger. Thinking of almost dying because of the explosion, he was more and more frustrated. Damn it, second time, this is the second time. If it weren't for immediately summoning the Raza and using the gold sand for defense, even his core would have been destroyed, resulting in his death. Gripping the scroll in his hand, Sasori said viciously, Deidara, just you wait. I know from my spies that you have been in a Iwabikure for the past few months. Even if I have to overturn the entire Iwabikure, I will find you for the payback. Iwabikure. Aasihu. Deidara, who was training to master dust release, suddenly sneezed for no reason, and can't help but be confused. What's happening? Did I catch a cold or something? While Deidara was confused, Inoki, who was hovering in the air not far away, knocked his head with a stick and scolded harshly, You have no cold, so don't waste time and continue the training. Frustrated, Deidara shouted, I get it. I get, old man, don't hit me. Inoki snorted, humph, and folded his hands over his chest as he continued to observe Deidara's training. Chapter 702, Katsu. On the battlefield /W novel chapters are published on no/vel/bin co/m. Dojin dusted off her Amatsukami cloak and looked at the person in front of her with a helpless expression. In fact, the moment she knew that the members of the Akatsuki organization are present here, she didn't plan to engage in a confrontation with them. If it weren't for the fact that Kakashi and the other Konoha Umbu members were fighting against the Akatsuki organization, she wouldn't even have come here. But no way, they were here, and in a pretty bad situation, so Dojin decided to help. But of course, her intention of not engaging in a battle with the Akatsuki was still the same, so instead of directly confronting them, she used her clay clones to fool them into thinking that they have succeeded so that they go away immediately. Her reason for doing this is because of the importance of this Dojin clone. Its earth chakra nature is extremely strong, and she doesn't want this clone to get damaged in the battle. Unlike Fujin or Homusubi, Dojin hasn't reached a level where she can fight against the likes of Madara and Tobi without being afraid, at least not yet. Heck, she hasn't even completely mastered the dust release, so she doesn't want to risk it. But she never thought that the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. She never expected that Kakashi and the others would react so fiercely against Madara when she was captured by him, and the son of a bitch of Madara. He didn't withdraw after arousing the anger of Konoha Umbu. Instead, he fought fiercely and intended to kill the members of Team Ro. Dojin obviously couldn't just sit back and watch the members of Team Ro die at his hands, therefore, she had to appear and save Hyuga from being killed by Madara. Sigh, this day can't get any worse, she sighed, feeling troublesome. As Dojin sighed at the unexpected turn of events, Madara looked at Dojin, who had the gall to dust his cloak and play around cheekily, and he couldn't but feel annoyed and angry. If it weren't for the red and black mask covering his face that hid his expression perfectly, everyone would have been able to see his red face burning with anger and embarrassment at yet another failure against Amatsukami. Bastard! Madara cursed as he let out his uncontrollable murderous intent and his Sharingan narrowing at the figure of Dojin. Seeing that Madara was really angry, Dojin said to the Konoha Umbu, Except Itachi and Kakashi, all of you retreat, don't get in the way, you people are not strong enough to fight a guy like him. Obviously, they wanted to oppose this decision, but seeing the unwillingness in their eyes, Dojin said in a calm tone, In this accursed shinobi world, weakness is the greatest sin. Don't try to do things way beyond your ability. Because rather than bringing glory to your families and clans, it will bring them pain, sadness, and suffering. And if you feel uncomfortable about your helplessness, then put your blood and sweat into becoming stronger. That's the only way. Only the strong have a say, and the weak are crushed. This is the kind of world we live in, so learn to adapt. Hearing Dojin's words, Madara said with a menacing smile, You seem to be rather a sensible person. Dojin glanced at Madara and stated, My words were meant for you too. Well, it's not like it matters if you take them to heart or not. Then added after a pause, Anyway, your companion, Sasori of the Red Sand, I am afraid he won't be able to make it back here for a while. If I were in your shoes, I would choose to retreat before things get messy. At the same time, she thought in her heart, I really don't want to fight you at this time, Obito. Just listen to my warning and leave. But contrary to what she wanted, not only did he not retreat, but became more courageous and sneered at Dojin. Do you know what I hate most about Akatsuki? Dojin nodded, of course, and said in an isn't it obvious tone. You hate us because you have never won against us, and each time you fight, you barely escape death, and this time won't be any different. Although I do wonder how many of those eyes you have left. It's not because of that. Madara roared furiously, and added in a gloomy tone, I hate you people because each one of you seems to have this inexplicable confidence within you. As if everything is in your control. Whether it was female Homasubi, male Homasubi, Fujin, and now even you. You people look down on us. It's really frustrating to be looked down upon by people who were completely unknown until they appeared. Dojin shrugged, it's not our fault that you lack confidence and have an inferiority complex. Madara gritted his teeth in anger, there is no use of talking anymore. And took a fighting stance. Having Manjiku's Sharingan in both his eyes, Madara isn't afraid of anyone in the shinobi world. Also, he doesn't believe that he is weaker compared to any of the Akatsuki members. The only reason they were able to defeat him in the first place is that they are despicable and shameless people. Yes, it wasn't my fault that I lost, those people are simply despicable. Well, at least he is trying to convince himself using this excuse. Seeing that Madara really does intend to battle, Dojin's face became serious. He lightly instructed Itachi standing beside her, I'll let you handle Tobi, keep him busy, and don't give him any opportunity to interfere here. Also, if you find any opportunity without being noted by Zetsu hiding in the vicinity, then use that sword. Itachi nodded lightly, I understand. And flew towards Tobi. At the same time, Dojin said to Kakashi on the other side, Hatake Kakashi, would you mind helping me out for a bit? Kakashi clenched his flying Raijin kunai, and nodded in response, I'll do what I can. Of course, Kakashi wasn't surprised that his identity was clear to the member of Akatsuki. After all the members of Akatsuki are mysterious people who seem to know a whole lot about the shinobi world that even the 5 great shinobi villages don't know of. Identifying him isn't that difficult of a task considering his spiky silver hair and the unique flying Raijin jutsu that he uses. Madara simultaneously glanced at Dojin and Kakashi, who plans to deal with him together, and grinned, it's futile, by now you should already know that attacks are ineffective against me. Without wasting any time listening to Madara's useless talk, Dojin gave Kakashi a signal. Kakashi, understanding that he has to make the first move, immediately threw a few kunai marked with flying Raijin towards Madara with his right hand, and at the same time, weaved the hand signs for Raikiri with his left hand. Understanding Kakashi's tactic in advance, Madara simply chuckled and immediately made himself intangible. As the flying Raijin kunai phased through his body without doing him any harm, a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes, but just as he was about to ridicule Kakashi, his face froze in shock, because he was able to sense a very strong chakra coming from his Kamui dimension. And for some reason, the nature of the chakra gave him a bad feeling, even making him panic a little. It's that clone from earlier. He immediately realized this and immediately made himself tangible. Kakashi saw that Madara made himself tangible in a panic. Kakashi was a little surprised, however, he reacted quickly and without any hesitation, he disappeared using the flying Raijin jutsu and appeared just behind Madara. While still in midair, Kakashi rotated his body and plunged his right hand covered with Raikiri through his chest. Chirp! Sharp and shrill sounds echoed on the battlefield. Since Madara couldn't make himself intangible because of the presence of Dojin's clone in the Kamui dimension, so Kakashi's attack coming at his back was unavoidable and pierced through his chest. Drip! Droplets of blood dripped on the ground. The attack pierced him? The Konoha Anbu on the side exclaimed in excitement. If the enemy's time-space ninjutsu is rendered useless, then dealing with him may not be so difficult. And if they do manage to kill Madara, then that would bring a great victory to Konoha. The injured Madara did not panic, he turned his head, and while staring directly into Kakashi's eye, he asked in a gloomy tone, "Hatake Kakashi, you made a mistake. You shouldn't have deliberately avoided piercing my heart. You don't really have the courage to do it, after all." Kakashi was silent. He had the perfect opportunity to pierce Madara's heart and end his life for good. However, he couldn't bring himself to do it. He too doesn't know why he couldn't pierce that damn heart with his Raikiri. His mind subconsciously acted and pierced Madara's shoulder instead of his heart. Seeing Kakashi choosing to remain silent, Madara said in a light tone, "Unfortunately, you won't have a second chance." As he said these words, a turquoise blue chakra emerged out of Madara's body, and soon took the form of Susanoo. Even if he can't use Kamui, he can still use his Susanoo to completely crush everyone. Susanoo? Kakashi was taken aback and immediately used Flying Raijin to get away from Madara. By the time Kakashi appeared at a distance, a turquoise blue Susanoo appeared on the battlefield and protected Madara from the inside. Just as I expected. Dojin chuckled lightly, and immediately weaved the hand signs. Immediately a white centipede emerged out of the ground, quickly entangled around Madara. Madara had no time to react to the sudden appearance of the white centipede. Before he could figure out what this thing is, his world was lit, as a shrill sound reached his ears, "Katsu!" Boom! Chapter 703, The Real Dojin is Captured. Boom! With an ear-deafening sound, a violent explosion occurred inside the turquoise-blue Susanoo, causing the entire land in the immediate vicinity to tremble. The shock wave of the explosion immediately made the entire Susanoo body swell from the inside. All the onlookers were surprised to see the strange state of Susanoo. Rather than appearing to be the embodiment of strength, it appeared to be an inflated balloon. At this moment, the so-called strongest defense of Susanoo turned into a problem for Madara. Because of its strong defense, the shockwave and heat that were generated as a result of the explosion inside the Susanoo body couldn't disperse in the surroundings and triggered a chain reaction of explosion as small explosive spiders continued to come out of the sand and add fuel to the fire. Roar! The series of back-to-back explosions continued for a few seconds before coming to a stop when Susanoo let out a roar. But rather than sounding majestic and fearless, the roar sounded painful, as if an injured beast's cry. Following the roar, its outer armor faded, followed by the inner armor, then muscles and tendons until only the basic weak skeleton structure were left, and the skeleton too was filled with hundreds of cracks and was barely standing on the battlefield. Suffering destruction from within, Susanoo was severely damaged, and of course, the person standing inside the Susanoo was no different. As the smoke on the battlefield cleared, everyone regained their vision. The first thing they saw was a half-kneeling Madara with a missing leg, barely covering his half-uncovered face with one hand while supporting his body with the other hand, clothes destroyed revealing several severe burns. Overall, it can be seen that Dojin's carefully woven plan did severe damage to Madara. Make no mistake, from the very beginning, Dojin was acting as per her plan. Even the first clone that Madara captured using his Kamui was also part of her plan. According to Dojin's plan, the clone Madara captured wasn't just meant to fool him, its other purpose was to act as Dojin's trump card and restrict Madara's intangibility if he isn't fooled into retreating. And the clone did its job perfectly. Because of its presence in the Kamui dimension, Madara couldn't make himself intangible, making him vulnerable to physical attacks. Of course, Dojin expected that even if he is unable to make himself tangible, Madara can still use Susanoo to fight, and that's where Kakashi came in. She made Kakashi attack Madara knowing full well that Kakashi might not be able to kill Madara. Her intention of using was to only distract Madara, giving her ample time to place the centipede and the spirit in the right place under the desert while making sure that Madara doesn't notice them with his Sharingan. Again, Kakashi played his role perfectly. Despite not knowing that he was used by Dojin, he acted as a very good distraction and gave her the opportunity to complete the trap. With the trap ready, Dojin waited for Madara to use his Susanoo, and the moment he used it, she triggered her attack. In this shinobi world, there are very few people who truly understand the nature of Susanoo, and Dojin, thanks to often using Susanoo when using the Homusubi clone, is one of them. But even if that's the case, figuring out the weakness of an incomplete is not a that difficult task. Quite a lot of shinobi are aware that unless it's a complete body Susanoo, the ground under the user's feet can be used to target the user. And Dojin used this knowledge to her advantage. The moment Madara covered himself with only a half-body Susanoo, she directed the centipede to use Madara's distraction and wrap around his body and immediately explode and start a chain of explosions. At the same time, she directed dozens of spiders to enter the field of explosion and add more fuel to the fire, to make sure that Madara suffers terribly. However, the hardness of Madara's body still expected her expectation that even after such careful planning, she only managed to destroy his one leg and inflict some injuries to his body that have already started to heal. The biggest disappointment is that she couldn't force Madara to use his Anaji, uptodad dfrm nose/v/e/lb, I, n.c/o/m. Sigh, as expected of the man who took Naruto's Rasengan in the face, and still came out unaffected. Dojin internally slandered Madara. Cough cough, after coughing out blood, Madara stood up and while staring at Dojin he said in a hoarse tone, "Do you think that you can kill me?" Dojin shrugged. "Well, I know you are more irritating than a cockroach, but I have to try at least. If I don't even try, then how will I really know for sure?" Being called a cockroach didn't please Madara, but he resisted his anger. Instead, he quickly weaved the hand signs for Shadow Clone, and as the Shadow Clone appeared on the battlefield with a puff of white smoke, he placed his right hand on it and activated Kamui. Seeing Madara perform these actions, Dojin's expression changed. Obviously, she can see through Madara's actions. He plans to use the Shadow Clone and destroy Dojin's clone inside the Kamui dimension in order to secure his escape route and also regain his advantage of making himself intangible. Seeing his actions, Dojin had no choice but to immediately explode the clay clone inside the Kamui dimension. It was as if Madara sensed Dojin's intention in advance and immediately stopped Kamui. As a result, although a violent and earth-shaking explosion occurred in the Kamui dimension, the shinobi world wasn't affected at all, and only a few bursts of fire came out. Seeing this scene, Kakashi's expression under his mask also changed. Among all the Konoha Umbu, only he who has mastered time-space ninjutsu and also used Kamui, so only he was able to understand what just happened. Now, Madara can freely use his Kamui, again making him nearly invincible and undefeatable. Understanding this, Kakashi clutched the handles of his kunai tighter. But Madara paid no attention to him. Instead, he remained still, as if waiting for something. Just when everyone was wondering why Madara was standing still, suddenly Zetsu's body appeared out of the ground, and said, "I found him." "About damn time." Madara snorted lightly, then without giving anyone any opportunity to react, he instantly created the full-body Susanoo around him, and leaped towards a giant tree not far away. Seeing the location where Madara jumped, Dojin was taken aback and stood frozen in place. Bang! With a loud noise, he who landed beside the tree immediately started to dig into the ground using two of Susanoo's hands. In less than a second, he found out what he was looking for, and grabbed it using Susanoo's arm. After capturing it between his fists, he stood up, and said, "I figured out that the one standing over there is also a clone. The real one has been hiding here this whole time. Too bad, now you have nowhere to escape. This is the end for you." Chapter 704, Suicide Attack? Damn it! Not good. Realizing that Madara has managed to capture the real body of the Akatsuki member, the Konoha Umbu panicked and exclaimed. Standing inside the diamond cavity of Susanoo, Madara smirked as he looked at the Akatsuki member captured by his Susanoo. "At the end of the day, you are caught by me." Dojin, who was captured by Madara, violently struggled to break free. However, he couldn't even budge an inch. The power of Susanoo is too much for him to be able to do anything to it, and even breathing was starting to get difficult. Looking at the violent struggle of the caught Akatsuki member, Madara laughed and said, "Do you realize it now? This is the absolute strength gap between." The then looked towards the Konoha Umbu, and added with a solemn tone, "This gap in our strength is not something you can try to make up with your cheap tactics or cleverness. No matter how much you struggle or resist, you will only fail. There are things in this accursed reality that cannot be changed. They are far beyond our abilities, and they only bring us pain and suffering." Madara's words, like a hammer, hit the hearts of Konoha Anbu. Some of the Anbu shinobi, who aren't as strong-willed as the others, looked at Madara's majestic Susanoo and the member of Amatsukami struggling in his grip, and they couldn't help but gulp in fear. Their hearts were filled with despair. When they think that even a member of Amatsukami can't defeat Madara, then they, who are nothing compared to him in terms of strength, don't stand a chance. Clang! Fear and hopelessness filled their hearts, and finally, one of the Anbu released the grip of his sword as it fell to the ground. This was a signal. The others soon followed suit, and one by one, all of them started dropping their weapons. Some even went as far as to remove their masks and revealed their faces, signaling their surrender. Clang! Ding! Ding! Looking at the actions of her companions, the injured Akane shouted angrily, "What do you think you people are doing? Do you honestly believe that if you were to surrender, he will let you all go?" One of the desperate Anbu replied with a fearful expression, "Just a few of them are capable of destroying our village. Up until now, no matter what we have done, we haven't been able to cause them any harm at all. If it weren't for Amatsukami, we wouldn't even be alive. And now that the member of Amatsukami who came here is also captured and can't defeat him, what else can we do?" The night Konoha was flattened. None of the Konoha shinobi has forgotten it. The haze of fear of that night has always been hidden in the hearts of Konoha shinobi, and now that they are forced to face the desperate situation, they can't help but recall the horror of that night and shiver in fear. Looking at the covering faces of so many Konoha Anbu, Madara mockingly looked at Kakashi and said, "It seems that not everyone is as foolish as few." But contrary to what Madara expected, Kakashi showed no signs of fear despite the situation is so desperate. Rather, his eyes were sharper than ever, and analyzing all the means he can use to save the Amatsukami shinobi captured by Madara. Amidst all this, Dojin, who stood silently beside Kakashi and the others, suddenly made a move, and rushed the supposed main body that is captured by Madara, as if planning to rescue her. Madara glanced at the clone coming towards him, and asked, "What can a mere clone do? Do you intend to carry out a suicide attack and kill yourself?" Seeing no reply coming from the opposite side, Madara frowned. On the surface, he may appear to be extremely calm. However, he was really worried that the clone had this intention in mind, and wanted to destroy the main body in order to protect the identity and information of Amatsukami. Of course, Madara wouldn't let that happen. He finally caught a member of Amatsukami and wants to torture out all the information about Amatsukami from this one. Not wanting to take any risks, he quickly transferred the trapped member of Amatsukami into the Kamui dimension, then looked at the coming clone with a provocative expression. From his point of view, he is under the protection of Susanoo, and since he is using the full-body Susanoo at this moment, so the clone can't exploit any flaw. And Madara is confident that no matter how terrible of an explosion the clone may cause, the Susanoo won't be harmed. Assured of his victory, Madara is in a playful mood. He is quite curious about the intention of the clone. He won't deny that this Amatsukami shinobi is a battle genius, especially when it comes to tactics and exploiting the enemy's weakness. In the playful gaze of Madara and desperate gazes of Konoha Anbu, the Dojin clone started weaving hand signs as she rushed towards Madara. Which ninjutsu is he planning to use? Madara muttered with a doubtful expression. He didn't quite recognize the hand signs, so he wasn't sure. The Konoha Anbu wasn't sure either. They could only hope that the clone has some means to turn the tide of the battle. As Madara stared at the clone coming towards him, an ominous feeling arose in his heart. He is quite certain that the other party doesn't have any means to break through the defense of Susanoo, but still, something isn't right. "Here goes nothing!" Dojin muttered as she approached Madara's Susanoo, and pointed her palms towards it. At that moment, a white fluorescent beam of light was emitted from her palms and rushed towards Susanoo. As soon as he saw the fluorescent white light coming toward him, Madara's pupil shrank. Dust release? Boom! Before anyone could react, the white fluorescence light that was fired from Dojin's palm immediately picked up speed and uncontrollably rushed towards Madara's turquoise-blue Susanoo and started annihilating it. Crack! 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 In the face of the properties of dust release to break anything down to the molecular level, the Susanoo has no chance of resisting and is immediately shattered into countless pieces. Seeing his Susanoo breaking apart, Madara understood that he has made a mistake and quickly used Kamui to transfer himself to the Kamui dimension. Inside the Kamui dimension, Madara sat down and cursed, "Damn it, how could it be dust release? Isn't Sandaime Tsuchikage Inoki the only living shinobi capable of using this Kekkei Tota?" Before Madara could finish, he was interrupted by the sound of footsteps coming toward him. He raised his head upwards and saw the Amatsukami shinobi standing before him as he said, "I said this before, but you talk too much. Damn it!" Discover EU chapters at novelby.co. Only then did he remember that a while ago he had thrown the real Amatsukami member into the Kamui dimension. Since the one in the shinobi world could use dust release, it must mean that he is the original and this is the clone. And it's a clone that can explode. Boom! Chapter 705, A Bunch of Trash. As the shining white light hit the turquoise-blue Susanoo, the Susanoo immediately shattered into countless pieces and disappeared. All the Konoha Umbu, including Kakashi and the others, were also taken aback at the scene of the invincible Susanoo that is said to have the strongest defense being defeated so easily by the white light. After a while of silence, one of the Umbu gulped and muttered in shock, "Hey you guys, that jutsu, it was dust release, right?" Not everyone could answer this question because not everyone has seen the power of this Kekkei Tota. After all, dust release is not a common ninjutsu, it is very rare, and only the Sandaime Tsuchikage is said to have mastery over it. Moreover, the white fluorescent light disappeared too quickly. Its appearance was fleeting, it disappeared less than a second after it appeared, therefore, most couldn't determine what kind of ninjutsu the Amatsukami shinobi used and whether it was dust release or not. Of course, this point is applicable only to most, there are still a few who can accurately determine. The most experienced among them, Kakashi said, "It should be dust release, the characteristics of that white light match very well to dust release, and I doubt any other ninjutsu will have the ability to break down Susanoo in such a way. From Uchiha Shursui I have a general understanding of Uchiha's Susanoo, ordinary ninjutsu, and Kekkei Jinkai simply doesn't have any power to break its defense, but perhaps a Kekkei Tota that is a level above Kekkei Jinkai is different." Find up Tedevils on n/v/elbin.co/m. All the Konoha Umbu who heard Kakashi's analysis couldn't help but agree it has to be dust release. And as they agreed, they couldn't help but look at the person in awe. This member of Amatsukami is perhaps the only shinobi alive to have mastered Kekkei Tota other than the Sandaime Tsuchikage. This really makes him a powerhouse on the same level as the other members of Amatsukami. And thinking of the emergence of another powerhouse with such high strength, the Konoha Umbu couldn't help but shudder, and only hope that Amatsukami doesn't become their enemy, because if that were to happen, then let alone Konoha, the entire shinobi world will be done for. Caw! 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 At this time, Weasel, Itachi, flew toward everyone and presented a body in front of everyone. Kakashi looked at the shinobi with a whitish body and questioned, "He is?" Itachi answered, "He was inside Tobi. After I put him in a Jinjutsu, Tobi abandoned him and escaped. I wasn't able to stop Tobi." "I am sorry, Captain." Kakashi shook his head, "It's fine, capturing him is better than nothing. With him, now we can gain more intelligence on Akatsuki, and also figure out how Tobi can use Shodaime Hokage-sama's would release." Itachi nodded, "I think so too." After reaching an agreement, Kakashi looked in the direction of Dojin and muttered, "Now the only thing that's left here is..." Whoosh! With a silver flash, Kakashi appeared beside Dojin. He looked at the empty space where the majestic Susanoo stood up until now, and couldn't help but ask with a complicated expression, "Did you kill him?" Dojin shook her head, "I can't say for sure, but to be honest, I really doubt that he would die so easily." What is Madara's current condition, Dojin doesn't know, but she is not very hopeful. If he is only injured, then his injuries can definitely recover with the help of Hashirama cells and white Zetsu clones, and even if he died, that wouldn't mean the end for him, as his Izanagi would activate and change the fate of his death. Therefore, Madara won't die, but Dojin can damn well say that regardless of what his condition is right now, his mood will be extra gloomy and burning in rage, and Dojin also believes that he won't be in any state of making any move for the time being. Of course, Dojin's own condition isn't very good either after using Dust Release. Although she has figured out the right chakra ratio and learned Dust Release, it is not to the degree that she can freely use it in battle. She hasn't mastered the Dust Release for very long and requires a lot more training. Of course, Dojin doesn't plan on showing her injuries to Konoha Shinobi and calmly instructed them, all of you should retreat back now, there is no telling if he will come back. There is also a possibility that he might bring other members of the Akatsuki organization. Kakashi nodded, we do plan on retreating, but I wanted to ask one thing, a member of our team captured the man who was inside the fellow named Tobi. We want to take him back to the village. If that's alright with Amatsukami. Dojin arched her brows. Itachi captured the person who was inside Tobi all this while? In the canon, Tobi was able to display power surpassing several Kage using Yamato, but since Yamato hasn't been captured as of yet must mean that Tobi is using someone else to display this level of power. Dojin has always wondered who that person is, but she had no clue. Now that that person is captured, perhaps she can learn about it. But whether to give that person to Konoha? After thinking about it for a while, Dojin nodded, no problem, since one of your men captured him, then you can take him. If the Konoha shinobi didn't know of the existence of that guy, then Dojin might have thought of taking him, but since Konoha shinobi knows about him, so she'll allow them to take him. Besides, she can gain all the knowledge she wants from that person using other means, so she is not that eager to get her hands on that person. At this time, she has several other things on her. Hearing the response from the Amatsukami member, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. It would be really troublesome if the other party refused and wanted to take that person. Not caring about what was Kakashi thinking, Dojin took out a clay bird from her shinobi bag and threw it in the air. The clay bird, only the size of her palm, a few seconds expanded and became very large with a wingspan of several meters. Dojin pointed at the bird and said to Kakashi, I am lending you people my clay bird, use it to send the seriously injured back to your village so that they can receive immediate treatment. Yes, we'll do that. I am grateful for all your help. Kakashi seriously thanked Dojin with a bow. Dojin nodded lightly, it's all right. Then without any further ado, he jumped on the back of the other clay bird hovering in the air and quickly flew away. Seeing the member of Amatsukami flying away, Kakashi hurriedly asked, Hey, what do we call you? Dojin of Amatsukami. She replied, without looking back, and then disappeared into the sky. Dojin. Including Kakashi, all the Konoha Umbus silently recited this name as if they wanted to always remember it in their hearts. Each of them very clearly understands that if it weren't for Dojin, then all of them might have died today, therefore, all of them are extremely grateful to Dojin. Land of Waterfall. The original topography has completely changed, the green forests are no longer present, as far as the eye can see the area is covered by shattered rocks and fragments of crystals, making the entire landscape unrecognizable. Then there are pits of different sizes, deep ravines, raging fire burning the land to ashes, and thick smoke covering the sky. In short, it looked like hell. On this hellish battlefield, Danzo, while controlling his Susanoo, stood on top of a shattered mountain, crushed the Azura Path into countless pieces and threw it aside like some piece of garbage. Then he looked at Deva Path and Conan hovering in the air with mocking smile and muttered, a bunch of trash. Chapter 706, Eye of the Same Level. In the sky. Looking at the wreckage of the Azura Path, Human Path, Animal Path, Preta Path, and Naraka Path scattered on the battlefield, Conan's expression became gloomier. She never expected that even with the rumored problem in his soul, Shimura Danzo would still have such frightening strength. Danzo can freely use the 5 Kekkei Genkai that he seemed to have absorbed from 5 shinobi via the Kekkei Genkai absorption ritual, and as if this wasn't enough, not only can he use the Manjikyu Sharingan along with Susanoo, but he is also capable of using would release to an unnatural degree. The strength he has displayed against the 6 paths of pain and her makes him an outright monster. In the battle, Danzo was even capable of breaking free of planetary devastation by using his Susanoo along with would release. This is beyond normal. Conan agrees that the planetary devastation used by Devapath is far weaker compared to the one used by Nagato, but it is still not weak enough that anyone can break free of it with ease. Hiriko, who has also undergone the same ritual and absorbed multiple Kekkei Jinkai just like him, would have never been able to do it, yet Shimura Danzo did it, and from the looks of it, he was able to break free of it with very little effort. The powerful beasts summoned by Animal Path were rendered useless by the wooden vines that bound them, and the Azura Path's weapons also didn't do any damage to him because of the extremely hard crystal coating he is using to protect himself. His strength and means have far exceeded what the rumors stated and what she imagined, and she fully understands that can't possibly defeat a monster like him. Conan gritted her teeth and looked at Devapath floating beside her. Unlike Conan, Devapath still had the same indifferent expression on his face. Indeed, the strength Shimura Danzo displayed is far beyond what he expected, but it's nothing that would shock him or bring out any expression on his face. There exists only one person in the entire shinobi world who can affect him, and that person is none other than Yama. True, Shimura Danzo is strong, probably the second strongest shinobi he has faced in all his life. However, compared to Yama, Danzo's strength is nothing. After a while of silence, Devapath looked at Danzo's eyes, and noting a slightly different pattern compared to Uchiha Shinichi and Madara, he said lightly, "Your eyes, it seems that they aren't ordinary pair of Manjikyu Sharingan." Although Devapath doesn't have much knowledge when it comes to Sharingan and its successive evolutions, however, being a dojutsu user, he is able to sense some faint differences in Danzo's pair of Manjikyu Sharingan compared to Shinichi and Madara's and even Uchiha Shirsui's pair of Manjikyu Sharingan. In particular, Danzo's Susanoo, its strength is far stronger than Shinichi and Madara's Susanoo, well, in terms of raw power that is. Heck, even Devapath's concept and understanding of the strength of Susanoo was today. Hearing Devapath's words, Danzo chuckled. "It seems you realize it, however, you realize too late, and it makes no difference." Roar! As Danzo finished his words, his Susanoo let out a violent roar that shook the souls of both Devapath and Conan. Conan coughed out blood. She then wiped it away and said coldly, "Danzo, do you think you will be able to escape from the Akatsuki organization? Even if you kill me here, Nagato would hunt you down to the ends of this world. You will die." Danzo grinned. "There exist countless people who want to kill me, but here I am." Then he looked at Conan and Devapath and sighed. Hanzo was really useless. He couldn't get rid of just two brats. If he had completed his job and eliminated the two of you back then, things in the shinobi world wouldn't be as messy as they are. After a pause, his smirk widened, his expression turned frenzied, and he added with a hysterical laugh, "No matter, I will complete what Hanzo didn't. It won't be very long when I obtain them. After I do, I will kill all of you one by one." Danzo's words obviously angered Conan, but more than anger, there was confusion upon hearing his arrogant declaration. By now, Conan has figured out that all the rumors about the problem in his soul are probably false, and if she isn't mistaken, then those rumors were probably spread by Danzo. The same goes for his whereabouts. He probably leaked them out through some channel in order to lead someone. Conan is very sure of this because even when they arrived in the cave, Danzo acted as if he was expecting someone to come after him. Devapath was also somewhat curious now, and asked, "How did you get your hands on Hiriko's Chimera Jutsu? And who are you waiting for in this cave? How did I obtain the Chimera Jutsu? Why don't you try and figure it out by yourself? As for the person I was waiting for, it's just a stepping stone for me." Danzo said mysteriously, then looked at the sky and said, "Well anyway, when I obtain the eyes on the same level as your Rinnegan, I will come back to continue this skirmish, and at that time if you still haven't figured it out, then I will definitely answer your question before putting an end to your miserable lives." As he said these words, his Susanoo roared again, shaking the soul of two. Taking advantage of this moment, he dispersed his Susanoo and retreated from the battlefield. Seeing Danzo retreating, Conan tried to chase after him. But before she could go, Devapath stopped her and said, "Leave him be." "But Nagato, he..." Conan looked Devapath in the eye and tried to say something. The last words spoken by Danzo, when I obtain the eyes on the same level as your Rinnegan, made Conan quite concerned. He has declared that he will awaken a pair of dojutsu that will be on the same level as Nagato's Rinnegan, and this greatly worried her. Devapath nodded. I know you are worried, Conan, but I can't allow you to go. His strength is higher than either of us expected, so even if we do stop him, we would have no way to take out any information from him unless he reveals it himself. Conan nodded with a sigh. I understand. And added with a thoughtful expression, everything up until now points that Danzo had laid a trap for someone and was waiting here for them, and this may even relate to his claim of awakening eyes on the same level as you. Wait, Nagato, do you really think it's possible? Can he really awaken such dojutsu? Devapath nodded lightly. Yes, it's possible. Conan was taken aback by Devapath's response. Are you serious? Devapath nodded. While we were fighting Danzo, I was able to sense small bursts of visual prowess that were as strong as my Rinnegan's. I was confused and didn't think too much into it, but now everything makes sense. We have to do something, said Conan. Devapath said while looking in the direction Danzo escaped. No need to worry, I am already on my way here. He won't be able to escape. Danzo sighed. After retreating from the battlefield, Danzo started using swift release and speeded. In a few hours he had left the land of Waterfall. Top VL updates on n/o/v/lb/in.com. He may have destroyed 5 of 6 paths of pain. He is also very tired as he consumed quite a lot of his chakra and visual prowess. Danzo understands that he can't stay in the same area for very long. Akatsuki came after him, and there is certainly nothing stopping the 5 great villages to come after him. He doesn't want to engage in prolonged battles because he needs to recover chakra and physical strength to be in his top form when he encounters members of the Amatsukami organization. Whoosh! 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 But it appears that fate has something else in store because just when he doesn't want to encounter another fight, a small army consisting of hundreds of shinobi wearing the forehead protector of Kusagakure ambushed him and surrounded him from all sides. The commander of the Kusagakure army saw Danzo's state, and was clear that Danzo has had a tough battle not long ago. This information delighted him, and he loudly said to Danzo in a threatening and ordering tone of voice, Danzo, hand over the Chimera Jutsu and also the pair of Manjikyu Sharingan that you have, and I can consider letting you live. Danzo snorted coldly. He looked at the hundreds of Kusagakure shinobi with a gloomy and murderous gaze, and said in response, if you want Chimera Jutsu and my Manjikyu Sharingan from me, then it depends on whether you have the ability to take it from me, and prepared for the battle. Chapter 707, Ruthless and Cruel. The whistling sound of wind reverberated in Dojin's ears as she flew through the sky while standing on the back of the clay bird. Although she was flying at a very high altitude, her expression was still extremely vigilant, and her Byakugan was constantly active, making sure no one could sneak up on her. It was only after she had reached the shore and started flying above the sea did she breathe a sigh of relief and let go of her tense nerves. Looking at her left palm, Dojin sighed and said in a worried tone, although it will be healed, the injury is still quite serious. The rash use of dust release earlier resulted in slight damage to the meridians of her left hand. Let alone using ninjutsu, currently, she can't even properly lift her left hand. Well, that's just one thing. Another problem is that almost all the clay clones, at least the important ones, she had created has been used up, further decreasing her current combat power. Although she can use explosion release without the clay figurines, their use still makes her more versatile and more destructive and increases her overall combat effectiveness. With the help of explosive clay figurines, she can create large-scale AoE attacks, infiltrate without being easily spotted and cause sudden and effective attacks, and can easily cause chaos for an entire shinobi village without being noticed at all. Just take Deidara for example. With very little support from Sasori, Deidara was able to single-handedly invade Sunagakure and capture Gaara in the Canon. Dojin doesn't believe that this would have been possible if Deidara used explosion release in a conventional way. If Dojin wants to always maintain high combat effectiveness and versatility, then she must always have a stock of clay figurines at her disposal, and that's where the problem comes in. Compared to Deidara, who can create clay figurines on the spot, Dojin is not so good at it. Her art is not good enough. Obviously, she believes that she will improve over time and with practice, but the current her isn't very good when it comes to art. To be honest, Dojin wasn't really prepared to fight alone this time. When she received the information from Itachi about the whereabouts of Danzo, she only had one thought in mind, and that was to observe his physical, mental, and emotional state. Obviously, Dojin clone hasn't been developed completely, so she knows that she wouldn't be able to perform that good in battle, but when it comes to reconnaissance and collecting information, then that's a completely different matter. She had planned to use her clay figurines to observe Danzo's state from a far distance and only attack him if there was a chance of defeating him in just one attack. That is the main reason why she didn't change into some other clone and directly went there. What she never expected was that instead of finding Danzo, she would find Kuroto's former Umbu subordinates in distress. Even if they are no longer Kuroto's subordinates as he has left the Umbu department, Dojin couldn't just leave them be, especially Itachi. She couldn't have risked him getting caught or dying there. Although she has confidence in Itachi that he wouldn't fall so easily, she still couldn't sit still as his identity is very important, and she couldn't risk it, so she had no choice but to make her move. Well, at least this time the result was somewhat good. While she was holding Obito, Itachi managed to catch the guy inside Toby. Of course, she is also very curious about that guy's identity, but that will have to wait for now. Another thing very important is that the Akatsuki organization has also joined the hunt for Danzo. No way she wants them to get their hands on him, because not only will they be able to obtain Danzo's eternal Manjiki Sharingan, but they will also learn Amatsukami involvement in his ritual. This will make the situation very problematic for the Amatsukami, and she can't allow that to happen, so has to make a plan to hunt down Danzo. Sigh, it seems I have much to do. Other than making a plan to hunt down Danzo, I have to also treat my injury, then practice dust release and improve my art. At the same time, I have to also learn lava release to strengthen my earth element and add something more at my disposal to make sure that such a situation doesn't happen again. I don't want to be forced to use dust release easily. After all, its consumption is too much and it is too dangerous, muttered Dojin with a determined gaze. Not long after, Anchor Vantien hidden in the clouds finally appeared in her field of vision. Having safely returned to the base, Dojin immediately made her way towards her laboratory, transferring the soul inside the main body. Kuroto put the clone inside the treatment capsule, then went to his study to collect all the information he has about lava release Kekkei Jinkai, the land of waterfall. A few hours later, under the lead of Nagato, Uchiha Shinichi, Kakuzu, Hashigaki Kisame, Biwa Juzo, Kaio, Kagaya Takashi, and Shino Ikemajita arrived on the battlefield and met up with Conan and Deva Path, who stayed here to follow Danzo's route and collect information about him. Akatsuki organization's base is in the Land of Iron, so it took only a few hours to arrive at the battle. As for the reason why Nagato brought all of them with him, it's just to increase the efficiency of the hunting team. The higher the number of people, the easier it will be to find him, and then he will be able to quickly kill Danzo. As for worrying about Danzo's strength, well, true, he has grown strong, but it is still nothing in Nagato's eyes. After meeting up with Conan and Deva Path, all the Akatsuki organization followed them and arrived at the battlefield where the army of Kusagakure collided with Danzo. Because Conan has been keeping an eye on Danzo with her origami butterflies, without any problem they arrived at the location. But it appears that they are a bit late as the battlefield is already silent. Wherever their eyes could see, all they saw were corpses in various conditions. The blood from all the corpses flowed down and pooled together, forming something akin to a stream of blood, filling the air with a pungent smell. But this is still not the most terrifying scene. What shocked everyone is the sight of dozens of Kusagakure shinobi hanging with tree branches penetrating their bodies. Without a doubt, this sight is the result of the battle between over 100 Kusagakure shinobis and Shimura Danzo, and the result of the war is also very clear from all the corpses lying on the ground. Looking at the purgatory-like scene in front of them, even the members of the Akatsuki organization, who are quite used to the sight of war and cruelty, had to stop themselves from puking. After taking a few breaths, Shinichi couldn't help but mutter with a gloomy expression, "Shimura Danzo did all this? I knew he was a good guy, but I didn't expect that he would turn out to be such a scum. or maybe I should say crazy. I can feel that he was enjoying doing all this. I should have really killed him before leading Konoha. The world would have been better without him. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that their mission this time is to hunt down Danzo, Shinichi might not have come. He felt that Danzo is a scourge for Konoha, so it's best to eliminate him. However, even Shinichi didn't expect Danzo would be such a guy. The sight of these hundreds of corpses killed in the most brutal manner made even Shinichi feel nauseated. Biwa Juzo crouched down, and while checking the injury that killed one of the Kusagakure shinobi, he said with a complicated tone, "You are right about him enjoying all this. Obviously, he could have killed them simply with ease. Why waste so much chakra to kill them in the most brutal way possible?" In this shinobi world, Kirigakure shinobi have always been known for their ruthless and cruel nature, but now I feel that that's just on the surface. In truth, Konohagakure might be the most ruthless village, and Danzo is at the center of all this. At this time, Conan suddenly stood up and called out, "Nagato, this one is still alive." Nagato immediately appeared beside Conan. He put his hand on the forehead of the dying Kusagakure shinobi. Naturally, Nagato didn't care about the life of the dying Kusagakure shinobi, nor did he intend to save the other party's life. His intention was plain and simple. He was browsing through the memories of this Kusagakure shinobi. Land of Rivers. Danzo, covered in the blood of his enemies, ran through the forest at his fastest speed. His terrifying aura scared away the wild animals and kept the strangers at bay. Having slaughtered over 100 Kusagakure shinobi and thinking that he might encounter more Kusagakure shinobi if he were to go towards the Land of Grass, and more Akatsuki organization members if he were to go to the Land of Iron, he changed his course and came to the Land of Sound via the secret routes of the Land of Fire, and then went towards the Land of Hot Springs. As Danzo was traveling through the forests of the Land of Hot Springs, suddenly a figure clad in blue lightning slammed him, forcing him to stop himself. Whoosh! 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 Immediately afterward, one after another, dozens of figures wearing Kumogakure shinobi uniforms and forehead protectors flashed in the surroundings, forming a siege that stopped Danzo from escaping. Since it's a siege created by the Kumogakure shinobi, so the person clad in blue lightning is naturally the Yondaime Reikage. After forcefully stopping Danzo, I looked at the blood-covered man and questioned, "Answer me, are you Danzo or Hamu?" Chapter 708, The Loss of Reikage. Boom! Fist of the dark red Susanoo in its primary state collided with the dazzling thunder and lightning and made a deafening roar on the battlefield. What followed after the collision was the turbulent shockwave that swept the surroundings like a tornado. In the aftermath, even the sturdiest of trees could not help but break and fly away uncontrollably, so what could mere Kumogakure shinobi do in the face of such a natural disaster? They too lost their footing and scattered around. Fortunately, Killer Bee was also present on the battlefield. He was able to resist the shockwave using version 2 Tail Beast mode, and saved all the Kumogakure shinobi thrown away by the wind using the 8 tails of Gyuki. On the main battlefield, after easily resisting the attack of Yondaime Reikage, Danzo grinned menacingly, and said, "Is this the best you can do? Are you not angry enough? Should I do things that would make you angrier?" Bathing in the thunder and lightning, Reikage's brows twitched hearing Danzo's mockery. He tightened his fist in anger and cursed while glaring at Danzo, "Damn you bastard." Danzo snickered, "You know you don't stand a chance against me, then why bother? You might be able to put some resistance if you call the Jinchuriki of Hachibi and let him join the battle." Seeing I silent and not doing anything, Danzo sighed, "Or not, and you can come to me on your own. Even I am interested in seeing what you would do when I completely crush you. Maybe after killing you, I will go to Kumogakure and temporarily take over it before returning to Konoha and officially becoming Hokage." Having slaughtered over 100 Kusagakure shinobi, and defeated the 6 Paths of Pain as well as Conan of the Akatsuki organization, Danzo is no longer interested in hiding his strength or acting as if he is suffering from schizophrenia or has some kind of problem with his soul, so when faced with Reikage's question earlier about whether he is Danzo or Hamu, his answer was plain and simple, and it was the roar of his Susanoo. Today's Danzo has gained a rough understanding of how strong he is. Basically, as long as he doesn't encounter Yama, and probably Nagato too, he is invincible, and he believes that as long as his dojutsu evolves further, he will surpass both Yama and Nagato and become the strongest in this shinobi world. This feeling of having infinite power in his hands has made him drunk, addicted, and has extricated him from all binds. Now he no longer cares about his image or has fully let go of all his restraints. Even against the Kusagakure army, Danzo knows that he could have easily fooled them and run away, but he didn't. The killing intent within him wanted to slaughter all of them, as he couldn't tolerate their transgression of coming in his way or wanting to steal his dojutsu, and he did exactly as he desired. He slaughtered those hundreds of Kusagakure shinobi in the most brutal way he could think of, and it was fun. Hearing Danzo's intention of taking over Kumogakure, I growled, "Danzo, you have finally done it. A criminal like you is unworthy of leading my village. As the Reikage, I will never allow it. Here and now, I will put an end to your life." As he declared, I roared at the same time, and activated his lightning chakra mode to the utmost limit. Immediately his chakra flared up, the blacks in his eyes disappeared, muscles started vibrating at extreme speed, and his hair stood up like a hedgehog. Killer Bee, who was on the side, saw his elder brother using this mode, and he instantly knew that his brother is extremely serious about killing Danzo. Boom! The next thing that everyone heard was a deafening rumbling of thunder, as Reikage, in the ultimate state of his lightning chakra mode, punched Danzo's Susanoo. Crack! A series of cracks immediately appeared on the sturdy Susanoo under Ice Punch. That's unexpected," muttered Danzo, somewhat surprised. Zzzzzzz. But before he could do anything to retaliate, I disappeared, and at the same instant appeared behind Susanoo. Boom! Another rumble sounded. Crack! More cracks appeared on the Susanoo. As Danzo turned around, the figure of Reikage was already missing. Boom! Another rumble and more cracks. Crack! And so began the one-sided assault. The rumbling sound continued to sound on the battlefield, while I, who has raised his speed past the speed of sound, was nowhere to be seen. Only the lightning covering his body could be seen as he launched a barrage of punches and kicks on Danzo's Susanoo. Under Reikage's continuous and uninterrupted assault, the cracks on Danzo's Susanoo became more and more conspicuous, and it didn't take very long when I made his final move, lightning style, Liger Bomb, that shattered the entire Susanoo. Boom! An explosion occurred, and at the same instant the Susanoo shattered into countless pieces. Suddenly a Bijudama was fired at Danzo by Killer Bee. Boom! The Bijudama hit Danzo's body and caused a great explosion. The entire forest and the surroundings disappeared and dust clouds rose. Looking at this scene, the surrounding Kumogakure shinobi couldn't help but cheer. A success? Obviously. Who can survive a Bisama's Bijudama? Such comments were heard, but when the dust cleared, everyone saw a completely alright Danzo with no sign of injury on his body. Looking at Danzo, everyone's expression turned pale. What the hell? Some of them carefully observed him and noticed that parts of his body were shining. It was the result of sunlight being reflected, and that's when one of the Kumogakure shinobi realized he has a very dense layer of crystal on his body, and he was able to protect himself using that crystal layer. If we want to kill him, we have to find a way to pass that crystal layer. Hearing these words, some were angered, some were panicked, and some started brainstorming ideas. Looking at all of them, Danzo chuckled, "It's useless. No matter what you lot do, you don't have enough strength to hurt me, nor are any of you means going to be useful against me, for I am the very definition of a perfect shinobi. I am the most perfect shinobi in this world." As Danzo left these words, he marked everyone's position with his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, then weaved a few hand seals and lifted both of his hands. Instantly, countless tree vines swarmed out of his hands and started binding all the Kumogakure shinobis. At the same time, Danzo's eyes narrowed and another Susanoo appeared in front of everyone. Nobody had the time to react to this change, as everyone was busy dodging or fighting the tree vines pursuing them. Using this opportunity, Danzo sneaked behind I and grabbed the burly man with the hand of his Susanoo. Seeing Reikage captured, Killer Bee, who has been able to resist the tree vines so far, panicked. Brother, he sprouted all the 8 tails and prepared to fight Danzo. But Killer Bee couldn't put much of a fight as the number of tree vines attacking him increased exponentially, and within a few moments, Killer Bee was firmly imprisoned by trees, unable to even stand up as the tree vines wrapped around him continuously drained his chakra and grew tighter and tougher each second. With all the Kumogakure shinobi either dead or captured, Danzo glanced at Reikage playfully and asked, "Is there anything else you can do?" Reikage gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He struggled and tried to break free, but to no avail. Helpless, I couldn't help but think, how did Shimura Danzo become so strong? This level of strength is completely out of the concept. It's as if he has reached the level of Yama and Nagato. Since no reply came from Reikage, Danzo snorted coldly and boldly declared, "This day marks the dawn of the era of 5 great shinobi villages. I will personally put an end to the rules of all 5 great shinobi villages, and start the Age of Gods, where I will unite the entire world and rule over it as the only god after I kill Nagato and Yam." Before he could finish his words, from the corner of his eyes, Danzo saw a small paper butterfly fluttering in the air. As soon as he saw that small creature, Danzo's expression shrank. Think of the possibility that Nagato may come after him. Danzo immediately let go of Reikage and quickly disappeared from the battlefield using swift release. Chapter 709, Orochimaru's Foolishness. Cough cough. After being thrown out like some garbage by Danzo, Reikage fell heavily to the ground. He coughed heavily and took deep breaths. Although extremely tired and injured, Ice Mind wasn't slow and looked doubtfully in the direction Danzo disappeared, unable to figure out why Danzo left him alive and ran away all of a sudden. He is not certain why, but he could feel that Danzo was somewhat panicked at that moment. At the same time, when thinking of the consequences should Danzo didn't retreat immediately, I felt terrified. No doubt, Danzo would have killed him and the rest of the Kumogakure shinobi following him. After killing them, Danzo would have captured B and then taken over the Kumogakure village. He didn't know whether to feel glad or angered that the worst didn't happen. At this time, the Kumogakure shinobi who managed the calamity named Danzo gathered around I and worriedly asked, "Reikage-sama, are you alright?" I gave no answer to the concern of his subordinates. Instead, he pushed them aside since they were blocking his vision and then looked at the thing flying in the sky not far from the battlefield, and couldn't help but think, they are butterflies? It's odd for butterflies to be present at such a battlefield. Could it be that they are? Before I could complete, his thoughts were interrupted midway by the sudden indistinct rap that came from his side. "Brother, are you okay? Why are you looking in a daze? Did you hit your head in the craze? Fool, you fool!" Listening to B's voice, I sighed, and without moving his gaze, he ordered the Kumogakure shinobi gathered around him, "Take the injured. We will immediately retreat." B followed Ice Gaze and looked at the origami butterfly gradually flying away, and questioned, "What's wrong, brother?" I replied with a solemn expression, "The fact that Danzo retreated so decisively worries me. He clearly had the opportunity to kill me, yet he didn't and put more importance on escaping instead of finishing me." And added after a pause, "This can only mean one thing, someone is after him as well, and given how decisive Danzo was on escaping, we can conclude that the strength of the person pursuing him is something that even Danzo is afraid of, which means that the other person is definitely stronger than us as well. That's why we can't stay here any longer, we have to retreat as well." Killer Bee was taken aback. "Wait, brother, Danzo didn't kill us just now. Do you think he wants us to resist his pursuers and buy him some time? Why would we do that, unless—" I nodded with a gloomy face. He really couldn't think of any other reason. Based on Ice's understanding, given Danzo's strength, there are probably only 2 people in this shinobi world who have enough power and terror to make even Danzo run in panic, and those 2 are none other than Yama and Nagato. Since Amatsukami organization currently has a cooperative relationship with the 5 great shinobi villages, so it's highly unlikely for Yama to attack them, which can only mean one thing: the one pursuing Danzo is undoubtedly Nagato, and perhaps some other members of the Akatsuki organization as well. If the person is really Nagato, then they definitely can't stay here, because Nagato will not only kill all of them, but even capture B, which would be the worst situation for Kumogakure. So after realizing the seriousness of the problem, I, B, as well as the other Kumogakure shinobi quickly cleaned up the mess on the battlefield, picked up their injured companions and immediately retreated from the battlefield. On the way back to the land of lightning, Killer Bee often looked back and muttered with lingering fear, "This time we were really unlucky. Who would have thought that in addition to having Uchiha Susanoo, Danzo can also use Shodaime Hokage's would release? With those tree roots binding me, I couldn't use the power of Gyuki at all. Would release is really the nemesis of the tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. No wonder Shodaime Hokage proposed to catch all the 9-tailed beasts and distribute them to the 5 great shinobi villages during the first 5 Kage conference. He wasn't afraid of their powers at all, as he had the confidence to single-handedly deal with all 9 of them. Thinking of the terrible feeling and helplessness in the face of Danzo's jutsu, B feels terrible. He really couldn't imagine how fathomable Shodaime Hokage was at that time, who created the era of the 5 great shinobi villages. The always reckless I also took time to reflect on his actions and apologized. "B, please forgive me. It was my anger and foolishness that almost resulted in our doom." B shook his head. "Don't worry, brother." Then asked, "What should we do now?" "Get the LTest VLS.O/the/E/L/by co." I suppressed the anger and unwillingness in his heart, and said with a sullen expression, "Although I hate to admit it, Danzo has really become an existence beyond us. I don't know what does Akatsuki organization wants from Danzo, but we can't depend on them. We must hold the 5 Kage conference and discuss the matter of Danzo with the other 4 Kage and devise a plan to deal with him together." Danzo sighed. After retreating from the battle, Danzo made his way towards the coast of the land of hot springs. While traversing through the forests, he suddenly sensed something, stopped and said coldly, "Come out." Following Danzo's words, a shite snake crawled out from behind a tree and took the form of Orochimaru. Looking at the person, Danzo frowned. "Orochimaru? What do you want now?" Orochimaru looked up and down on Danzo, and while licking his lips with his long tongue, he said, "TSK TSK. Danzo, your current situation doesn't look very good. How about I help you out a little?" From Orochimaru's perspective, Danzo's clothes were tattered all over and stained with blood, and from the way the blood had soaked Danzo's clothes, Orochimaru was quite certain that this was the result of injuries, so the blood must have been Danzo's, not the enemy's. From Danzo's disordered breath and his somewhat panicked state, Orochimaru was able to confirm that Danzo is having a hard time because of being on the run for so long. Observing Danzo's state, it can also be concluded that the rumors about him are somewhat credible. Therefore, Orochimaru initially tried to play it his way and gave Danzo an olive branch. However, Danzo obviously didn't believe in Orochimaru's words, and snorted coldly, "Orochimaru, cut the act, and answer me straight. Are you also after my Sharingan?" Orochimaru chuckled, "Ha ha ha." Then he shook his head, and while licking his lips in excitement he said with greedy eyes, "No no no. Danzo, you are wrong. I don't just want the Sharingan, I want your entire body. The body you are using was specifically created by me. The likes of you aren't worthy of using such a perfect body. Isn't it obvious for me to take it back for my own use?" Looking at his serious eyes, and hearing his words, Danzo snorted, and said with a smile, "Orochimaru, do you know who I was fighting against before?" Orochimaru held his chin and said, "I personally saw you fighting against the 6 Paths of Pain and Conan of the Akatsuki organization. Then I did hear rumors about you slaughtering over 100 Kusagakure shinobi, and yeah, I am also aware of your fight against the Yondaime Raikage and Killer Bee not long ago, but what does that matter? Do you think you scare me? Although I suppose that I should be grateful to those people for consuming your chakra, physical strength, and mental strength." Danzo was surprised. "You are aware of all this, and yet you are here?" Orochimaru laughed, and immediately after reading the hand signs, he tapped on the ground, "Kuchios, Edo Tensei." Hearing these familiar words, Danzo's expression changed. He plans to use Shodaime-sama and Nidaime-sama's Edo Tensei, and quickly let out a roar. Roar! Danzo's sudden roar shook Orochimaru's soul and caused him to come to a stop midway and cough out blood, and couldn't help but think, didn't he need to use the Susanoo to use this? Using this brief window when Orochimaru was catching his breath, Danzo immediately activated his Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and used a Genjutsu on him. Orochimaru was horrified to find that he can't move at all. With Orochimaru captured, Danzo walked up to him and said, "Orochimaru, You dared to underestimate me. This was your greatest mistake. True, the two Hokage are extremely strong. However, they are of no use if they can't even come out. Orochimaru's expression was stiff. He still couldn't believe that Danzo was able to put him in a Jinjutsu with just a single glance. Noting Orochimaru's silence, Danzo patted his shoulder and said, "Speaking of which, I should be thanking you. If you hadn't tried to do anything underhanded during the ritual ceremony, I might not have gained this level of power." And added after a pause, "It's really a pity that in the end, you chose the wrong person to steal the body. If you had remained loyal to me, you would have gained a place in the future shinobi world too. Alas, it can't be helped. You chose to make yourself my enemy, so you have to be prepared of the consequences." Having said that, Danzo looked at Orochimaru with his left eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and poured chakra into his body. As Danzo poured his chakra into Orochimaru's body, suddenly a bloody mist started to circle around him and started to decay his body. Ah! Orochimaru cried in pain as his body started to decay and dissolve under the effects of the bloody mist. Orochimaru's painful cry was the most melodious song to Danzo's ears. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the act of killing Orochimaru with contentment. Within a few seconds, Orochimaru's body turned into liquid, and with that Orochimaru died. After dealing with Orochimaru, Danzo shook his head and continued traversing toward the coast of the land of Hot Spring. The reason he came all the way to the coast is to cross the sea. Having spent the last few months running, escaping, and fighting all over the shinobi world, Danzo has understood that he needs a safe foothold now, and Kirigakure in the land of water is his best option. Although Danzo wants to kill the female Homasubi and evolve his eyes, however, there are no signs of members of Amatsukami coming after him. He has encountered people from all the shinobi villages and even fought against the Akatsuki organization, but there is no news of Amatsukami or Homasubi. This makes Danzo doubtful. He doesn't know what's going on with Amatsukami and why they are not coming after him, but he has understood that he can't force Homasubi to come out using himself as bait, so he plans to use other means. And taking over Kirigakure will be one of those means. Danzo believes that taking over Kirigakure, whose military strength is not very strong at this time, won't be very difficult. He just has to use a Jinjutsu on the current Mizuki Jigura, and he will be able to control Kirigakure from the shadows. With his strength and eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, this won't be very difficult. With such a plan in his mind, Danzo jumped into the sea and ran towards the land of water. Chapter 710, Taking Over the Land of Water? Using the swift release, Danzo traversed the sea. His speed was extremely fast, and in less than half a day, he had already crossed the small islands scattered on the sea between the land of hot springs and the land of lightning, and had entered the ocean between the land of water and the mainland of the shinobi continent. Danzo is extremely confident that at this time no one is following him, whether they are shinobi from any of the shinobi villages or the butterflies sent by Canon. He made sure to throw them off when he was passing the land of hot springs, and later he also made sure to create 3 wood clones and send them in 4 different directions of the shinobi continent. Despite using so many means, Danzo still did not dare take any chances and crossed the ocean at his fastest speed without slowing down even once. He continued to use swift release regardless of the chakra consumption. Danzo's speed is so fast that if someone were to see the ocean of the land of water from a high altitude, they would be able to see something cutting through the sea in a straight line as if an invisible long sword. Of course, there is a reason why Danzo is in such a hurry. He believes that he must complete taking over Kirigakure before the news from the mainland reaches the land of water. As we all know, the land of water is isolated overseas, so the latest news and happenings on the mainland take relatively more time in comparison to other countries on the mainland to reach the doors of Kirigakure. This is why Danzo believes that Kirigakure will become his temporary shelter as he recovers and make his moves to unite the entire shinobi world. In the previous battles, although he managed to defeat 6 Paths of Pain, hundreds of Kusakure shinobi, Raikage, Killer Bee, and dozens of Kumogakure shinobi, as well as Orochimaru, Danzo is still very clear that he won't be able to do much against Nagato and Yama with his current strength. So Danzo plans to hide for a while in Kirigakure and figure out a way to lead Homasubi out of her hiding so that he can take her visual prowess in order to evolve his Taijutsu and become stronger. Additionally, Danzo also needs an intelligence network. His root subordinates are almost all dead, and none of Konoha's shinobi will help him with the intelligence considering that he is a wanted man in Konoha's bingo book. As such, he currently lacks the means of obtaining the latest intelligence of the shinobi world. Danzo believes that by taking over Kirigakure, he will also get access to their intelligence network, and Kirigakure shinobi will become his eyes and ears. Using the swift release, Danzo traversed the sea. His speed was extremely fast, and in less than half a day, he had already crossed the small islands scattered on the sea between the land of hot springs and the land of lightning, and had entered the ocean between the land of water and the mainland of the shinobi continent. Danzo is extremely confident that at this time no one is following him, whether they are shinobi from any of the shinobi villages or the butterflies sent by Canon. He made sure to throw them off when he was passing the land of hot springs, and later he also made sure to create 3 wood clones and send them in 4 different directions of the shinobi continent. Despite using so many means, Danzo still did not dare take any chances and cross the ocean at his fastest speed without slowing down even once. He continued to use swift release regardless of the chakra consumption. Danzo's speed is so fast that if someone were to see the ocean of the land of water from a high altitude, they would be able to see something cutting through the sea in a straight line as if an invisible long sword. Of course, there is a reason why Danzo is in such a hurry. He believes that he must complete taking over Kirigakure before the news from the mainland reaches the land of water. As we all know, the land of water is isolated overseas, so the latest news and happenings on the mainland take relatively more time in comparison to other countries on the mainland to reach the doors of Kirigakure. This is why Danzo believes that Kirigakure will become his temporary shelter as he recovers and make his moves to unite the entire shinobi world. In the previous battles, although he managed to defeat 6 Paths of Pain, hundreds of Kusakure shinobi, Reikage, Killer Bee, and dozens of Kumogakure shinobi, as well as Orochimaru, Danzo is still very clear that he won't be able to do much against Nagato and Yama with his current strength. So Danzo plans to hide for a while in Kirigakure and figure out a way to lead Homasubi out of her hiding so that he can take her visual prowess in order to evolve his taijutsu and become stronger. Additionally, Danzo also needs an intelligence network. His root subordinates are almost all dead, and none of Konoha's shinobi will help him with the intelligence considering that he is a wanted man in Konoha's bingo book. As such, he currently lacks the means of obtaining the latest intelligence of the shinobi world. Danzo believes that by taking over Kirigakure, he will also get access to their intelligence network, and Kirigakure shinobi will become his eyes and ears. Ads by PubFuture. As for the problem of taking over Kirigakure, Danzo isn't worried at all. He believes that it won't be hard for him. Even if Karatachi Yagura is known as one of the 2 perfect Jinchuriki, Danzo is still confident. He possesses both Eternal Manjiku Sharingan and Wood Release, and both of them are the nemesis of tailed beasts. Danzo can easily defeat Yagura with his strength and put him as well as Sanbai in a powerful Jinjutsu to control him and gain control over the entire Kirigakure from the shadows. With such thoughts in his mind, Danzo further speeded up, and after a few hours of running on the sea, he saw an archipelago in the distance. The appearance of the archipelago means that he has entered the sphere of influence of the land of water. Understanding this, Danzo slowed down and quietly crossed the islands while trying not to attract any attention from the Kirigakure shinobi present in the vicinity. Danzo knows that he can't reveal his whereabouts to the Kirigakure shinobi yet because there is no guarantee whether they are spies from other forces. Therefore, he plans to directly go to the Kirigakure and meet with their senior officials. And he already has the excuse of meeting with the senior officials of Kirigakure. Among the 5 shinobi that he absorbed during the Kekkei Genkai absorption ritual, one is a member of the Terumi clan from Kirigakure and possessed boil-release Kekkei Genkai. A few months back, Danzo spread rumors about the problems in his soul, although those rumors may no longer be credible on the mainland because of his previous fights against Pain, Kusagakure, and Reikage. They will still work in Kirigakure as it will definitely take more time for them to learn about the happenings of the mainland. Therefore, all he has to do is pretend to be that particular Kirigakure shinobi, just like he did with Reikage, and there will be a possibility of meeting the Mizukage in person. And once he meets Karatachi Yagura, then everything will go just as he planned. With such thoughts in his mind, Using the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in conjunction with swift release, Danzo slipped past the Kirigakure patrol and directly sneaked inside Kirigakure. It wasn't until he arrived in front of the Mizukage building did he deactivated his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and revealed himself to the guards of the Mizukage building. "Who the hell are you?" The sudden appearance of Danzo surprised the guards, making them vigilant. Danzo clutched his chest with a painful expression and shouted hoarsely, "It's me. Terumi Noriko, please inform Mei-sama that I have some important news to report to Mizukage-sama. Hurry up, please tell Mei-sama that I am here before it's too late. Somewhere in the land of waterfall." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With the sound of breaking through wind, several figures arrived on the battlefield where Danzo and 6 Paths of Pain fought not long ago. "Hey, if I remember correctly, this area had a mountain, right?" "Yeah, a mountain used to exist here, but what the hell happened to it? Where did it go? Was it crumbled because of earthquake, or is it because of—" "Look closely, there are several traces of battle, meaning this is the result of a battle. An incredible battle must have occurred here, and in the aftermath of the battle, this mountain ended up destroyed. Who could be responsible for such a large-scale destruction?" Looking at the unrecognizable and dilapidated scene in front of him, the shinobis wearing the forehead protector of a Wabakure looked at each other in disbelief. At this time, the captain of the team ordered, "Don't stand in a daze, check the battlefield immediately and find anything you can. I have a hunch that another big thing is about to happen in the shinobi world. We must figure out what exactly is going on and report back to the village." "Yes, Captain." All the Iwagakure shinobi responded with a nod and immediately spread all over the battlefield, carefully inspecting it. Similar scenes occurred on the other battlefields as well where Danzo fought, whether it was in the land of grass, the land of frost, or the land of hot springs. All these battlefields were being inspected by shinobi from various villages, collecting any and all information they could obtain and transmitted back to their villages at the fastest speed. And the shinobi villages weren't the only ones, even the black market also indulged in this. Within the next few days, leaders of all the villages were also made aware of the records of his various battles. The most shocking was the record of his battle against the Akatsuki organization and AB combination of Kumogakure. At the same time, as all the information they have collected was put together, a conclusion that Shimura Danzo has made his way towards the Chijiri Sea was proposed by all parties. Considering his strength, speed, and the direction he was moving in, all parties realized the seriousness of the problem and immediately sent their envoys to the land of water. Chapter 711, Suspicious Terumi Mei. Mizukage Building, Kirigakure. Drip. Drip, UW levels up tes on NOV/L/B.I.com. As Terumi Noriko followed the 2 Kirigakure Umbu, blood kept dripping from his body. After taking a few more steps, one of the Kirigakure Umbu turned back his head and noting the serious wound on his body, he said, "I think it would be best to patch you up first. At this rate, you will die before giving any information to Mizukage-sama." Noriko shook his head and said with a weak expression, "This matter is extremely important, we can't delay. I don't know how long Shimura Danzo's soul will remain dormant, and how long I can keep control over this body, so it would be best to put the treatment on hold. First I have to deliver the information." The Umbu was doubtful, but he nodded nonetheless, "All right." Not long after, the 3 people came to an underground sealed room in the basement of the Mizukage building. The 2 Kirigakure Umbu instructed Noriko, "Sit here. We have sent the message to Mei-sama. She is on her way here. If you manage to convince her, then you may have a chance of seeing Mizukage-sama." "I understand, but please just hurry." Noriko nodded and emphasized the importance of time. A few minutes later, through the one-way glass, Terumi Mei, Utakata, Ao, and the other senior leaders of Kirigakure observed Noriko silently sitting in the other room. After a while of silence, Ao questioned Mei-sama, "What do you think? Is he really Terumi Noriko?" Mei shook her head, "I don't know," and explained, "Although we are from the same clan, I can't say for sure. He was much older than me, so we barely had any interaction. And I doubt other members of my clan would have any idea, considering that he was a loner kind of guy and left Kirigakure a few years ago." Ao sighed and said, based on the rumors I have heard about Shimura Danzo, it seems to be possible. It is said that Shimura Danzo had a problem in ritual, so other souls in his body are able to take control of the body. May nodded, I know, I have also heard of the rumors, and in this way, it is indeed possible. She paused here, and added, however, I feel that something is amiss. He sneaked back into the village and said that he must meet Mizukichi-sama at all cost as he has to tell Yagura-sama something very important. He says that it is so secretive that he can't even inform me. This is strange. Ao questioned doubtfully, do you suspect that he is after Mizukichi-sama's life? Before May can reply, one of the senior officials of Kuroto snorted coldly and said, his injuries are so severe, although they have been healed temporarily by our Irionin so he won't immediately die, he is still in an extremely weak state. I don't think we have anything to worry about. The one who should be worried is him. If he has some intentions, then he will die a miserable death. After a brief silence, May asked the Irionin who treated Noriko, what is your opinion on his injury? Is it from a battle or self-made, and how serious is it? The Irionin replied, all the injuries seem to be from the battle, and the penetrating injury on his chest is the most serious. The area in his chest is seriously burned as well as if electrocuted at high voltage. May muttered with a thoughtful expression, a penetrating injury at the chest with signs of electrocution? I seem to know this guy who has a thing for penetrating others' chests with lightning wrapped on his hands. Could it be the work of that guy? If it is him, then it would make sense. Ao nodded, I think it's possible that the person who injured him this badly is Hatake Kakashi from Konoha. And added, and if Hatake Kakashi was able to injure him, then perhaps his threat isn't that great. At this time Utakata, who has remained silent up until now, pointed out, perhaps Hatake Kakashi was able to injure him using the element of surprise with his flying Raijin Jutsu. Are we sure that we can do that too? And emphasized after a pause, and do not forget that he possesses a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan. We can't ignore that at all. Hearing Utakata's reminder, all the senior officials of Kuroto became vigilant again. This guy has Manjikyu Sharingan and he insists on meeting the Mizukichi-sama. Could it be? Noriko may be injured, but as long as he possesses the Manjikyu Sharingan, he has to be dealt with carefully. At this time, a Kuroto Umbu entered the room, walked closer to May, and whispered in her ear, May-sama, Mizukichi-sama has sent a message. May nodded I see, and prompted the Umbu to continue, and what is Mizukichi-sama's decision? The Umbu replied, Mizukichi-sama has decided to meet him in person and hear what he has to say. May was taken aback, what, and couldn't help but question the Umbu, why does Mizukichi-sama want to meet him? He should be aware of the danger. This is too risky. The Umbu shook his head, I don't know. And added, this is Mizukichi-sama's order, it seems that he has something in mind. Hearing the Umbu's words, May became silent, and after taking a deep breath, she nodded, I see. And questioned, is Mizukichi-sama coming here? The Umbu shook his head, no, we have to escort him to Mizukichi-sama. May was hesitant, however, out of trust in Mizukichi-sama, she nodded, in that case be careful on the way, and if you find anything suspicious, take him to that place instead of taking him to Mizukichi-sama. I understand. The Umbu nodded and left the room. As the Umbu left, Ao and the others couldn't help but look at May in confusion and ask, are you sure this is the right thing to do, May-sama? What if something were to happen? May sighed, this is Mizukichi-sama's order, we have no choice but to follow it. Since Terumi May, the second highest authority of Kuroto, has said so, the others could only remain silent. On the other side, after getting Terumi May's approval, a team of Kuroto Umbu led Terumi Noriko out of Kuroto. On the way, Noriko asked one of the Umbu, where are we going? The captain of the squad said coldly, don't ask things you should, just follow us. Noriko's face turned cold, he immediately activated the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, put the Umbu team in a Jinjutsu before they could resist, and questioned, answer me, where are we going? The captain replied with a dull expression, to the Toto Island. Noriko frowned, Toto Island? Isn't that Kuroto's military base? And questioned, why are we going to the Toto Island? The Umbu answered, because Mizuki-sama is on the Toto Island. I see, muttered Noriko as he stopped asking any more questions and instructed the Umbu team to continue on their route. Of course, he didn't release them from the Jinjutsu. After a few hours of continuous running, the group finally arrived on Toto Island. Even from a distance, Noriko was able to sense hundreds of Kiridakure shinobi guarding Toto Island. Despite the presence of hundreds of Kiridakure shinobi on the Toto Island, Noriko wasn't panicked. Instead, he was happy because he felt that the more cautious Mizuki is, the greater will be the chances of success. Arriving uninterrupted at the back mountain of Toto Island, the leader of the security on Toto Island pointed at the dark passage going deep into the ground and said, "You will find Mizuki-sama waiting for you in the room at the end of this passage." Noriko nodded, "All right," and quickly stepped into the dark passage. Noriko didn't care if this was a trap. He has obtained all the necessary information from the captain of the Umbu team and knows that the leader of security was indeed telling the truth. In fact, even if this was a trap, Noriko wouldn't care at all. Rather, he would be happy and excited because then he will enjoy slaughtering all the Kiridakure shinobi on this island. Resisting his intent to kill, Noriko chuckled as walked deeper into the dark passage. Soon, he saw a room and a young figure doing some paperwork inside the room. Noriko immediately recognized the young figure, and looking at the young figure focused on the paperwork, Noriko smiled slyly. "Karatachi Yagura, with this, my plan to take over Kiridakure is going to be complete." Chapter 712, Trap or Trapped. Mizuki Building, Kiridakure. The shinobi, delivering the parchment to the Mizuki building, quickly arrived at Mizuki's office at the fastest speed and presented the information urgently sent by the Kiridakure shinobis lurking in the main continent. Mei opened the parchment and found it empty, but her expression did not change. She quickly took out some kind of liquid from one of the drawers of her desk and brushed it on both sides of the parchment. After that, as she put the parchment over the candle flame, text appeared on the parchment. She glanced at it briefly, and as soon as she did, her expression turned aghast, and she quickly ordered Ao, who was looking through some scrolls not too far away, "Quickly, gather up all our best men. We have to immediately rush to the Toto Islands." Ao was taken aback by Mei's sudden instruction, and asked with a doubtful expression, "What happened?" As Mei rushed towards the gate of her office, she left the parchment on Ao's table and instructed, "See for it yourself." Ao picked up the parchment with a doubtful expression, and as he read the information on the parchment, his reaction wasn't any different from Mei's. "You can't be serious. If this is all true, then..." Mei spoke in frustration, nearly defeating the 6 paths of pain, slaughtering hundreds of Kusagakure shinobi, and defeating the AB combination of Kumogakure with ease. He has become an outright monster. Our source says that in addition to the 5 Kekkei Jinkai that he absorbed through the ritual, he possesses both Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan and Shodame Hokage's would release. I am afraid his intention about urgently wanting to see Yagura-sama and telling him something extremely important information was just an act. His intentions are something else entirely. Ao nodded. "Noriko, no, it's better to call him Shimura Danzo at this point. He can't be allowed to succeed, because it would mean disaster for Kiridakure." After gathering up their men in a hurry, Mei and Ao led them to Toto Island, which is only a few hours away. Their only hope is to reach that island on time before it's too late. Underground room, Toto Island. The darkness of the underground cave did not hinder Danzo's vision. He glanced at Yagura sitting quietly on a chair as he read some documents, after confirming that the other party was indeed Yonde Mizuki from the Sanbai's chakra inside him. While Danzo was observing the Yondaime breakage, Yagura suddenly lifted his head and said while looking in the direction of the entrance, "If you are finished confirming that it is indeed me, come inside already." "All right," said Danzo as he stepped inside the room. Observing Danzo as he walked in, Yagura muttered, "It seems that currently, you are Shimura Danzo, not Terumi Noriko." Danzo smirked, and said disdainfully, "I don't know whether to laugh at your foolishness or commend you for your bravery. You should be aware of the fact that I have the Mangekyo Sharingan, yet you took the risk of meeting me alone. No wonder you became Akatsuki organization's puppet." When he came to Kiridakure, Danzo expected that getting a chance to meet Yagura alone would be very difficult, and there would be a lot of twists and turns. After all, even if Terumi Nariko used to be a Kirigakure shinobi at some point in time, he has been absorbed by Shimura Danzo, and even if there are rumors about him having problem in his soul, those are just rumors, and unless Kirigakure Senior's officials themselves confirms the truth, they won't allow him to meet the Mizukage. However, there was no difficulty, and he was able to meet the Mizukage quite easily. This entire process was so easy that for a moment Danzo even doubted whether this was all real or his hallucination. He even activated his dojutsu to verify and found no signs of deceit. On the other hand, Yagura gave no reply to Danzo's mockery. Instead, as Danzo's eyes turned scarlet with a complex pattern, he asked doubtfully, "So these are Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan?" "Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan," muttered Danzo in surprise. Danzo knew for a fact that his Mangekyo Sharingan wasn't an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan. However, he did not know that it is called Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It turns out these dojutsu are called Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but how do you know this? And what else do you know about these eyes? Answer me! Before Yagura could answer, a voice came from darkness deep inside the room. Yes, these are Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It turns out that Yagura didn't ask, "So these are Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan?" from Danzo, rather it was from this person who just revealed their existence. Seeing that the person was walking outward, Yagura got up, and while respectfully bowing, he asked, "Do you need my help?" As the person walked closer, their appearance became clear. They were wearing a black cloak with gold threading. The cloak had kanji 4 fire on the chest part and the kanji symbol of all the chakra natures on the back. The person also donned a fire pattern mask. Looking at the person who came out, Danzo was taken aback. "Homosubi? What the hell are you doing here?" This sit novel bin. C.M for updates. That's right, it's none other than Homosubi who walked out of the shadows. She ignored Danzo's question and gently instructed Yagura, "No, this battle isn't for you." Yagura nodded, "I understand." Then he quickly picked up the papers stacked on the table and disappeared with a body flicker. Seeing that Homosubi ignored him, Danzo shouted, "Don't ignore me. Answer me, what the hell are you doing here?" Homosubi smirked and asked, "Why are you so surprised? Weren't you trying to meet me for so long? You should be happy, I am finally in front of you. Although, I never expected that this would be the situation in which we will meet. Who would have thought that you, who were trying to lure me into your trap, would unknowingly walk straight to Kirigakure?" Homosubi didn't lie. She really didn't expect that Yagura would suddenly send her the message about Danzo coming to Kirigakure and wanting to see him. But since this happened, Homosubi would naturally not let go of this heaven-sent opportunity, so she instructed Yagura to lure Danzo to an isolated island so that she could safely recover the pair of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan after killing him. Hearing Homosubi's answer, and based on Yagura's respectful attitude towards her, a realization finally dawned. It turns out that Akatsuki is controlling Kirigakure from shadows, and the Mizukage has again become a puppet. However, something still bugged Danzo. "How did you people control Karatachi Yagura? I saw with these eyes that he isn't being controlled by Jinjutsu. There is no foreign chakra in his body other than that of Sanbai's, so how did you people do it?" Obviously, Danzo didn't even consider the possibility that Yagura may have willingly become loyal to Akatsuki. In his opinion, such a possibility is impossible. Homosubi shrugged, "We have our way of doing things, and since you are going to be a dead man soon enough, there is no reason for you to know about this." Danzo chuckled, "Do you think that alone you are capable of killing me?" Homosubi sighed, "I guess it would be too much to kill you alone," and added with a smirk, "But who said I am alone?" As her words fell, 2 simultaneous sounds of footsteps echoed in the cave. One from the entrance, and the other from the darkness. As the 2 people walked closer, their appearance became clear. Both of them were wearing the same Homosubi outfit. Looking at the 3 people, Danzo was stupefied. Three Homosubi? How is this possible? How could there be 3 of you? Similar to the entire shinobi world, Danzo also always thought that there were only 2 Homosubi, one the female Homosubi with golden Susanoo, and the other the male Homosubi with a blood-red Susanoo. Who would have thought there would be the third one out there? And based on the general convention of Amatsukami, those who can become Homusubi will at least have a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. In other words, there are a total of 3 Uchihas with Mangekyo Sharingan and Amatsukami. If this doesn't make Danzo feel unbelievable, then what else will? For a brief moment, Danzo even thought of the possibility that the entire Uchiha clan might have submitted to Amatsukami, and they are actively sending their Mangekyo Sharingan awakeners to the Amatsukami. As he thought more, Danzo's shock turned into ecstasy. He covered his hands and laughed out, ha 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 ha. So that's it, everything makes sense now. Now this is easy. The Uchiha clan seems to have actively betrayed Konoha and sided with an enemy organization. They must be purged for the sake of Konoha and the shinobi world that I will unite very soon. As he declared this, he removed his hand from his eyes. At the same time, a strange brilliance flashed in them as Susanoo appeared around his body. Seeing Danzo's move, Homusubi didn't bother to waste any time, and she too quickly activated her eternal Mangekyo Sharingan as golden Susanoo started to appear around her body too. As Danzo and female Homusubi manifested their Susanoo, the other 2 Homusubi also activated their Mangekyo Sharingan and manifested their Susanoo as well. Seeing Susanoo appearing in the cave one after another, Danzo laughed madly. Let's see whose Susanoo is stronger. Immediately a fierce chakra burst out of his body, followed by a beast-like roar from his Susanoo that seemed to shake everyone's soul. Chapter 713, The Battle of 4 Susanoo. Boom! 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 As the 4 majestic Susanoo appeared, the underground room they were present in shook and immediately started to collapse. Unaffected by the falling rubble, the collapsing roof, and surging smoke, the 3 Homusubi surrounded Danzo's Susanoo in a triangular formation and started to attack him. The status of all the 4 Susanoo is different. Female Homusubi's golden Susanoo is wrapped in golden flames and was wielding 4 chakra swords. The second Susanoo is dark green in color with a reddish-orange flame burning in the chest. It also has 2 drill-like swords waiting to drill through anything. The third Susanoo is light red in color, although its size is not as big as the previous 2, nonetheless. It was not to be taken lightly as it is wielding an orange shield, Yata mirror, and a gourd sword, Tatsuka sword, that are 2 legendary weapons. Overall, all the 3 Susanoo look majestic, as if the god of war. And finally, the Susanoo at the center, blood red in color with muddy texture, oni-like horns with sharp projections on the body and beast-like face. Rather than a god of war, it looked more like a demon of war. Boom! Lightning rumbled in the sky, and dense dark clouds covered Toto Island in darkness as howling winds blew. This is Shinobi World. One moment the sky is clear, the other moment it will be covered in dense clouds. Such changes are often visible when powerful people engage in battles, and the presence of 4 Susanoo is one such situation when witnessing such changes are not so strange. After all, even if not invincible, Susanoo also represents peak-level combat power, and the appearance of 4 Susanoo at the same time on the same island is not a joke. This clearly means that something incredible is about to happen. It's a pity that other than the 4 people standing on the battlefield, no one else is present on site to witness such an incredible scene, as all the Kirigakure shinobi have been evacuated by Yagura and they're already far away from Toto Island. At the same time, Yagura is covering the Toto Island in a water veil to avoid any aftershocks or chakra fluctuations from spreading outside the Toto Island, so no one can guess what is happening on the Toto Island at this time. Toto Island. Danzo murderously looked at the 3 Susanoo surrounding him from 3 sides. He not only showed no signs of fear but laughed wildly. Stupid Uchiha, you people think that you are the ones who are eliminating me, but in reality, I am the one who is eliminating you. It doesn't matter if there is 1 of you, 2 of you, or 3 of you. It doesn't even matter if there are more of you. I will eliminate each of you one by one until there is no sign of Homusubi or Uchiha on the surface of this shinobi world. Having defeated the 6 paths of pain, hundreds of Kusagakure shinobi, Kumogakure's AB combination, and Orochimaru with not much difficulty, Danzo's confidence is at its peak. He believes that other than Nagato and Yama, no one can defeat him. It doesn't matter how many they are, so obviously, he isn't even taking the 3 Homusubi seriously in front of him at all. In his eyes, he is the future god of the shinobi world. the one who will unite it and rule over it. Looking at Danzo, even Tsukihei can't help but wonder, how did his chakra become so terrifying? She could ignore Danzo's madness and murderous intent, however, she couldn't ignore the terrifying chakra that he was emitting. Whether his visual prowess or chakra levels, they have grown far too much since she last fought him at the volcano in the Land of Fire. Of course, Tsukihei is also not aware of all of Danzo's achievements, but even if that's the case, her vigilance towards him increased. And Tsukihei isn't the only one, even Shisui and Itachi are the same, although they haven't fought against Danzo before, nor are they exactly aware of all of his deeds in the Land of Fire, they were able to judge that they can't take Danzo lightly. Even if Shisui was using Senjutsu, and even if Itachi had both Yata Mirror and Totsuka Sword, neither of them dared to get arrogant and only increased their vigilance. As the situation got tenser and tenser, the dark clouds in the sky precipitated and droplets of water started to fall on the battlefield. Find new stories on NOV/EL/BEN.com. Pitar. Patar. The rain was the signal, and as soon as the water touched the ground, all four of them moved. Danzo's Susanoo had an advantage in terms of both speed and strength, and heavily smashed his fist into the ground. Boom! As Danzo's fist touched, the entire Toto island shook. Countless pieces of rocks flew over and momentarily blocked the vision of the three Susanoo. Using this short window of time to his advantage, he lifted a heavy boulder of several meters in size and threw it on Homusubi's, Itachi's, Susanoo. Although Itachi was able to protect himself from the boulder with the help of Yata Mirror, however, the momentum of the boulder still existed. As a result, his Susanoo flew out while plowing a ravine of several meters in the ground. Although the attack did not do as he intended, Danzo was still content with the same window that appeared in the defensive formation. He took advantage of this gap and jumped towards the green Susanoo. While in midair, Danzo looked at the figure of Homusubi standing inside the Susanoo and shouted loudly, "Uchiha Shisui. I wasn't wrong when I thought that you had betrayed the village. Although you might have fooled everyone with your Genjutsu, you couldn't fool me. Alas, Hiruzen didn't heed my advice and restrained me from taking away your Manjikyu Sharingan. Otherwise, I would have already dealt with one of the traitorous Uchiha." The appearance of Shisui's Susanoo is no secret in Konoha, so the moment the green Susanoo appeared before, Danzo was able to guess that the Homusubi using this Susanoo is none other than Uchiha Shisui. Even if Danzo guessed his identity, Shisui remained silent. Instead of talking nonsense with him, Shisui raised his drill sword and rushed towards the incoming Danzo. Danzo seemed to have anticipated this attack and waved the three Wolverine-like claws of his Susanoo to meet the incoming drill sword. Boom! Another violent impact shook the entire island, smashing several meters-deep craters that continued to spread all over the island. Even if the defense and attack power of Shisui's Susanoo has increased significantly courtesy of the Senjutsu chakra, however, in the face of the mighty power of Danzo's Susanoo that was ahead over Shisui's Susanoo, it lost and was blown away and razed the ground as it collapsed on the ground. Shisui, who was inside the Susanoo, is naturally not in a very good condition and coughed out blood. Shisui expected that the power of Danzo's Susanoo would be monstrous, however, when he personally felt its power, he was still shocked, and had only one thought in his mind: damn it, he is too strong. Chapter 714, Sanzunokawa. Danzo's Susanoo is a complete body Susanoo with wings and all. Moreover, the visual prowess of Danzo's Susanoo is also very high compared to Shisui, so whether it is strength or speed, everything is superior compared to other Susanoo. Although Shisui has Hashirama cells implanted in his body and he is using Senjutsu chakra in Susanoo, at the end of the day, his Dojutsu is just a Manjikyu Sharingan, is not eternal Manjikyu Sharingan unlike Danzo's, so no matter how much visual prowess he burst out, the strength of his Susanoo won't reach the same level as Danzo's. Therefore, when fighting against Danzo, Shisui is at an obvious advantage, and the same is the case with Itachi, whose case is only worse. Itachi may have Yata Mirror and Totsuka Sword, however, he has no Hashirama cells implanted in his body at this point and has no understanding of Senjutsu, so not only is his visual prowess limited, even the highest form of Susanoo he can use is limited to half-body armored Susanoo. At the same time, since Homosubi needs Danzo's Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, so Itachi also can't use his Totsuka sword to seal Danzo and deal with him at once. Boom! As Danzo pressed Itachi more and more, his figure continuously bounced back and was barely restrained with the help of Yada Mirror. Check new oval chers at inovilbin.com. Honestly speaking, Danzo was quite shocked at the defensive power of Yada Mirror. He did have some understanding of Totsuka sword from the information his men collected during Akatsuki's Konoha collapse plan. However, when it came to Yada Mirror, they know nothing, so he was really surprised that despite having only a half-body armored Susanoo, the male Homosubi is able to sustain so long and hasn't collapsed yet. At this time, with a sharp whistling sound, Takihi's Susanoo dashed towards Danzo and fiercely slashed the Danzo's Susanoo with 4 golden chakra swords burning with the golden flames of Ashimimi. Go to hell. With the inside of his Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, Danzo was able to perceive the incoming attack, and quickly raised the claws of his Susanoo to shield against the Tsukihai's swords. Boom! Damn! Tsukihai cursed under her breath. The fact that despite facing a surprise attack, Danzo was able to react in time and defend against her slashes shows that he has really adapted to the use of Susanoo, and this made her nervous. In nervousness and desperation, Homosubi screamed Ha'ia, and added power strength to the arms of her Susanoo. Crack! Shatter! Her effort proved to be useful, as the golden flames of Ashimimi burned brighter and burned through the claws of Danzo's Susanoo as the sword cut through his chest. Boom! Another thunderous impact resounded on the island. Bastard! Danzo cursed in anger, his expression turned ruthless as he grabbed 2 arms of Tsukihai's Susanoo, and like a violent beast, he chomped on her Susanoo's neck area with the sharp fangs of his Susanoo. In Danzo's opinion, perhaps only Homosubi stood a chance here to fight on even terms with him because she too, for some reason, possessed the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan just like him. Initially, he had planned to finish Shursui and the male Homosubi in quick shots. However, it doesn't seem to be so easy considering that the male Homosubi possesses some strange shield in his Susanoo that interrupted his rhythm and he had no choice but to shift his attention to female Homosubi. 2 complete body Susanoo, one flaming golden and the other blood red, scuffled together, shaking the entire Toto island, causing the cracks to spread deep into the ground. The vibrations traveled to the oceans and caused giant waves to surge and bring tsunami to Toto Island, further destroying the island. As Tsukihai and Danzo fought, Itachi and Shursui took this chance to take deep breaths and then rejoin the battle. But unlike last time, this time they acted as the support for Tsukihai as she led the offensive. With Tsukihai in the front, Itachi and Shursui also had the chance to play and the 3 soon formed tacit cooperation. A single Susanoo can cause so much damage to the surroundings. Just imagine how much damage the Toto Island must have sustained by now considering that 4 Susanoo are continuously fighting, no matter whether they are buildings, trees, mountains, or the ravines. All of them have been wiped out and only a barren land remained by now. Even the island was slowly reaching the state of collapse with each passing second. As the battle progressed, all the 4 Susanoo started to lose their power and regress to previous states, dull and damaged. The Susanoo most damaged was undoubtedly Danzo's. It had lost all the limbs and was close to shattering completely. Even in such adversity, contrary to being panicked, Danzo showed a crazy expression and shouted, "Do you think this is the end? I am going to show you all the true power of the Manjikyu Sharingan." With his roar, a strange brilliance appeared on Danzo's right eye as it rotated and released a strange chakra, Sanzunokawa. Danzo finally used one of his Manjikyu Sharingan-specific dojutsu, Sanzunokawa. Instantly, bloody red liquid started to emerge from the surroundings. The bloody liquid took the form of a bloody river and rushed towards the 3 Homosubi. Tsukihai, who was at the front, immediately realized that they can't face this attack head-on, and quickly tried to retreat from the path of the river. However, even if she moved away from the path, the entire left arm of her Susanoo was still touched by Sanzunokawa. As soon as that happened, the entire arm decayed rapidly and disappeared. The hell? Taken aback, Tsukihei hurriedly warned Shisui and Itachi, "Both of you, be careful, is this bloody river so much as touch us, we will decay." Both Shisui and Itachi are sharp-minded individuals. Even if Tsukihei didn't warn them, they were able to sense the danger the moment they witnessed the arm of her Susanoo decay. Although shocked at such a power, they didn't waste any time and quickly retreated backward. Seeing the three retreating in panic and fear, Danzo laughed out loudly. "Ha ha ha." He controlled the bloody river to surround himself and shouted, "Do you see that? Mido Justice Anzunokawa is capable of decaying anything it touches. This is not just a name, this is the real river of crossing from the Yomi. No one can escape from it." Amidst unbridled laughter, Danzo controlled the river to launch a non-stop offensive. As the blood-red water approached them, a solemn expression appeared on the faces of three Homusubi. After taking a deep breath, Tsukihei looked at Shisui and Itachi, then started to wave hand signs and spewed out golden flames at the incoming bloody river. The golden flame did momentarily stop the river as golden flames tried to burn the chakra of the bloody river and bloody river tried to decay the chakra of golden flames. Danzo was surprised that the female Homusubi was able to fight against Sanzonokawa and further increase the visual prowess input. Immediately, the bloody river started to overpower the golden flames. Itachi noted that Tsukihei was falling in an advantage, so after taking a deep breath, he quickly gathered chakra in his right Manjikyu Sharingan and burst it out, Amaterasu. At the same time, Shisui weaved hand signs and spewed out flames, sage art, fire style, dragon flame jutsu. The fire-carrying sage chakra burned white as they rushed towards the bloody river. The white and black flames combined with the golden flames and together fought against the blood-red river of death. Chapter 715, Takemanakata. Boom! As the fire of life, golden flames of Ashimimi, eternal black flames of Amaterasu, and the white flames of Senjutsu collided with the red river of death, a loud explosion occurred and cracks appeared on the ground because of the heavy pressure. At the same time, the surroundings were instantly engulfed in heavy mist. Taking a momentary breather, Danzo took a deep breath and again launched a flurry of attacks using all his Kekkei Jinkai. The three Homusubi were not to be outdone and they dealt with all of Danzo's attacks. The fierce confrontation on the island continued. The island was reaching the brink of collapse with every collision. However, neither Tsukihei nor Danzo backed down. In their opinion, only one of the two of them will walk out of this battle alive, and the other one will die. Even if the island collapses, they aren't going to stop. Crack crack. Crack crack. Whoosh! With a sharp whistling sound, Homusubi rushed towards Danzo while carrying a sword covered with golden flames in both of her hands and slashed at him using the two-sword style. "Your eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is going to be mine," Danzo shouted, and with a ferocious expression. Even if he was aware of the threat of the golden flames, his desire to take away Homusubi's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is too great that he dared to meet her attack head-on. Of course, Danzo didn't forget to defend himself. He used the crystal release Kekkei Jinkai to cover his body in a very thin but sturdy crystal armor and defended against Homusubi's attack. He knew that even with this defense he wouldn't go unscathed in the face of his desire. He relented. Clang! A shrill sound echoed in the surroundings as Danzo used his forearms to defend against the Homusubi's swords. But that wasn't the end of Homusubi's attack. Even if Danzo had managed to defend against her swords using crystal armor, the golden flames of Ashihime were still waiting. As golden flames started to wrap his body, the crystal armor on his body started to melt and stick to his body. Danzo was agonizing in pain, but he gritted his teeth and looked at Homusubi coldly. A ruthless expression appeared in Danzo's eyes as instead of distancing himself from Homusubi and trying to put down the flames, he took a step forward and started to absorb those flames inside his body using dark release. As he declared, "No one can stop me now." TCH, he is using dark release to not only absorb the golden flames of Ashihime but also my chakra. Homusubi clicked her tongue in annoyance as she felt her chakra reserves depleting rapidly and Danzo's chakra reserves growing rapidly. While she tried to distance herself from Danzo, suddenly, her Homusubi mask, which was already quite damaged, fell off, and revealed the face hidden underneath to Danzo. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar face before him, Danzo was taken aback, and exclaimed, "So it's you." I wasn't entirely wrong when I suspected the truth of your death, and added, you are younger than I expected. In fact, Danzo has long since felt that the female Homosubi is quite young. Based on the depth of knowledge that she has displayed so far, Danzo assumed her to be in her mid-30s or perhaps 40s. However, now that he is seeing her appearance, he is surprised that she is a young girl in her late teenage. Seeing Danzo's reaction, Homosubi asked with a giggle, you think? And then added, are you surprised? Danzo shook his head, well, not entirely, but for a girl so young, you sure do possess unusual strength. Uchiha Tsukihai. Tsukihai smirked, is that what you think? And brought the very same golden flames into the palm of her hand and said, well, I suppose it doesn't really matter what you think about me at this stage, I am going to kill you either way. Despite the number of burns that were continuously increasing in his body, Danzo resisted the pain and speeded up the absorption speed of golden flames, and within a few seconds all the flames disappeared from the battlefield. After that, Danzo took another step forward as he declared, I have the same thought, even if I am surprised, it's irrelevant at this stage as you are going to die soon, and your visual prowess will become mine. The next moment, a burst of chakra gathered in Danzo's left eyes, Tegmanakata. As soon as the dojutsu was used, Tsukihai suddenly felt a sense of loss, the visual prowess of my eyes. Her vision started to go blurry and she couldn't see anything. Heck, Tsukihai even felt the visual prowess of her eternal Manjikyu Sharingan disappearing rapidly, causing her to panic. On the other hand, Danzo laughed wildly, ha ha ha, what's the matter, Uchiha girl, what happened? Did you suddenly start to lose visual prowess? Hee hee. This is the result of my unique dojutsu Tegmanakata. With this, I can absorb anything I want from my enemies. And now that I am absorbing your visual prowess will become mine. Damn! I didn't expect that Danzo would still have such an ace up his sleeve. To think one of the two dojutsu that Danzo awakened in his Manjikyu Sharingan allows him to absorb chakra and visual prowess from others, this is simply beyond Tsukihai's expectations. The only good thing at this moment is that when Danzo used Tegmanakata, Sanzunokawa had disappeared, meaning he doesn't seem to be able to use both his dojutsu at the same time. As the Red River of Death disappeared, both Shisui and Itachi, who were still fighting against it, were immediately freed and immediately rushed towards Danzo and tried to save her from Danzo. Tsukihai-san. Tsukihai. Seeing Shisui and the other Homosubi coming toward him, Danzo crackled his mouth. No one can stop me from becoming the god of this shinobi world, and let out a peal of unbridled laughter as countless trees swarmed out of the ground and entangled around Shisui and Itachi, restricting their movements. Damn, not only Susanoo but even would release is so strong. Shisui was taken aback. Having implanted the Hashirama cells in his body, he obviously understands would release to some extent, and that's why he can easily say that the scale of would release that Danzo has displayed is beyond his imagination. Itachi, on the other hand, didn't have too much time on his hand to think about all these issues. He simply used Amaterasu to burn down the trees. At the same time, he tried to make an opportunity to seal Danzo inside the Totsuka sword in order to save Tsukihai. He knows that Tsukihai wants to kill Danzo instead of sealing him, but he can't take care of all that at this moment. He can see that Tsukihai's life is in danger, and Shisui is not able to do anything about it because most of his attention is focused on dealing with the trees and roots attacking them, so Itachi must do what he can to save Tsukihai's life, even if that is going against her order of not sealing Danzo. Danzo seemed to have perceived the male Homosubi's intention as he lifted his free hand in his direction and waved it. Immediately, countless wooden vines appeared out of the ground and rushed toward him. This time, the number was 100 times the number Itachi was dealing with, so he was immediately overwhelmed. White Shisui and Itachi were held off by the countless tree vines. Homosubi wasn't better off as Danzo held her by the neck and continued to absorb her visual prowess and chakra, and shouted, "It's mine, it's all mine. I will be the true god of shinobi world." Despite being strangled by the neck and her chakra as well as visual prowess being constantly drained out of her, Tsukihai wasn't panicked. She showed a fascinating smile and said, "So it seems that my guess is correct. You really can't use anything except would release while in this state, huh?" Tsukihai's words stunned Danzo. Chapter 716. How could it be you? So it seems that my guess is correct. You really can't use anything except would release while in this state, huh? Hearing Tsukihai's words, a trace of doubt appeared on Danzo's scorched face. He has been in a state of high tension for a few months now, so his intuition has become sharper and sharper in the last couple of months. This is the only reason he has been able to escape life and death crises several times, and listening to Tsukihai's words just now, Danzo suddenly felt very uneasy. A sense of panic, for a completely unknown reason, suddenly surged in his heart. Facing the intuitive warning, Danzo decided not to ignore it and carefully examined the battlefield, trying to find any piece of the puzzle that he might have missed or ignored. But that's where the problem came. The more he looked, the more doubtful he became because he couldn't find anything that would pose a threat to him. In fact, other than him and Tsukihai, only Shisui and the male Homusubi are present on the battlefield. Both Shisui and the male Homusubi seem to be running out of their chakra and are occupied trying to protect themselves from hundreds of tree vines constantly attacking them, so obviously, they aren't in any condition to harm in any way. And Tsukihai, who might have posed a threat to him, is currently strangled by him as all her chakra and visual prowess are being absorbed by him. She has no power to resist or break out from his grip, let alone threaten him. So, where is this sense of unease coming from? Everything on the battlefield is under his control. There is no possibility of anyone present on the island being able to threaten him, so Danzo also can't figure out the reason for unease. Danzo couldn't find the reason no matter how he looked, and this made him more and more anxious, and his heart became heavier and heavier. Unable to find anything, Danzo shifted his gaze back to Tsukihai and shouted hysterically, "Why aren't you afraid? Answer me. I am draining all the chakra and visual prowess out of you, yet why are you not afraid? Do you think some miracle will happen? Why don't you just accept your damn fate of being my stepping stone? Fa.T.E is sum.thin.G, th at I, never, accept, muttered Tsukihai without giving any regard to the loss of chakra and visual prowess, and asked in return, wh.at, ab.out, y.ou. W.hi, don't, yo.u, accept, yo.u our fate? Danzo scowled, and roared hideously, my fate is to become the Hokage, unite the shinobi world and rule over it. This is my fate. Your fate is to be my stepping stone. Even the leaders of the Akatsuki organization weren't able to kill me, because it's my fate to evolve and become stronger. I am the true god of this shinobi world, only I am the one who will surpass the Shodame Hokage-sama and become the true god. Not only do I have powers of both Shodame Hokage-sama and Uchiha Madara, but I also have 5 other Kekkei Jinkai, and once I finish absorbing all the chakra and visual prowess from you, I will become invincible. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Danzo's claim about his fate, Tsukihai couldn't help but laugh out loud and said, it's funny. Ha ha ha. Too funny. Ha ha ha. You really think your fate is to become the Hokage and unite the shinobi world? Ha ha ha. I am sorry, I can't control my laughter. Danzo's face got darker and darker as Tsukihai laughed. Tsukihai didn't care about Danzo's anger, and continued, do you think you are the protagonist of some story? She took a pause and said in a deep tone, I'll tell you what your fate is. Your fate is to die an abandoned dog's death, without anyone even feeling sadness over it. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even be here talking all this shit. Why do you think you have been alive this long? Because you were useful to us. If not for that, we would have disposed off long ago, and nobody would have cared. Tsukihai's words confused Danzo. At the same time, the sense of unease he was feeling increased. Having confirmed that Danzo can't use any other Sharingan ability while he is absorbing the visual prowess of her eternal Manjiki Sharingan, Tsukihai whispered lightly, let me tell you a secret, old man. Those who think that they have become the god of this shinobi world before truly becoming the supreme power and all-knowing are the ones who fall first. Nagato will always lose because he thinks he is already a god, and I will always win because I know that I am still not a god. Leading these words, Homusubi's head inclined forward and she lost consciousness. You? Danzo was stunned, he couldn't understand what Tsukihai was saying. But before he could ask anything, he felt that something disappeared from Tsukihai's body, but because he was engaged in absorbing visual prowess from her eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, he couldn't perceive what it was that disappeared from her body. And this further elevated his uneasiness. All his goosebumps stood up in fear and panic, and his internal senses were screaming at him to give up on absorbing Tsukihai's visual prowess and run away. Rumble! Suddenly, lightning rumbled in the clouds, and the downpour became heavier. The sudden rumbling of lightning brought Danzo out of his stupor, and he shouted at the unconscious Tsukihai, "Uchiha Tsukihai, although I don't understand what you meant, mark my words, no one will be able to stop me today, not even the end of the world." Danzo ignored the warning that his senses were giving him and continued to greedily absorb visual prowess from Tsukihai's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, and as more and more visual prowess integrated into his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, the pattern of his dojutsu began to change. The red and blacks of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan started to fade, and lilac color with a ripple-like pattern started to emerge. They've started to change, the evolution is not far away. Feeling the changes in his dojutsu, Danzo became ecstatic. Danzo could feel unfathomable power starting to emerge from within, and this made him extremely excited, so much so that he had completely forgotten about the danger and uneasiness he was feeling until a few moments ago. Just as Danzo felt that he is reaching closer and closer to evolution, he suddenly sensed an indescribably powerful chakra, and this chakra was approaching the battlefield at an extremely fast speed. The speed is so fast that not even Danzo can achieve, even when relying on swift release. Sensing this chakra approach him, it felt as if his doom is approaching, and Danzo's heart started to thump violently. For a moment Danzo even felt as if his natural enemy is coming, and his body couldn't help but instinctively cower in fear. Whoosh! Accompanied by an ear-piercing scream of wind, a cyan blue figure crossed the sky and rushed towards the sinking Toto Island. Danzo noticed the figure approaching, and his eyes widened in shock and panic, but before he could move, the figure still far away had already appeared behind him. Puff! As Danzo spurted out blood and turned around his head, he was shocked to find the person he had never expected standing behind him. Seeing him, Danzo's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Hyuga. Hyuga Kuroto? Without a doubt, it was Kuroto in his main body who stood behind Danzo, and because he wasn't wearing the Akatsuki uniform and no mask, so Danzo was able to immediately recognize him. After confirming that Danzo is unable to use any of the abilities of the Sharingan, Kuroto decisively pulled out his soul from the Tsukihai clone and transferred it to the main body that was present on the Anchor Vantien that is floating not too far away from the Toto Island. Full 0W current novels on N/O/V/3L/B in Co/M. Because he needed to rush here before Danzo completes the process of absorbing the visual prowess, so Kuroto didn't bother to wear Akatsuki's uniform and came here in his usual clothes. Obviously, Danzo couldn't accept that the person who appeared is Kuroto. He stared at the cyan chakra cloak wrapped around Kuroto's body. He stared at Kuroto's Tenseigan in disbelief and asked, "How could it be you? A mere member of the Hyuga branch division. How can you be the leader of Akatsuki?" Chapter 171. Danzo asked in disbelief, "How can you be the leader of Akatsuki?" Kuroto questioned curiously, "Why can't it be me?" Danzo asked, "The overall strength of Akatsuki organization far surpasses even that of the Akatsuki organization. As for the identity of the leader Yama, I have been investigating for years now, but I haven't been able to get any clue. So, how could it be you? You were right under my nose all along." Looking at the stupefied Danzo, Kuroto chuckled lightly. "To be honest, it's all your credit. The reason I became the leader of Akatsuki, and even created Akatsuki, it's all because of you. You wanted to destroy the Uchiha clan, but I didn't want that to happen. At the same time, I didn't want to attract any attention to myself, so I secretly created Akatsuki. If not for you, perhaps Akatsuki wouldn't even exist. And ever since the conflict with the Akatsuki organization increased, Akatsuki is protecting Konoha." Hearing Kuroto's words, Danzo became speechless. You. He thought of all the things Akatsuki has done in the past, and he was surprised to find that he couldn't deny that the actions of Akatsuki indeed protected Uchiha clan from being exterminated. At the same time, Amatsukami is also protecting Konoha from the threat of the Akatsuki organization. Thinking of all this, Danzo became more and more speechless. He still can't believe that the person behind all of this is a boy from the Hyuga branch. This is too absurd for him to believe. Heh, you are having a really hard time accepting this fact. Now think about the Akatsuki organization, the founder of the Akatsuki organization. Yahiko, who died because of your plotting, was Jiraiya-sama's disciple. Even the current leader Nagato is Jiraiya-sama's disciple and a member of the Uzumaki clan, so not only the leader of Amatsukami, but even the leader of the Akatsuki organization are both related to Konoha in one way or another, said Kuroto. In fact, not just Yahiko and Nagato, but even Obito, the leader of Akatsuki on the dark side, is also from Konoha. And even the mastermind responsible for bringing Nagato and Obito to this path, Uchiha Madara, is also from Konoha. So, it's not wrong to say that the core of Akatsuki organization is from Konoha. As for Amatsukami, there is really no need to talk about them. In conclusion, it won't be wrong to say that both Amatsukami and Akatsuki that are coercing the shinobi world are all people of Konoha fighting among themselves. Hearing Kuroto's words, Danzo's expression became sluggish. What Kuroto just said completely subverted his knowledge of the two organizations and of Konoha village. But soon, Danzo took a deep breath and ignored everything, and focused on the matter of evolution of his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Whether truly are the leader of Amatsukami or not, none of that matters now. The moment my eyes evolve, even if it is you, I will crush you. Heh, is that what you think? Kuroto smirked and glanced at the short black blade that was piercing Danzo's body. Such a small injury isn't worth mentioning. I have Shodame Hokage-sama's cell. Just halfway through his words, Danzo couldn't help but again vomit out blood. At the same time, he was surprised to find that the place where he was stabbed by Kuroto had become completely numb, and this numbness is constantly spreading. Swish! Seeing Danzo a little panicked, Kuroto suddenly pulled out the short black blade, and while playing with it in his hand, he explained, "This is no ordinary blade. In fact, it's not even a blade. It's known as Truth-Seeking Orb. It's actually the fusion of all 7 chakra natures. Unless you have 6th-path chakra or Senjutsu chakra, then let alone fight, you can't even survive. Once you touch this thing, your body will disintegrate, no matter how strong your recovery is. So you see." Truth-Seeking Orb? Danzo muttered in confusion and fear as he listened to Kuroto's explanation. He has gone through Kekkei Genkai absorption ritual, so he can somewhat understand the implication of the fusion of 7 chakra natures. While Danzo's face turned pale, Kuroto continued, "When you chose to absorb her visual prowess instead of running away, you missed your chance to escape. Now, death is the only thing you will get. There is no way to escape that." "No! I won't accept this. How can I die like this?" Danzo shouted, and used his free hand to attack Kuroto. Boom! Instantly, countless tree vines rose from the ground and swarmed Kuroto. However, they weren't able to do any damage as Kuroto just molded the truth-seeking orb in his hand into a sharp rotating double-edged knife and cut down all the vines. No matter how many tree vines kept coming, they couldn't get close to his body and kept turning into ash. Danzo was taken aback. How is this possible? My wood release is as strong as Shodame Hokage-sama. It is of no effect? Hearing Danzo's words, Kuroto was speechless. Either you are a complete idiot, or a completely ignorant, or maybe too arrogant. You haven't even touched the threshold of Senjutsu and you dare to compare your wood release to Shodame Hokage-sama. Of course, even if it was Shodame Hokage-sama's wood release, it wouldn't have been that much trouble for Kuroto. But Kuroto was too lazy to bother to deal with Danzo anymore, and just with a wave of his hand, he released a strong push force from his hand and destroyed all the trees at once. All test and OVL on novelben/cm. As Kuroto used Shinra Tensei, his eyes glowed for a moment and attracted Danzo's attention. Seeing those eyes, Danzo was taken aback and exclaimed, "Your eyes, they are not Byakugan. Whose eyes did you transplant?" Kuroto replied in a flat tone as he stepped forward, "Why would I transplant someone else's eyes? These are my own." Danzo shook his head and took a step back. "No, It's impossible. You are a Hyuga, how can you have any dojutsu other than Byakugan? You must have stolen someone else's eyes. Answer me. Whose eyes did you steal? Kuroto snorted. Just because you like to steal others' dojutsu, you think others are the same? Then answered, the Uchiha Sharingan can evolve into Manjikyu Sharingan, Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, and the Rinnegan. Why can't Hyuga's Byakugan evolve? Evolution of Byakugan? Danzo's eyes widened in shock. Is that really possible? These Tenseigan of mine are the proof that Byakugan can evolve. Chapter 7:18, Evolution or Death? Tenseigan? Staring at Kuroto's dojutsu that seemed to twinkle like stars, Danzo was fascinated and couldn't even look anywhere else and seemed to be drawn in by the beauty and power that those eyes seemed to contain. If it was until a few days ago, Danzo would have never believed that Hyuga's Byakugan would have such a beautiful and powerful evolution. This is the main reason why Danzo always only focused his attention on the Uchiha clan, not on the Hyuga clan. Although Danzo had always hated the Uchiha clan, he has never been able to deny that their Kekkei Genkai Sharingan is the most wonderful Kekkei Genkai. Not only does Sharingan provide a lot of bonuses to their users, but Sharingan also has several evolutionary stages, and the best part is that Sharingan can also be used to cast as an Aji. In the face of all the abilities that come with Sharingan, the Byakugan naturally pales. So even though both Sharingan and Byakugan are part of the three great dojutsu just like the Rinnegan, Danzo has never given the same value to the Byakugan. But now that he is seeing Kuroto's dojutsu, Danzo feels like an idiot for judging that Byakugan can't evolve, and come to think of it, the evolution of Byakugan seems much stronger than the evolution of Sharingan. After all, Manjikyu Sharingan doesn't seem to be as powerful as the Tenseigan. Although he feels that if his Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan evolves again, he will gain a dojutsu as powerful or more powerful than Kuroto's Tenseigan, but that's not the point. The point is, no wonder both Sharingan and Byakugan are part of the three great dojutsu. Or maybe it should be said that not Sharingan and Byakugan, but their evolutions are. And while Danzo was lost in thought, Shisui and Itachi were able to use this opportunity to break through the obstruction of wooden vines and rush toward the center of the battlefield. Whoosh! Whoosh! Kuroto-san. Seeing Kuroto present on the battlefield in person, both Shisui and Itachi breathed a sigh of relief. Like every other shinobi in this world, the image of Kuroto aka Yama being the strongest has been etched in their hearts, so they are much more relieved about the outcome of the battle knowing that Kuroto is around. Seeing Shisui and Itachi arrive, Kuroto looked at them and nodded lightly. Danzo also turned his gaze at the two of them and roared, Uchiha Shisui. And Uchiha Itachi too. You too, how dare you too? All this while the two of you have been making a fool of me and everyone. For the identity of Shisui, Danzo had already recognized that the moment he laid his eyes upon Shisui's Susanoo. As for Itachi, because of all the fighting and destruction of countless tree vines, at some point Itachi's mask broke, revealing his face. Of course, Itachi did have the option of covering his face with another temporary mask. However, seeing that even Kuroto was present in person while not wearing the mask, so Itachi didn't bother allowing Danzo to recognize him. And as Danzo realized that both Yama and male Homasubi were lurking right under his nose strutting back and forth in the village, Danzo became more and more enraged. Shisui and Itachi ignored Danzo's words and worriedly looked at the unconscious Tsukihei who was still held by Danzo. Worried, Itachi called out to Tsukihei, Tsukihei-san, are you alright? Seeing Itachi's worried expression, Danzo smirked coldly and lifted Tsukihei higher into the sky, as he said menacingly while tightening his grip, what do you think? Because there is no soul present inside Tsukihei's body, so it very much looked close to death. Danzo's action angered Itachi, his face became gloomy and he looked at Danzo murderously as if he would kill him instantly if something happened to Tsukihei. Although not as much as Itachi, Shisui was also very angry. At the same time, he also felt extremely guilty for such a state of Tsukihei and apologized to Kuroto, Kuroto-san. I am sorry, we underestimated Danzo's strength. He turned out to be much stronger than we had expected. Now it seems only you can stop him. Kuroto shook his head and said lightly, "Don't worry about. The moment I arrived here, the matter was already solved, so the two of you don't have to worry anymore." Shursui was taken aback. "Already?" Kuroto nodded. He has no chance of surviving." Shursui breathed a sigh of relief. "Really, Kuroto-san?" Kuroto didn't lie. The moment he came here, he knew that his chances of winning were 100%, even if any surprises come, the chances will only be reduced by 10%, and Danzo will still die. How can Kuroto be so sure? To answer that question, let's first talk about something else. Actually, killing Danzo is a bit of a headache. This is not because Kuroto can't defeat Danzo, it's because once Kuroto defeats him, he will use Izanagi to change his fate. Given Danzo's character, he would use Izanagi without a doubt, since Danzo doesn't have any Sharingan other than the pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, so using Izanagi would mean permanent blindness of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. But Kuroto doesn't want that. He has no idea of how to restore the vision and power of those eyes, so can't allow Danzo to use Izanagi. Precisely because of this concern, Kuroto didn't directly fight Danzo using his main body, because he knows that he will be able to easily defeat Danzo, which will result in Danzo wasting the visual prowess of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. So, he fought against Danzo using Tsukihai clone. His intention was to use Tsukihai's visual prowess to affect Danzo's visual prowess, although the plan didn't work out that way and Danzo was able to start absorbing her own visual prowess. However, she quickly noticed that while Danzo is absorbing visual prowess, he cannot use any other Sharingan abilities, including Izanagi, and while he is absorbing visual prowess, he can't stop in between, otherwise all the effort will become waste. This means no use of Izanagi if he wants to evolve his Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. After Kuroto figured out the problem on Danzo's end, he immediately ejected his soul out of Tsukihai's body and came to the battlefield in person. And now it's time to put an end to Danzo's life. Looking at Kuroto taking steps forward, Danzo panicked. He took a step back and pointed his hand at Tsukihai's pretty face as he roared, "Take a step forward and I will immediately kill her. You should be able to see that she is still alive, only unconscious. If you move a single step, I will kill her." Kuroto smirked, and said as he continued walking towards Danzo, "Whether you kill her or not, you aren't escaping today. EUW levels up TES on NOV/L/B/I.com. Kuroto knows that Danzo is only bluffing. He wouldn't dare do that, as killing Homasubi would also mean forever giving up the opportunity to evolve his Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. So, rather than being a hostage, Tsukihai is more like a shackle on Danzo, restricting him from using Izanagi. Seeing Kuroto unmoved by his warning, Danzo mistakenly thought that Kuroto is also a ruthless person and doesn't care about the safety of his subordinates. After all, he is such a person, so he no longer bothered to threaten him with Tsukihai's life and decided to use ninjutsu. One after another, Danzo used all the Kekkei Genkai and Jutsu from all the 7 chakra natures that he knows, but all proved fruitless as Kuroto simply absorbed the ones he could and dodged the ones he couldn't. Looking at Kuroto getting closer and closer to him, and feeling his eyes getting closer and closer to evolution, Danzo's mind started to get crazy in fear and excitement. No, stay away, almost, just a few more steps. The only thing Danzo didn't understand is that the closer he is approaching gaining evolved eyes, the closer he is getting to his death. Even now, if Danzo stops absorbing Tsukihai's visual prowess, there might be some chance that he can escape his coming death. However, he didn't even consider that possibility because he is greedy. At this moment, a change started to appear in Danzo's eyes, and sensing that change, Kuroto stopped deliberately dawdling and made his move. Chapter 719, Final Move. Sha! Wrapped in cyan blue Tenseigan chakra, Kuroto cut the rain curtain and rushed toward Danzo in a flash. Visit N0V/L/B/I/N. For the best novel reading experience. As Kuroto got closer and closer to Danzo, time seemed to slow down. Kuroto could see all kinds of emotion flash on Danzo's face. Astonishment, anger, fear, hope as well as excitement appeared on his face in an instant. Kuroto could even see the step-by-step changes taking place in Danzo's Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan as the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan approached closer and closer to evolution. The former scarlet and black started to disappear as a tinge of lavender started to appear. These changes in colors became more and more obvious as time passed, and with these changes in color, even the pattern in the eyes also began changing. The original complex pattern started to become simple ripple-like circles, although there were some differences from other Rinnegan patterns Kuroto has seen or known based on his memories. These eyes are also Rinnegan, Kuroto can be sure of that. No doubt, the process of evolution of the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and Danzo's eye sockets is coming closer and closer to an end. Noting all these changes, rather than panic, Kuroto showed excitement. He knew that he acted at the right moment and he would be able to complete what he wants to do just a few instants before those eyes completely evolve into the Rinnegan. And as for Danzo? Although Danzo could see Kuroto coming at him, he couldn't do anything to stop him. Truthfully speaking, if Danzo really tried then, although not enough to effectively stop him, he should have been able to set up a few countermeasures. Of course, those countermeasures wouldn't have worked, but he could have at least tried to hinder Kuroto for a few moments. However, he didn't. Now Danzo's panic senses were frantically warning him, such a scenario has never happened before, and Danzo didn't need to think twice. He could feel that he won't be able to resist Kuroto's attack. Feeling such a threat, Danzo subconsciously wanted to use his Izanagi. No, not at this point. If I use his Izanagi, then everything will be for naught. I just have to complete the evolution, it will be over before he can attack me. With such reasoning, Danzo convinced himself and forcefully suppressed his instincts. He could feel his eyes completely evolving within 4 to 5 breaths, so he decided to take the risk. The moment my eyes evolve, the victory will be mine. This is my only chance. Danzo roared in his heart and speeded up the absorption of visual prowess from Tsukihai's eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Between his life and power, Danzo decided to go with the latter and chose power. As for whether he made the right choice or not is something only time will tell. Of course, Danzo spared no effort to hinder Kuroto and frantically directed various jutsu at Kuroto. Countless trees, vines, shards of colorful crystals, lightning clouds, and acidic steam attacked Kuroto, trying to stop him. However, all these attacks proved to be fruitless as Kuroto didn't stop for even a microsecond. Just a simple barrier of truth-seeking orbs was more than enough to prevent any of that attacks from touching him as he arrived closer to Danzo. Damn it! Danzo's face twisted in anger and madness, but the very next moment, all expression on Danzo's face froze as he subconsciously exclaimed in panic, and oh! He had done it now. Using the cover of all those jutsu, Kuroto had speeded up, and just as Danzo shouted damn it in anger, Kuroto had already arrived in front of Danzo and gouged out the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan that had nearly evolved into the Rinnegan from Danzo's eyes, causing darkness to cover Danzo's vision. Nuu! There was a desperate roar in the surroundings. Kuroto wasn't exactly sure whether the roar was made by Danzo or by the pair of dojutsu he gouged out of Danzo's eye sockets, but he could feel a sharp pain from that roar. It was like a demon's cry, and it hurt all those who heard it. Not understanding what just happened, Kuroto decided to not focus on the matter too much, and while holding the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in his one hand, Kuroto molded the truth-seeking orb into a sword and telekinetically controlled that sword to cut off Danzo's hand that held Tsukihai by the throat, and then used Bansho Tenin to bring her towards him as he distanced himself from Danzo. Having completed what he wanted, Kuroto completely ignored Danzo and focused his attention on the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan he just gouged out of Danzo's eye sockets. He put the pair of dojutsu in a small nutrition capsule and then observed them through the capsule. Perhaps because the evolution was interrupted in between, the pair of eyes that have almost evolved into Rinnegan had regressed back into eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. I see, it's a bit strange, but not too unexpected, he thought, then observed Tsukihai's eyes. Kuroto could feel that the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and Tsukihai's eye sockets seemed to be exhausted because too much visual prowess has been absorbed from them. It seems that both these pair of eyes need some rest, only then they will be able to recover, muttered Kuroto in conclusion. Although both pairs of eyes were damaged and exhausted to a certain extent, the injury wasn't too serious and will recover soon. On Shursui and Itachi's side, as they noted that Kuroto has saved Tsukihai and also plucked out the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan from Danzo's eyes, both of them heaved a sigh of relief. Ignoring Danzo, who was still wailing on the ground, Shursui walked to Kuroto's side and said, "Fortunately you made it here, Kuroto-san, otherwise the consequences would be terrible." Itachi also nodded, "Yes." Then he looked at unconscious Tsukihei floating beside Kuroto and asked, "Is Tsukihei-san going to be alright?" "For Danzo, don't feel sad, even I underestimated him," said Kuroto. Then he looked at Tsukihei and nodded to Itachi, "She will be fine, don't worry, as I said previously, she is only exhausted, she will be able to recover after some rest." Hearing Kuroto's words, both Shursui and Itachi nodded lightly, then focused their attention on Danzo. At this moment, Danzo stopped howling and tried to get up from the ground in order to escape, but just as he got up, he stumbled and fell to the ground. He could feel that his legs and waist had become numb as the decay caused by the truth-seeking orb continued to invade his body. Unable to comprehend what was happening to him, Danzo exclaimed, What's happening to my body?" Chapter 720, The Truth and Reward. After sealing the small nutrition capsule containing the pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan inside a storage scroll, Kuroto put the scroll inside his kimono and then step by step walked towards Danzo. At this time, all the madness and ruthlessness from Danzo's head has disappeared. His face was filled with panic and embarrassment as he crawled on the ground with difficulty, moving away little by little, struggling meaninglessly. As Danzo was crawling, his back was exposed and everyone could see the stab mark and the decayed flesh around the stab. The decay was clearly visible and it was constantly spreading. F0 low new hapters at NOV/EL/bin/com. The same is true for Danzo's arm as well. In fact, the condition of his arm is worse as the scope of the wound on his severed arm is much more compared to the stab wound on the back, so his entire shoulder and chest are affected by the decay. Why? Why is this injury not healing? Before, even if my chest was pierced, the wound easily healed, but why is this wound not healing? Danzo murmured with a frustrated expression. As Kuroto approached the crawling Danzo, he explained in a calm tone, "I told you before, this small black ball in my hand may look simple and fun to play with, however, it is one of the most dangerous things in this shinobi world. It is made up of all the 7 chakras. If touched by this little thing, anything will disintegrate. There's basically no counter unless the thing that touches it possesses 6th chakra, which you clearly don't, so your body is no exception." Danzo was stunned upon hearing Kuroto's words. Earlier when Kuroto said this, Danzo felt that maybe Kuroto is bluffing and he will be able to escape the crisis if his eyes evolve, but now that he clearly understands the implication of Kuroto's words, he suddenly realized something. In the first attack, you deliberately retrained yourself and avoided severely injuring me? Having lost the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, Danzo's emotions were no longer influenced by those eyes. He was able to get past his greed and think objectively as he understood all of Kuroto's actions. Yes. Kuroto nodded lightly, and explained, "If you felt your life disappearing, you would have immediately used Izanagi." "I didn't want that." Exactly as Kuroto said, in the first attack he made on Danzo, Kuroto made sure to retrain himself to some degree and avoided immediately killing him, because Danzo would have felt his life force disappearing and he wouldn't have hesitated for even an instant to use Izanagi. If Danzo had used Izanagi, then the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan would have been destroyed and Kuroto didn't want that. So, Kuroto made a small attack that would slowly decay Danzo from inside, and while that happened, he distracted Danzo with talks to ensure that Danzo doesn't notice anything inside his body. This was a foolproof plan, and Kuroto was sure that it would succeed because anyone who has touched the truth-seeking orbs cannot survive unless they possess the 6th chakra. Danzo may have survived the Kekkei Genkai absorption ritual and acquired Yin-Yang chakra. It was only enough to awaken the Rinnegan, not enough to survive the decay caused by the truth-seeking orbs. It can be said that the moment Danzo was touched by the truth-seeking orbs, he had already lost the battle, and the countdown of his last breaths had already started. Even if Danzo had succeeded in awakening the Rinnegan, he wouldn't have been able to revert the decay in his body caused by the truth-seeking orbs and would have perished either way. In fact, this was Kuroto's plan on weakening Danzo in that situation in order to easily deal with him. Thankfully, Danzo didn't awaken the Rinnegan and the plan went on smoothly. Understanding the ins and outs of the matter, Danzo couldn't help but smile miserably. So it turns out that rather than being afraid of me, you were afraid of the possibility that I might ruin those eyes through the use of Izanagi? Kuroto nodded, yes. Hearing Kuroto's acknowledgement, Danzo felt that the real reason why he lost this battle is not because of Kuroto or somebody else, rather it was because of his own greed. If instead of greedily absorbing Homusubi's visual prowess on that battlefield because of his overconfidence in his strength, he had chosen to steal her eyes and run away and secretly absorb the visual prowess, then the result would have been completely different. You deliberately allowed me to absorb Uchiha Tsukihai's visual prowess. He paused, and recalling Tsukihai's odd behavior while he held her by the throat, he suddenly realized, no, rather than you, it can be said that it was Tsukihai who tempted me by allowing me to absorb her visual prowess and affected my judgment. Only now did he realize that rather than him capturing her, she allowed him to catch her and do whatever he wants without losing much resistance. Initially, Danzo was confused, but he attributed this to his strength and focused on absorbing her visual prowess. But now that he thinks about it, he finally understands everything. It turns out that from the very beginning he was dancing in the palms of Amatsukami members. Thinking of this, Danzo asked inexplicably, why? Why do these Uchiha shinobi and the other members of Amatsukami follow you so selflessly? This is completely unreasonable. The one they should be loyal to is me, not you. So why? Answer me. Before Kuroto could say anything, Shursui interrupted, because unlike you, Kuroto-san doesn't want to spread terror over the shinobi world. He is not driven by greed and he doesn't desire power. And most of all, unlike who only cares only about himself, he is trying to protect Konoha and the shinobi world. Danzo angrily shouted at Shursui, shut up. I am Konoha's Hokage. Only I can save Konoha. You damn Uchihas are ruining everything. You idiots should be obeying my orders, not him. Humph, only in your dreams. Both Shursui and Itachi snorted at Danzo's claim. Seeing the three of them arguing, Kuroto chuckled lightly, then instructed Shursui and Itachi, since this matter has been resolved, the two of you should go back to the village. I will take care of the aftermath here. Shursui glanced at unconscious Tsukihai lying on the ground and asked, Kuroto-san, do we need to take back Tsukihai with us for treatment at Konoha Hospital? Kuroto shook his head. No, she can't be treated in the village. I will personally take care of her treatment, don't worry about it. All right then, said Shursui. Then without asking anything, both Shursui and Itachi used their own means and disappeared from the sinking island. After Shursui and Itachi left, Kuroto turned toward Danzo and said, Shimura Danzo, to be honest, I am quite grateful to you. All things considered, although you were a major headache and irritated me on several occasions, you were still a major help to me and helped me understand the loopholes as well as hidden dangers of the Kekkai Genkai absorption ritual. Hearing this, Danzo was taken aback. It turns out that the one behind all that was you, not Uchiha Tsukihai. Danzo always thought that the ones interested in this ceremony were only Fujin and later Homusubi, only now is he realizing that even Hyuga Kuroto is also interested in the ceremony. Kuroto chuckled and explained, I think you are misunderstanding something. Fujin and Tsukihai were only acting as per the instructions I gave them. From the very beginning I am the only one interested in this ceremony. From the day Fujin approached you with the intention of selling the Chimera Jutsu as well as the Chimera Buds, to the moment when Uchiha Tsukihai continued the research in place of Fujin to the final moments when the ritual was completed, all of that was done according to my instructions. All I needed was a pawn who had enough funds and was foolish enough to take the risk. Your greed for power was the only thing I needed to manipulate you to make you do what I wanted from you. So you see, you were meant to be nothing more than a pawn anyway, and I gotta say, you outlived your value. His tone was flat as if he was in the middle of after-meal talks. Although Kuroto said all of this flatly, however, when Danzo heard all of this, his heart turned cold. He always thought that he is the one using Amatsukami and Orochimaru, but only now did he realize that the young man standing in front of him is the real mastermind pulling all the strings. And Hyuga Kuroto controlled him like a donkey. No, it should be more accurate to say that Danzo was only a pawn who was used as a pavement to further build the road of godhood. Realizing this, Danzo was horrified and couldn't help but question, "But, why are you telling me all of this?" "Yeah, about that." Kuroto waved his hand as several truth-seeking orbs appeared around his hand, and while playing with those black orbs, he answered Danzo's question. "This is your reward for helping me explore the road. Cherish it, as I am gonna make you completely disappear after this." Chapter 721, Danzo's Death. Danzo may have lost his vision, but he can still perceive the chakra fluctuations in the vicinity. When he felt high-intensity chakra fluctuations caused by the truth-seeking orbs floating around Kuroto, he suddenly understood that Kuroto might not let him go alive. Therefore he said, "I used to think that Hyuga clan is nothing more than a useful shinobi who would never be able to become anything beyond their mediocre levels. For a monster like you to appear in the Hyuga clan, I really find it unbelievable." "Are you really Hyuga?" he asked, but without waiting for Kuroto to answer, he continued, "In the final analysis, it doesn't really matter whether you are even a Hyuga or not. What I am really impressed from all that you have done is, despite becoming such an unfathomable existence, you still have the consciousness of a shinobi. You are able to not let arrogance affect you and can maintain vigilance in your heart. Hyuga Kuroto, losing to you, I don't feel wronged." He paused here, and then roared, "However, I am also Shimura Danzo, Konoha's Godame Hokage and the leader of Root. If I am going to die here, I am going to at least take you with me." As he shouted, suddenly blood on his body flowed like ink and took the form of Fuinjutsu symbols. Kuroto looked at the Fuinjutsu symbols and muttered disdainfully, "Only reverse tetragram seal? Do you really think that you can seal me, a Fuinjutsu expert, with this Fuinjutsu?" Then, without waiting for Danzo's response, he waved his hand lightly, controlling two truth-seeking orbs to fly out and hit Danzo before he could completely activate reverse tetragram seal. Bang! Bang! Low muffled sound echoed in the surroundings as Danzo collapsed on the ground. The place on his body where the two truth-seeking orbs hit him was pierced, and the surrounding flesh and blood instantly became ashen. Needless to say, Danzo can't resist the decaying effect of truth-seeking orbs. Cough cough collapsed on the ground. Danzo coughed out blood as the symbols of the reverse tetragram seal disappeared from his body. Looking at Danzo's state, Kuroto couldn't help but sigh. The vitality provided by Shodame Hokage-sama's cells is really miraculous. Danzo's entire body is decayed from the inside. There are also 2 holes in his chest, yet he hasn't died. Cough cough. After coughing out blood, Danzo, who was lying on the ground, said, "Hyuga Kuroto, do you really think that if you kill me, no one will know your secrets?" Kuroto was a little interested in what Danzo had to say at this time and decided to play along for a while. "What do you mean?" Danzo felt like Kuroto has taken the bait, and said quickly, "You should be aware of the Edo Tensei Jutsu. I know so many secrets of Konoha, and even my strength is quite good in others' eyes. I am certain someone will definitely try to revive me using Edo Tensei in the future. If that were to happen, you and your Akatsuki organization's secrets will definitely be exposed to the entire shinobi world." Hearing Danzo's warning, Kuroto became silent. He wasn't afraid, rather, he felt like he is looking at an idiot. Danzo obviously didn't know Kuroto's thoughts. He felt as if Kuroto is fooled and decided to strike while the iron is still hot. "I can assure you to keep all your secrets, as long as you are willing to let me go. Don't kill me, and I promise to never reveal anything about you or your Akatsuki organization to the shinobi world. You people can continue to hide in Konoha and can continue to do whatever you want. I will say nothing, just let me go." Hearing Danzo's words, Kuroto really felt pity. "Shimura Danzo, you may not have officially become Konoha's Hokage, you are still a temporary replacement. Don't you feel embarrassed begging like this, or have you given up even the last bit of your dignity?" Cough cough. Danzo coughed out blood, and shouted in anger, "Embarrassment or dignity is not important. I just can't die here. I still need to revive the village to its glory. Without me, Konoha will never be able to become strong. How can I die here? Hee. Do you think that as long as you continue to say for the sake of the village you can fool anyone, including yourself? And do you really think Konoha needs you? In my opinion, Konoha is better off without a moth like you who does nothing but eats Konoha's vitality from the inside." Kuroto said with chuckled, and added, Where were you during the Kyuubi's attack when Yondaime Hokage-sama and his wife died? Where were you when the Akatsuki attacked Konoha and flattened up the entire village? All that time, you remained hidden and watched as Konoha was destroyed time and time again, too afraid to do anything. Let alone a former elder, you didn't even do your duty as a Konoha shinobi, and you talk about reviving Konoha to its glory? It doesn't matter what you think, only I can revive Konoha, only I can. Danzo said this and wanted to continue, but this time, Kuroto didn't give Danzo any chance and attacked Danzo with all the truth-seeking orbs at once. Bang! 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 Immediately, Danzo's entire body was filled with several holes and turned into ash. After finishing up Danzo, Kuroto looked at his ash lying on the ground and muttered in disdain, "I have never seen such a delusional person before." Then shaking his head, he dispersed all the truth-seeking orbs and released the Tenseigan chakra mode. After that, he turned around and started to walk away. As for Danzo's last threat, Kuroto didn't take that to heart at all. Obviously, Kuroto would be careful and make sure to not make such a low-level mistake. When he dealt with Danzo, he also destroyed the other party's spiritual body. With this, the chapter of Danzo has come to an end. Now he will never come back to the shinobi world, not even as an Edo Tensei. With that done, Kuroto scanned the island with his Tenseigan, and after making sure that everything was clear, he flew high into the sky while carrying Tsukihai's body and sunk the entire Toto island into the ocean using a powerful Shinra Tensei. Next, he flew to Yagura's side, who has been diligently covering the surroundings in an illusion mist all this while, and instructed him, "I have killed Shimura Danzo. Although that's done, however, I don't want the unrelated party to know that it was done by Amatsukami, so you arrange some shinobi from your village and lead them to pursue Danzo, who has fled in the direction of Land of Jungle via the Land of Ocean after crossing the Nagi Islands. Create an illusion of him still being alive and fleeing in the Land of Jungle. Later, we will spread that Shimura Danzo has disappeared in the deserts of the Land of Wind." Yagura couldn't understand why Kuroto wanted to create such an illusion, but he nodded, "All right, I will arrange it." With Yagura's nod, Kuroto nodded and then disappeared into the skies. Yagura looked into the sky as Kuroto disappeared, then his attention turned towards the huge wave caused by the sinking of Toto Island. By now, Toto Island had completely sunk into the ocean, and along with the island, all the traces of the battle on Toto Island also disappeared. Boom! Thunder and lightning rumbled in the sky as Terumi Mei and her party rushed toward Toto Island. Despite the heavy rain and high waves in the sea, they weren't stopping or slowing down and rushed full speed ahead. At this time, their hearts were heavy. When they became aware of Danzo's actions on the mainland, everyone, especially Mei, became worried about the safety of Yondaime Mizukage. Her current mood was just like the gloomy and gray sky, filled with worry, as she determined herself, "I will never allow the repetition of the same mistakes. Kirigakure can't become someone else's tool again." After a few hours of travel, the party finally arrived at the location where Toto Island is located. However, they were confused to find nothing but the boundless sea in front of them. There was no sign of Toto Island. For a moment, many even wondered whether they had strayed from their path and come to the wrong location because of the heavy storm. While everyone was confused, at this time, a giant turtle appeared out of the ocean, and as Yagura walked out of its mouth, he said to the Kirigakure shinobi, "There is no need to search for it, the Toto Island has sunk." What? Everyone was stunned. Mei quickly recovered from the shock, and hurriedly asked, "Yagura-sama, are you all right?" Yagura nodded with a heavy expression, "Yes, just a little tired, but it's a pity that Danzo managed to escape." New chapters will be fully updated at novl/bin.com. At the mention of Danzo, Mei's hair stood up. She instructed the censor shinobi beside her to check Yagura's state while she personally asked him, "Yes, Mizukage-sama, what happened to Danzo?" Yagura step by step walked downward while explaining, "Danzo wanted to control me, but because of Isabu's interference, he failed. After that, I fought with Danzo. However, he didn't seem to be able to display all his strength because of injuries and chakra depletion. It also felt as if he was afraid of someone coming after him. In that state, our battle continued, but after a while, he might have felt that he won't be able to control me, so he gave up on that idea and left after trying to kill me by destroying Toto Island. Again, I was able to survive because of Isabu, so there is nothing to worry about. While Yagura explained, Mei glanced at the censor shinobi beside her. The censor shinobi lightly nodded, implying that they don't have to worry about Yagura being under someone else's control. After this confirmation, Mei breathes a sigh of relief, as they dealt with the aftermath of the destruction of Toto Island. Chapter 722, Two Birds with One Stone. Anchor Vantien. After putting the Tsukihai clone inside the recovery capsule, Kuroto observed its state using an observation device. As he did this, he was surprised to find that the Tsukihai clone had many internal injuries. Basically, the chakra meridians were injured around the eyes and stomach. This injury is much more serious than his expectations. Is it because of Take Minataka that Danzo used? Muttered Kuroto with a thoughtful expression. Because Tsukihai was using her Susanoo most of the time while fighting Danzo, so she didn't suffer any physical injury, and the only time she was vulnerable was when Danzo held her by her throat. Another thing is that Danzo used his dojutsu named Take Minakata to absorb her visual prowess at that time, so that is the only time when Tsukihai's chakra meridians could have been injured. Kuroto doesn't have any information about Take Minakate and how it works except for the fact that it can absorb others' visual prowess. But as long as he thinks of what it does, it won't be wrong to say that it does that forcefully, not tenderly, and the whole process of extraction of visual prowess must be destructive. Regardless of how her meridians were injured, it seems that it will take some time for them to slowly repair. Muttered Kuroto with a sigh as he looked at the other recovery capsules in the room. At this point in time, among the 6 recovery capsules in the laboratory that Kuroto prepared as per the requirements of each clone that he has created so far or will be creating in the future, 3 are already in use, with each one containing 1 clone that is being treated. In fact, the Fujin clone is already an old guest, and will continue to stay here in the foreseeable future to make sure that the decay caused by the all-killing ash particles doesn't destroy the clone. The next one is Dojin, who injured the chakra meridians of his hands not long ago because he made a small mistake while using just mastered dust release and is undergoing treatment. It will take several days for Dojin's injury to recover. And counting the Tsukihai clone that just entered the recovery capsule, it can be said that aside from his main body, Kuroto only has Suijin clone that he can use. Fortunately, Danzo's matter has been concluded on his end, so he won't have to worry about anything for the time being. As such, even if he can't use other clones for a while, there is no major problem. Besides, compared to the great achievement of obtaining an all-new pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, the injury of Tsukihai clone is not that serious. In fact, it is not even worth mentioning. That's how important this pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is for Kuroto. Thinking of the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan that he has just obtained from Danzo, Kuroto took out the storage scroll that contained the spoils of the previous battle. After unsealing it, Kuroto carefully took out the pair of dojutsu from the small nutrition capsule and observed the state of the pair of dojutsu with his Tenseigan. From the state of the pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, Kuroto was able to see that the interruption of their evolution has left a bit of trauma on them. The yin-yang chakras seem to have vanished, and along with that, the alive character of the eyes is also weakened. It's as if the pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan has become a pair of ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan. Of course, for his future plans, these eyes have to be restored to their peak, but the question is, how to do that? Restoring their visual prowess shouldn't be that difficult of a task. After all, they are a pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, not just Manjikyu Sharingan. The biggest difference between the two pairs of dojutsu is that no matter how many times the visual prowess of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan gets exhausted due to overconsumption, it will definitely recover over time. As long as the eyes aren't seriously damaged, they will never become blind. Of course, this is always true. However, this is a prerequisite, that is, the pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan needs to have a compatible bearer who can provide the necessary chakra for the restoration of visual prowess. Simply keeping the eyes in the recovery capsules won't help. And here comes another question, whom should I use for this? After thinking for a while, Kuroto looked at his Suijin clone, and muttered, "Before anyone, maybe I should try testing the Suijin clone. If it works, then there won't be any need to rely on anyone for this." With such a thought in his mind, Kuroto took out the Suijin clone and after checking all of its stats, he carefully transplanted the pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in Suijin's eye sockets. After completing this, he used Tenseigan's soul descent to transfer his soul into the Suijin clone. As soon as his soul entered the Suijin clone, an uncontrollable surge of mental pressure drowned him. It felt so overwhelming that Kuroto couldn't even get up properly and stumbled on the operating table, unable to even get up. It took more than an hour for him to adapt and stand up with a haggard expression. The source of this content N/O/V/L/N. While leaning on the operating table with a breathless expression, Kuroto couldn't help but think, "What the hell, this is a bit too much. I expected the mental pressure to be overwhelming, however, this is simply too much." At this rate, rather than helping with the recovery of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, Suijin clone itself will have to undergo treatment to recover the loss of life force. Facts have again proven that controlling the Uchiha bloodline is extremely difficult, unless someone doesn't have extreme yang characteristics in their body like that of the Senju clan or the Uchiha clan. Bearing the pressure of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is simply impossible. With such a thought in his mind, Kuroto transferred his soul back into his main body and immediately took out the pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan from its eye sockets. Now that the Suijin clone can't be used, he will have to go with the option he has thought of. It seems I can only rely on Canon for this purpose. Although there are a lot of people who might be compatible with the pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, he still feels that Canon is the safest option, as she is the easiest to control and least prone to accident. Moreover, she also has the Uzumaki descent, making her a very good candidate. It must not be forgotten that Nagato, who is also an Uzumaki, was transplanted with Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan at a very young age and has been using that Rinnegan for over a decade now. True, his life force was sucked by the Rinnegan, however, that all stopped when he was transplanted with the Hashirama cells. Kuroto has observed Karen's growth for the past few years and believes that Karen is no worse than Nagato in terms of talent. Although her chakra reserves aren't as exaggerated as Nagato's, however, she has her own advantage, which is the high-intensity yang chakra that she carries. Based on the research he has conducted using Karen's cells, Kuroto has concluded that Karen's yang chakra is much more potent than Nagato and Tsunade's, and this high-intensity yang chakra is represented in the form of her ability to heal others when they bite her. And because of this high-potent yang chakra that Karen carries, Kuroto believes that she will be able to provide enough chakra for the recovery of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. And letting Karen do this will also be a good experience for her while I prepare her for the Rinnegan in the future. Kuroto has long since planned to use Karen as his last card if things went south for him in the ritual, and for her to play that role Karen must have Rinnegan. Before giving her the Rinnegan, letting her get used to Manjikyu Sharingan is a good choice. This way he will be able to kill two birds with one stone. Chapter 723, New Pair of Eyes? Amazing, this hole is much bigger than I thought. I wonder who made it and how did they make it? Karen exclaimed in surprise and curiosity as she approached the large hole in the training room. Gaara helplessly followed Karen and explained, I heard Kasa-sensei say that the hole was accidentally created by someone from the organization when they were training here. Anyway, Karen-chan, you shouldn't approach the hole so carelessly. Kasa-sensei said that it is very dangerous up there. Come back quickly. But, I haven't clearly seen how the sky looks like from such height. I want to get a better look, said Karen with a pout. Then she suddenly had an idea and quickly explained to Gaara, Gaara-kun, I have an idea. You lift me up with sand. That way I will be able to look outside without worrying about falling. But, Gaara wanted to deny Karen's request. However, before he could say anything, he saw Karen's puppy dog expression. Seeing that expression he couldn't do anything but nod, okay, but only till the hole, not outside. Karen nodded with a beaming smile, got it, now hurry up Gaara-kun. With that Gaara lifted both of his hands and created a sand carpet that carried Karen and lifted her into the air as it approached the giant hole in the dome. Just as the sand carpet had approached the giant hole, suddenly a cold voice came from behind, who allowed the two of you to come here? Gaara hadn't sensed anyone approaching, so the moment the voice sounded from behind, he was taken aback. As a result, his hands trembled slightly, causing the sand carpet to lose its strength. Huh! As the sand loosened, Karen, who was standing on the carpet and trying to look outside the hole, suddenly lost her footing and screamed as she fell. Aya! Damn! Hearing Karen scream, Gaara panicked and quickly controlled the sand to catch her before she could fall out of the fortress. However, his sand wasn't fast enough. Fortunately, the person behind Gaara reacted in time. As soon as he saw Karen falling, he reacted quickly and brought her back inside the fortress by using Bansho Tenin on her. Seeing Karen safe, Gear breathed a sigh of relief, then he quickly apologized. I am sorry, Karen-chan. Then looked at the person beside Karen and bowed to him, Kuroto-sama. Obviously, it was none other than Kuroto, whose voice shocked Gaara, that led to all these things. After making sure that Karen wasn't injured, Kuroto looked at the two kids and said, Did I not mention that the two of you are not to come here until the repairs are done? What if either one of you were to fall down? Gaara lowered his head in guilt. He didn't dare to look at Kuroto. Of course, Karen wasn't the same. She quickly covered Gaara as she apologized to Kuroto. Kuroto-sama, it wasn't Gaara-kun's fault. I was curious and brought him here so that he can help me. In fact, Gaara even tried to stop me. However, I didn't listen. Seeing Karen taking all the blame on herself, Gaara quickly looked up and interrupted. No. Kuroto-sama, that's not true. I came here because I wanted to see what's outside. It's not Karen-chan's fault. Gaara was worried that Karen would be punished, so he tried to take the blame on himself because he didn't want Karen to be punished. Karen was taken aback by Gaara's sudden reaction and scolded him. Don't lie, Gaara-kun. Obviously, it was my fault. No, you are the one lying, Karen-chan. Gaara shook his head. Kuroto interrupted their arguing. All right. I get it, so stop arguing. Both of you are at fault. Then said, It appears that both of you have gotten too comfortable with your training schedule and have too much energy to dawdle. Maybe we have to update your training schedule. Hearing Kuroto's words, both Gaara and Karen felt bad and looked at each other with miserable expressions. Kuroto completely disregarded their misery and said coldly, Starting today, both of your training will be double. I will make sure that Kasa-sensei oversees your training. Either of you won't be allowed to sleep unless both of you complete your training. No! Both Karen and Gaara exclaimed with teary faces. However, Kuroto completely ignored their tears and snorted coldly, Humph! This is your punishment. In fact, even the current training schedule that the two kids undergo is not simple. If Kuroto were to compare, then only the likes of most elite shinobi undergo such rigorous training. The problem is, both of their talents are far better than even the most elite shinobis of a shinobi village, hence they are able to quickly adapt to such a training schedule. As such, they have a lot of time and energy to dawdle around. But that would no longer be the case. Now that their training is doubled, the difficulty and degree of their training have increased. Now it can be compared to the likes of Itachi and Might Guy. Kuroto believes that now they won't have any time to dawdle around. Of course, Kuroto isn't planning to injure their potential with too much pressure. It will all be planned by taking rest and recreation into account. To be honest, Kuroto isn't really angry at the two of them for coming to this part of the Anchor Vantien and almost falling out of the fortress. He wasn't worried about Karen falling out. The barrier around Anchor Vantien would have prevented that from happening. Besides, he knows that the two kids are at the age when they are extremely curious about everything, and he doesn't want to suppress their curiosity. He just wants to teach them a lesson that breaking rules and orders have a cost that they must bear, and by the way, double their training intensity. Development of the foundation is almost complete for the two kids. Now the next phase of their training must commence, and to meet his expectation they will have to undergo hellish training. This is just the start. Anyway, after taking care of this entire matter, Kuroto called out to Karen, Karen, come with me. As he walked back to his laboratory. After giving a nod to Gaara, Karen trotted to catch up with Kuroto and asked curiously, Kuroto-sama, where are we going? Kuroto patted Karen's head and while looking at her spectacles, he asked, Karen, are these glasses better than the previous ones? Karen nodded, yes, with these glasses, I can see much better. now there is no problem in identifying the symbols while I study the Fuinjutsu scrolls. Kuroto nodded. I see. Karen is impeccable in every aspect. If there is a shortcoming, then it has to be the vision defect that she suffers from. The reason why Karen suffers from vision defect is because of malnutrition at an early age, which affected the development of nerves in her eyes and the weakening of the ciliary muscles, causing her to suffer from presbyopia. The two walked in silence for a while before Kuroto asked, Say, Karen, I have a pair of very good eyes. Do you want them? Karen asked in confusion, What for? Don't I already have eyes? Kuroto smiled and explained, Let me rephrase my words. Do you want to change eyes? I can transplant the eyes I mentioned into your eye sockets. After that, you won't suffer from presbyopia, and it will also have some other benefits. Karen asked excitedly, Really? I will no longer suffer from a vision defect? Kuroto nodded, Yes. Karen smiled, and quickly asked, Then what kind of eyes are you going to transplant into me? Kuroto didn't answer this question and directly took Karen to the laboratory and handed her the capsule that contained the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. I am talking about these eyes. Looking at the pair of eyes inside the capsule, Karen asked, Kuroto-sama, these eyes are a bit strange. These seem to exude something, she didn't know how to word it exactly, but still tried, something ominous. Kuroto nodded lightly and explained, Yes, that's because these eyes originally belonged to someone who wasn't a good person, but you won't have to worry about it. Then added after a pause, In reality, these eyes are very precious and extremely rare. Currently, there are only 2 such pairs in the entire world, and this is one of those pairs. Karen was surprised. These eyes are so rare? Kuroto nodded. Yes, they are. In fact, now only rare, these eyes are also very special, as not just anyone can use them. Currently, there are very few people alive in this shinobi world who can use and control these eyes. I believe that you are one of those very few people because you are a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Karen nodded. I see. Kuroto pointed at the capsule and said, Of course, the final decision is yours. Would you like to use these eyes? Kuroto had planned to leave the final decision up to Karen. Kuroto knows that if he orders Karen to transplant these eyes, she will not resist and comply with his order, but doing that is risky considering the future plans he has for her. Therefore, Kuroto wants Karen to voluntarily do everything he wants her to do. At least he wants her to perceive that she is doing everything voluntarily. After all, he will give her a pair of Rinnegan in the future, and she will be his last card in case things turn south. In that situation, if Karen doesn't do everything voluntarily, then that will be big trouble for him. He doesn't want to be in the same situation as Uchiha Madara, where both his backhands turned against him and at the end of the day he barely managed to come back to life. If not for Black Zetsu, Madara's entire plan would have become a joke. Therefore, he doesn't want to force Karen to do anything she doesn't want to do. Alright, then. Although Kuroto wanted Karen to decide, however, contrary to his expectations, Karen immediately agreed without thinking, making Kuroto frown. Won't you even think about it? Karen answered with a smile, Since you brought me here, you must have hoped that I transplant these eyes. Since that's the case, there is no need to think about it. I will do what you want me to do, Kuroto-sama. Hearing Karen's response, Kuroto deeply looked at Karen and thought, This girl can now even understand my thoughts, huh? Although this is not a bad thing. Then without wasting any time, he started the eye transplant operation. For today's Kuroto, transplanting just a pair of eyes is as easy as breathing, so within 15 minutes he successfully completed the operation and asked Karen, How do you feel? New N0VEL chapters are published on N0V/E/LB/IN/co/M. After she got used to the new eyes, Karen exclaimed in surprise, Wow! I can see everything clearly. Kuroto smiled after hearing Karen and threw her spectacles into the trash can as he said, It seems you won't be needing these glasses anymore. Seeing Kuroto do that, Karen hurriedly retrieved her glasses from the trash can and carefully wiped off all the dirt from it. Kuroto was confused because of Karen's actions and asked doubtfully, Is there still some problem with your vision? Karen shook her head, No, I can see everything clearly. If that's the case, then why take back the glasses? You won't be needing them anymore," asked Kuroto, not understanding her actions. Hearing Kuroto's question, Karen smiled brightly and answered, "These glasses were given to me by you. They are extremely precious to me. Even if I don't need them anymore, I still want to keep them with me." Chapter 724, Dojin's True Identity. Looking at Karen's bright smile, Kuroto muttered to himself, "It's just a pair of spectacles." Karen just smiled and remained silent, as she carefully put the spectacles inside her pocket. For Kuroto, it's just a pair of spectacles. However, for her, they are extremely precious, and she doesn't want to lose them at any cost. Seeing Karen's action, Kuroto shook his head. Then, without taking care of that matter, Kuroto started to clean the surgical instruments as he ordered her. "If you feel any discomfort from those eyes, immediately inform me." Even if Kuroto has confidence that Karen will be able to adapt to those eyes because of her Uzumaki bloodline, he is not completely certain. There is always a possibility of rejection. Besides, these are Danzo's eyes that are a result of Kekkei Genkai absorption ritual. Kuroto is somewhat worried and he doesn't wish to take any risk. Karen nodded, then looked at herself in the mirror. As soon as she did, she was surprised and immediately asked Kuroto, "Kuroto-sama, why have these eyes turned black? They were red a while ago." Kuroto answered, "That's how Sharingan is when deactivated." Karen asked curiously, "In that case, how do I activate these eyes?" Kuroto shook his head, "You can't," and explained after a pause, "At least not now. Because of some reason, the visual prowess of these eyes has been exhausted and they have entered a dormant state. I suggest that you don't try to stimulate them for the time being." Karen nodded, "I see." She was a bit disappointed. Noting her disappointment, Kuroto said with a smile, "Don't worry, with your physique, these eyes should recover their exhausted visual prowess within a few months. When that happens, maybe you will be able to use them. Until that happens, continue with your training." Karen nodded, "Okay." Kuroto smiled and added, "Karen, I have high expectations from you because of your potential, so work hard on your training so that your future achievements are as good as I imagine them to be." Karen nodded with a determined expression, "I will work hard and I swear to never disappoint your expectations." Kuroto then gave Karen a few other instructions that she has to follow with these new eyes and then sent her away. As soon as Karen went away, Kuroto was going to busy himself with something. However, the sudden cawing of a crow stopped him in his tracks. Kuroto walked outside the laboratory and took the scroll brought by the crow. After taking it out of the holster tied at the crow's feet, he unfolded it to read what was written inside it. As soon as he did that, his expression became incredible. The scroll was sent by Yagura. In the scroll that he sent, Yagura briefly mentioned what he did to follow Kuroto's instructions in order to create the illusion that Shimura Danzo is still alive. He also led many Kirigakure shinobi all the way to the Land of Wind while chasing Danzo. Obviously, Yagura's actions didn't go unnoticed by Konoha and Suna. However, the two villages only sent a few men to keep watch on Yagura and his unit. Of course, all this information about Yagura's actions is not what shocked Kuroto. The real reason he was taken aback is the other information that Yagura sent, and it is about everything that Danzo has done in the past week. Fighting the Akatsuki organization, Kusagakure Shinobi Village, Kumogakure's AB combination, and much more. After reading all this, Kuroto couldn't help but mutter, "Thankfully Danzo didn't encounter the real body of Nagato. If that were to happen, then there is no way I would have managed to obtain this new pair of Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan." Danzo may have defeated Nagato's 6 paths of pain. However, Kuroto didn't even consider the possibility that Danzo could have managed to win against Nagato. The result would have been instant death for Danzo, just like it happened when Kuroto fought Danzo using his main body. At the same time, I should consider myself to be very fortunate that Danzo directly went to Kirigakure and made it easier for me to deal with him. If not for that, the situation would have become a lot more complicated, as Akatsuki was also targeting Danzo," muttered Kuroto with a thoughtful expression. In addition to being fortunate, Kuroto is also quite worried about Akatsuki organization becoming active again and thought to himself with a worried sigh, I just hope that they either stop and go back to the Land of Iron or limit their actions to hunting Danzo, otherwise, I don't know what would happen. Land of Frost. Whoosh! 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 With a sound breaking through the wind, one after another, several figures wearing the traditional Akatsuki organization cloak appeared on a beach and stood behind Nagato. Seeing all the members have gathered, Nagato, while continuing to gate at the endless sea, asked in an indifferent tone, "Did anyone find something?" Uchiha Shinichi shook his head. "On my side, it was just a trap. Danzo's tracks went up to the Land of Moon. However, they were made only by a wood clone. Real Danzo was never there." Kakuzu also said from the side, "Same on my side. I followed Danzo's tracks up to the Land of Demons. However, it was only a clone." Similarly, one by one all the members of the Akatsuki organization shook their heads and gave the same reason: it was just a clone. Even Conan was no different, although she was keeping track of Danzo's movements. However, at some point, Danzo switched with his clone without her paper birds noticing, so she too lost track of Danzo. After a while of silence, Nagato, while staring at the sea, Danzo crossed so many countries, and in each country, he left fake tracks that went all the way to some faraway nation. All this proves that Danzo is being really cautious. I wonder, where could he have gone? At this time, Conan asked, "What about the Land of Water? Could he have gone there?" Nagato said with a thoughtful expression, "It's possible. That country is not on the mainland, it is relatively closed, and has no one powerful enough to threaten him. It can become a good hiding place for Danzo." When the other Akatsuki members heard Nagato's words, they felt that he made sense. Danzo could have hidden on some uninhabited island of the Land of Water, and no one will be able to find him. What to do? Should we go to the Land of Water and uproot Danzo out of his hiding? Just when Nagato was pondering over what to do, suddenly White Zetsu leaned out of the ground and reported to Nagato, "Nagato, we found something that you should know. It's about Amatsukami. We were able to find the true identity of their newest member." What? Everyone including Nagato was taken aback by White Zetsu's words. Zetsu nodded and explained, "We fought the newest member of Amatsukami. He called himself Dojin. Although we weren't able to capture him, we managed to identify who is he based on his fighting style and ninjutsu that he used in the battle." Nagato's expression became solemn as he questioned, "Who is he?" Zetsu answered with a smirk, "It's Deidara of Iwagakure, and I have confirmed that Deidara is in Iwagakure right now." As soon as he heard Zetsu's answer, Nagato immediately ordered all the members standing on the beach, "Go, we are going to the Land of Earth." Chapter 725, To Iwagakure. Although Nagato really hates Danzo and wants to kill him, he doesn't give as much importance to Danzo as he gives to Amatsukami. In his eyes, the likes of Danzo are only comparable to insects who can be crushed anytime he wants, but that's not the case with Amatsukami, as that organization is the greatest threat. Therefore, as soon as Nagato heard White Zetsu say that they have located a member of Amatsukami in Iwagakure, Nagato immediately gave up on the idea of hunting down Danzo and chose to go after this new member of Amatsukami. As per Nagato's orders, all the members of the Akatsuki organization turned around and rushed toward the Land of Earth. While on their way to the Land of Earth, White Zetsu briefly explained the capture of Tobi and also described their encounter and battle with Dojin of Amatsukami. Hearing the information given by the White Zetsu, Kakuzu also added from the side, "If the information you have given about Dojin is indeed correct, then there is indeed a possibility that Deidara of Iwagakure is Dojin of Amatsukami. Otherwise, it's too much of a coincidence for both of them to have the same jutsus and the same fighting style, especially the method of using the explosive clay. Other than Deidara, I have never heard of anyone using it in such a way." After hearing Kakuzu's explanation, Nagato nodded slightly. Explosion release isn't that common for Kekkai Genkai in the shinobi world. On top of that, the method of using explosion release with the explosion clay is extremely rare, and only Deidara is known to use such a combat style. Therefore, even Nagato started to believe in the possibility that this Dojin person might really be Deidara. At this time, Conan, who has been silent all this while, suddenly questioned, "But even if they share so many similarities, how can you be so sure that the two of them are the same?" Do you have any other evidence to prove it? You must know that members of Akatsuki have always been very careful with their identities. Even if this dojin is a new member, he shouldn't have revealed his identity, so how can you be completely certain? What if we are wrong this time? Everyone looked at Zetsu, as they too had this doubt. Considering how Akatsuki operates, it's really surprising that the identity of their newest member has been revealed so easily. For a moment, Conan even considered the possibility that this might be an obvious flaw left behind by Dojin to lead all of them into a trap. However, Zetsu said in an extremely certain tone, "No, this time we're extremely certain, it can't be wrong." Nagato looked at White Zetsu with a surprised expression and questioned, "Why are you so sure?" White Zetsu looked at Nagato, then said in a deep voice, "Because other than explosion release, Dojin is also capable of using dust release." As soon as these words were heard by the members of the Akatsuki organization, each of their eyes widened in shock and all the doubts they had about White Zetsu's information disappeared instantly. In the past few decades, other than the knight-named Tsuchikage who died in the battle against knight-named Mizukage a few decades ago, and sand-named Tsuchikage Inoki, there has not been a third person who could have mastered the Kekei Tota dust release. In such a situation, if anyone can suddenly appear in the shinobi world who is known to have mastered the dust release, then that person is definitely related to the two of them. Other than Deidara, who is Inoki's genius disciple Deidara, can there be a better candidate who might have mastered dust release? All the clues are pointing toward Deidara, and hearing this information, even Conan's suspicion disappeared as she said, "If that's the case, then as long as we capture Deidara, we might be able to uncover the mystery of Akatsuki." Everyone nodded, even Uchiha Shinichi agreed. However, internally he couldn't help but curse Kuroto. What the hell is boss doing? How could he recruit Deidara of all people? That guy is through and through retarded mentally. He is going to bring trouble. Of course, that's just his internal thought. He had no intention of voicing it out. Anyway, after it was determined that Deidara is really Dojin, the entire Akatsuki organization rushed toward the land of Earth. 3 days later, under the starry night, all the members of the Akatsuki organization appeared on a cliff and looked at the village in the distance. Looking at the brightly lit Iwagakure village, Kisame muttered, "Who would have thought that even Iwagakure would be so prosperous? It seems that except Kirigakure, no other shinobi village has such a gloomy atmosphere." Hearing Kisame's words, the other members who originally belonged to Kirigakure showed a variety of emotions. While everyone was silent, White Zetsu appeared out of a tree on the side and said, "I have carried out a preliminary investigation. Both Deidara and Sandaime Tsuchikage Inoki are in one of the many training fields of the village. The problem is, I was unable to find their exact location." Nagato nodded, "No matter." Then questioned, "And what about the Jinchuriki of Yanbi and Gobi?" White Zetsu answered, "Based on what I was able to find, the Jinchuriki of Yanbi seems to be forbidden to step outside of the village, so he should be in the village. As for the location of the Jinchuriki of Gobi, I am not sure. It seems Inoki has hidden him somewhere, and nobody except Inoki seems to know his location in Iwagakure." "I see," muttered Nagato, then said, "In that case, I suppose I must personally ask Inoki where the Jinchuriki of Gobi is." White Zetsu nodded. "That would be the best option." Shinichi said from the side, "It seems we have a lot of targets. I suggest that before initiating the attack on Iwagakure we first determine the exact location of all the targets, because there is a very strong possibility that other members of Akatsuki are also hidden in Iwagakure." Conan added, "Moreover, the strength of Iwagakure is also not weak, and if other members of Akatsuki also appear, our situation will become the same as the time we attacked Konoha, so it would be best to be cautious." Nagato nodded. "It would be best to send a few people inside first to investigate the situation inside." Hearing Nagato's words, Shinichi decided to volunteer. "Since intelligence gathering is our purpose, I don't mind going. I have Manjikyu Sharingan, so it would be easy to investigate intelligence using Jinjutsu." After pondering for a while, Nagato nodded. "All right then, Uchiha Shinichi and Kahayo, the two of you are to investigate the exact location of both Deidara and Inoki. Meanwhile, Conan, you find the exact location of the Jinchuriki of Yanbi. Once both the locations are determined, we will move." Everyone nodded in unison, "Yes." Nagato turned his gaze to the brightly lit Iwabikure in the distance and instructed, aside from the possibility of Amatsukami members, there are 2 people capable of using dust release, so be careful. Understood. Everyone responded and disappeared from the cliff one after another. Chapter 726, Uchiha Shinichi's Helplessness. Iwabikure, Training Ground. Deidara separated his hands slowly, and as he did, a white glow appeared in between his palms. Looking at the glow, Deidara was stunned and exclaimed, old man, look, take a look." Sandame Tsuchika Jinoki, who was dozing on the rock not far away, was disturbed by Deidara's exclaim. Annoyed, he scolded Deidara, "Stop yelling, and continue the training." Deidara didn't care about Inoki's scolding, and shouted more excitedly, "Take a look, old man, I finally learned it. I really learned dust release." Deidara's words further irritated Inoki. He opened his eyes to scold Deidara, "Stop playing around, Deidara, continue your training. Dust release is not ordinary jutsu. If you make even a small mistake you will be seriously injured. Back when I was your age and training dust release, I barely survived dash." Halfway he stopped and looked at Deidara with a stunned expression. Inoki was really shocked to see a white glow in the center of Deidara's palms. "This can't be. Deidara, you actually..." Inoki has no words to speak. When he saw the bright white light shine in between Deidara's palm, only one thought was circulating in his mind. Perhaps, the position of Yandane Tsuchika should be handed over to Deidara. No one knows the difficulty of training and mastering dust release better than Inoki. Fusing 3 different chakra natures is much more difficult than one may imagine, and the fact of the matter is that 99% of the shinobi don't even fulfill the requirement of having fire, air, and earth chakra natures. And the remaining 1% of shinobis who do meet the basic requirements of mastering dust release by having fire, air, and earth chakra natures either don't have enough talent, lack in terms of chakra reserves, or simply don't have enough theoretical understanding of concepts, and are unable to fuse fire, earth, and wind chakra natures. Heck, even his son and granddaughter are unqualified of mastering dust release. This is why Inoki has been pessimistic for years now. He worried that dust release will disappear just like Konoha's would release, and thought he might be the last user. However, all these thoughts changed at the moment he saw the white light in between Deidara's palms. True, Deidara is flawed, frivolous, impulsive, immature, unreliable, has some bizarre tendency to unnecessarily pursuing art, and there is no doubt that he lacks the temperament of a Kage. However, the fact that he seems to have learned dust release makes up for all these flaws. Because in this cruel shinobi world, what really matters is the strength of a shinobi. What's the use of a Kage who only has the temperament but lacks the strength to protect the village from the enemies? No doubt, a Kage must have the ability to govern the village. However, if the Kage doesn't have the strength to protect the village, no matter how good his ability is to govern the village, it's of no use. In the final analysis, strength is everything. Deidara didn't know what was going on in Inoki's mind. He was just excited at his success. "Do you see it, old man? I told you I will learn dust release, and now I have mastered it." Although Inoki was very happy and proud of Deidara's success, to make sure that he doesn't get complacent, Inoki still spoke in his naturally stern expression. "Humph, stop getting overconfident. You have barely even touched the threshold. You are still far from actually mastering dust release." Inoki's words deflated Deidara. He pouted, and said, "Don't underestimate me, old man. Just you wait and see. Within a month, I will perfectly master dust release." Just as Inoki was about to reply to Deidara, suddenly from the corner of his eyes, he spotted an orange cat in the distance. It seemed to be trying to sneak inside. A ninja cat? From a single glance, Inoki was able to determine that it wasn't any ordinary cat, but rather a ninja cat. As Inoki noticed the orange cat also spotted Inoki and Deidara and came towards them. Arriving in front of the two, the orange cat observed Deidara for a while, then muttered, "Meow, he really looks stupid. No wonder his identity was exposed the first time he acted." The orange cat is none other than Kasai, Uchiha Shinichi's summon. Uchiha Shinichi was unable to inform Kuroto of Akatsuki's action in Iwabikure, but he didn't want the secrets of Amatsukumi to be exposed, so he took the risk of summoning Kasai and warning Deidara with her help. "You damn cat, what nonsense are talking about?" Deidara shouted in annoyance. This was the first time in his life when Deidara was embarrassed so badly. Now even a cat can come and make fun of him? Unperturbed by Deidara's shout, Kasai yawned lazily, then she squatted on the ground and stretched out her paw towards Deidara. "Meow, 10,000 yen." Deidara's eyes twitched at the shamelessness of the Kasai. "First you make fun of me, and now you are asking me for money. Do you think I am an idiot?" Facing Deidara's anger, Kasai wasn't afraid. She believed that even if her head is cut off, even if all the blood in her body is drained, she wouldn't give any information unless her fees has been paid. "Meow, if you want the information, then pay me. Until then, I am not telling you anything." Hearing the word information, Inoki narrowed his eyes. He stopped Deidara from doing anything foolish and questioned the cat. "What information are you talking about? And who sent you here?" Kasai yawned with a stretched out paw. Her meaning was extremely clear. "If you don't pay me 10,000 ryo, don't expect any answer from me." Normally, Inoki wouldn't entertain such an attitude, especially not from a ninja cat that appeared out of nowhere. However, the times are tough now, and for some unknown reason, Inoki felt a little uneasy. It was as if he didn't take the information that the cat has brought with her. Something bad might happen. So, he reached out into his pocket and took out a few notes. After counting them, he passed 10 notes to the cat while saying, "Now tell me, but know that if it is not something important, then I'll make you understand what is the result of fooling the Tsuchikage." Kasai happily snatched the 10 notes from Inoki's hand and put them in the small bag hanging on her body. Of course, Inoki's warning was completely ignored by her. After doing that, she looked at Deidara in contempt and said, "Meow, Deidara, you are such a fool. On your first operation your identity was exposed. The Akatsuki organization has now infiltrated Iwabikure. You should run quickly, lest you will be caught and the secrets of the Amatsukumi organization will be revealed. Make sure that you don't bring trouble to the boss and the others in any way because of your foolishness." Then without waiting for Deidara or Inoki's response, in their confused eyes, she disappeared from the training ground leaving behind white smoke. Stunned because of the cat's words, Deidara looked at Inoki and said, "Old man, were we cheated by the cat? She ran away with 10,000 ryo and only told some bizarre things." Inoki had a thoughtful expression on his face as he deeply stared at Deidara and questioned, "Deidara, tell me the truth, by chance, did you join the Amatsukumi organization?" Roar! Boom! Deidara had no chance to answer Inoki's question as suddenly a loud roar sounded followed by an explosion. New rise at n/vel/b/i/n. Co. Deidara was taken aback. "Don't tell me this is what the cat was talking about?" Inoki looked in the direction from where the sound came from and his expression became solemn. "That's where I sealed Han. Has Akatsuki organization really infiltrated the village?" Looking at the large man wearing steam armor, Shinichi sighed. "It seems my luck isn't good today." Originally he just wanted to roam around casually and wait for Kasai to deliver the message to Deidara. Although the message has been delivered as he knows that Kasai has completed the mission he gave her, however, he also accidentally encountered someone whose whereabouts who wasn't even supposed to be present in Iwabikure based on White Zetsu's information. Kaio, who was standing next to Shinichi, looked at the Jinchuriki of 5 tails and muttered, well, who would have thought that the location where Tsuchikage hid the Jinchuriki of 5 tails is Iwabikure itself? Did he think that the village is the safest place, and we would never be able to find you here? Han, the Jinchuriki of 5 tails, looked at the 2 members of the Akatsuki organization and said viciously, "The 2 of you are really arrogant. You dare to sneak in Iwabikure alone. Did the 2 of you think that both you will be able to survive?" As Han said these words, immediately Iwabikure shinobi started to appear here. In less than a minute, over 100 Iwabikure shinobi had surrounded them. Kaio giggled and said, "What makes you think that we are the only ones who came here?" Hearing Kaio's words, Han's expression changed, and the very next moment a loud explosion resounded from another part of the village. Boom! Hearing the sound of an explosion, the Iwabikure shinobi was taken aback and looked at Shinichi and Kaio in anger. "Damn you Akatsuki! Seeing that Iwabikure was burning in anger, Shinichi knew that the situation has already gotten out of hand, and couldn't help but sigh. Don't blame me, it's not my fault that the situation becomes like this. Chapter 727, Deidara's Shock. A huge flame suddenly reached the sky, and the entire Iwabikure seemed to be dyed red by the light and heat of the blazing red flame. Roar! Immediately after, a loud roar resounded all over Iwabikure as a figure, several meters tall, appeared in one corner of the village. What happened? Isn't that Four Tails? Did Rashi-sama lose control? As the shinobi of Iwabikure looked at the huge figure, they immediately recognized that it is none other than the Four Tails, and exclaimed, "What should we do?" Immediately informed Tsuchikage-sama, Rashi-sama seems to have lost control over Four Tails. A tailed beast running wild in the village is not a trivial matter, especially Four Tails. It may not be the strongest among the nine-tailed beasts, however, Four Tails use magma release and that is highly destructive Kekkei Genkai. That's why Four Tails is capable of easily destroying an entire village very easily if he is not stopped. As a result, while a unit rushed towards the Tsuchikage building to inform him of this matter, 2 units focused on evacuating the civilians. The others all rushed towards the corner of the village to restrain Four Tails while the stronger shinobi including Tsuchikage arrive. In the blink of an eye, the originally peaceful Iwabikure village was suddenly filled with panic and chaos as everyone tried to run towards the evacuation shelter. On the Four Tails side, whoosh! 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 With the sound of the breaking wind, one after another the members of Akatsuki's Kiri squad except for Kahayo landed on the tall buildings a few blocks away from Four Tails. Looking at the Four Tails creating havoc in the village, Kagaya Takashi laughed, haha. I didn't expect that our words would wound his pride and he completely lost control. Chino Ikemajita nodded lightly, it's good for us, and now we can also see that the strength of Four Tails is not that good, it's only average I would say. Capturing him shouldn't be that difficult for us. Juzo lifted his Kubikuri Bocho and said, alright, that's enough chit-chat, we should deal with it as soon as possible and retreat. I don't want to face Amatsukami while having a tailed beast raging on our head. Majida nodded, yes Juzo is right, moreover, Iwabikure shinobi are also rushing here, we have to stop them as well. Hearing Juzo and Majida's words, Kisame took out Samahata from his back and started walking forward, as he said to the other members, I'll deal with the Four Tails, the rest of you deal with the Iwabikure shinobi, just stop them from getting in my way. Juzo was taken aback by Kisame's sudden action, and asked, do you want to deal with it alone? Majida smirked, does our tailless tailed beast wants to fight with the four-tailed beast? Kisame smirked as he removed the bandages wrapped around Samahata, isn't it only natural, then rushed towards the raging Four Tails. The other members of the Kiri squad shook their heads and started to deal with the Iwabikure shinobi. They had confidence in Kisame's strength, so no one was worried that he would fail. The only important thing here is time. They don't have much time on their hands, so they hoped that Kisame would defeat Four Tails as early as possible. And while the Kiri squad dealt with Four Tails, a clay bird quietly circled over the sky of Iwabikure. Because it was already past evening, and the entire village was in chaos, not many people noticed this clay bird. Of course, there are a few exceptions. On a high cliff not far from Iwabikure, Nagato and Conan have been paying attention to the surroundings of Iwabikure, so naturally, both of them immediately spotted the clay bird as soon as it appeared. Conan coldly looked at the person standing on the back of the clay bird circling above the Iwabikure and muttered, he should be Deidara. Then she unfolded her paper wings, as she said to Nagato, I will deal with him. And then flew towards the clay bird. Nagato nodded lightly, all right, but be careful and don't let your guard down against him, he has mastered dust release. He didn't stop Conan since he needed to guard against the attack of Amatsukami. Although Nagato's words weren't loud, they still reached Conan's ears and she nodded, and rushed towards the clay bird. On the back of clay bird, Deidara supported his chin with his right hand as he observed the overall situation of Iwabikure. At first glance, the entire Iwabikure seemed chaotic, however, the situation wasn't as bad as he initially thought. Upon careful observation, he was able to see that there were only two places where the battle had started. One was at the corner of the village where the Jinchuriki of Four Tails had run wild and seemed to be fighting against a shark-like person of Akatsuki organization, while a few other members of the same organization fought against the Iwagakure shinobi. The other location is where a group of shinobi fought against the Five Tails. What is Five Tails doing in the village? Didn't Old Man say that he has hidden Han somewhere? Deidara wondered in confusion, but then he shook his head and focused on the more important matter. It seems that Akatsuki organization's targets are the tailed beasts. He quickly made this judgment, then the corner of his lips arched in an excited smirk as he subconsciously reached in his shinobi bag. This is the perfect opportunity. He has just learned Dust Release. The attack of the Akatsuki organization seems to be the perfect opportunity to test the real power of Dust Release. If I kill the Akatsuki members, the old man will also be satisfied and acknowledge my strength. He thought and muttered, since the old man has rushed to the place where Han is, then I suppose I should go to the other side. Just as he prepared to join the battle on the side of Four Tails, suddenly something appeared in front of him and caused him to stop. Countless papers floated in front of him. They gathered together and took the form of a woman wearing an Akatsuki cloak. Naturally, it's Conan. She stared at Deidara and asked in a polite yet cold tone, "Should I call you Deidara or Dojin?" "Naturally you must call me Deidara," he answered, then questioned with a confused expression, "By the way, who is this Dojin? And why would you want to call me by this name?" "I see, you want to play ignorant, huh?" muttered Conan, then said, "No problem, when I am done with you, you will reveal everything." "Huh, although I don't understand what you are talking about." "But you seem to want to fight me, right?" asked Deidara with a smirk, and said, "Haha, just right. I will use you to perfect my newly mastered jutsu." Conan snorted. True Dust Release is incredibly strong, however, it is not enough to kill me. And prepared to attack Deidara. As soon as Conan spoke Dust Release, Deidara was taken aback. He narrowed his eyes and questioned her, "How do you know that I have learned Dust Release?" It's only been 10 minutes since he learned Dust Release. At the time when he learned it, other than his sensei Sandame Tsuchikage, no one was present. Even that greedy cat only arrived by the time he had already dispersed Dust Release, so it stands to reason that no one in the entire shinobi world except Inoki should be aware of his trump card. Yet, the woman in front of him seems to know that he has learned Dust Release. Obviously, this is a shock for Deidara. Konohagakure. After dealing with everything on Anchor, Vantian Kuroto returned to the village and once again got busy with his usual life, carrying out physical training to open the 7 gates during the day and doing his research at night. After a lot of fermentation, the story of Danzo's actions all over the shinobi world has become a big sensation. And because of a lot of evidence and records of everything, there was no way to deny the fact that he possesses Super Kage level strength. When all the shinobi villages understood this fact, they cancelled their plans of hunting down Danzo and called back their elite shinobis. Now only some reconnaissance teams were out there searching for any trace of Danzo. Considering the level of threat that Danzo posed to the entire shinobi world, Yandame Reikage I decided to hold another Godame conference in order to figure out a way to deal with Danzo. Konoha was naturally the first to accept. After all, Danzo was not only a Konoha shinobi, he was also one of the senior leaders of the village. And now that he has betrayed the village, Konoha bears the most responsibility and he must be eliminated immediately. Therefore, Konoha was more than willing to work together with the other great village in order to deal with Danzo. Kirigakure and Sunagakure agreed to participate in the conference. However, there was no reply from Iwagakure. While the other villages anxiously waited for the response from Iwagakure, the news that they never expected to hear came. Iwagakure was attacked by Akatsuki organization and the majority of the village has been destroyed in the raid. Chapter 728, Konoha Conference. Conference Hall, Hokage Building, Konohagakure. The hall was filled with silence, only the breathing sound of people attending the meeting could be heard, and everyone had a solemn expression on their faces. In the main seat, Sandame Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sat and glanced at everyone with a tired expression. He sighed faintly and said, I hope everyone has carefully read the summarization of the information that was placed on the table. Now let's talk about everyone's opinion on the matter. Jiraiya put the papers in his hands on the table and said with a serious expression, "It's very clear, up until now, all of us were being played by Danzo. I won't say anything in regards to the rumored problem in his body, however, the injury he suffered at the hands of Kakashi was definitely intentional to make us think that he is vulnerable and weakened." Tsunade agreed with Jiraiya. According to the information sent by Raikage when he encountered Danzo, there were no signs of that injury on his body, which clearly means that it was healed. Heck, Raikage even says that the problem in his soul is also just his act. Based on this, we can conclude that Danzo just wanted us to think that there is some problem with his soul and body. And the next important thing is the sudden rumor about his whereabouts at 2 different locations. Those whereabouts were leaked a few days after the supposed injury that he suffered. No doubt, the whereabouts were also leaked by him. His purpose was likely to lure out someone using his vulnerable state as bait. All the people present in the meeting nodded. There were too many rumors circulating around about Danzo until a few days ago. Which one was true, and which one is false, it was very hard to determine, so no one could judge whether there really was any problem in his soul or not. But now that they have compiled all the information they have on Danzo, it can be clearly determined that Danzo was trying to lure out someone. The only problem is that they don't have enough information to accurately determine who is the person Danzo wanted to lure out. Although they can make some guesses, however, without any strong evidence it's all pointless. At this time, the Uchiha Patriarch also put down the papers on the table and said, "There is no information about how did he obtain a pair of Manjikyu Sharingan, we must determine that as well." Hearing Fugaku's doubts, Shursui subconsciously glanced at Kuroto with a questioning gaze, asking whether Kuroto knows anything about this matter. Feeling Shursui's gaze, and understanding his intention, Kuroto shook his head lightly, replying, "No," and signaled him to stay calm. Despite being perfectly aware of the origin of Danzo's Manjikyu Sharingan, Kuroto has no intention of telling anyone about it, because that would mean explaining the Kekkai Genkai absorption ritual, and Kuroto didn't want to do that. Besides, the threat of Danzo has already been resolved by him, so naturally, there is no need for anyone to figure out why and how Danzo obtained Uchiha's Manjikyu Sharingan. While the others nodded to Fugaku's doubts, the Hyuga Patriarch questioned, "Do we know where Danzo is hiding?" The Jonin commander of Konoha, Nara Shikaku, replied, "Although, we don't know the exact location where he is hiding, however, based on the information he received from Kirigakure, after a failed attempt to control Mizuki Yagura-sama, Danzo immediately fled from the Land of Water and disappeared somewhere in the deserts of the Land of Wind. Kazekage Pakura-sama has already deployed Sunagakure shinobi and they are currently searching for his exact location." Elder Koharu muttered, "Has he been hiding in the deserts of the Land of Wind?" and sighed, "It really a pity. I never imagined one of us would end up in such a miserable situation." Nobody paid attention to Elder Koharu's words because no one here had sympathy for Danzo. Hayashi questioned, "Why did Danzo flee from Kirigakure so decisively?" Nara Shikaku answered, "Based on what we are told by Kirigakure, there seem to be 2 reasons why he fled. First is that he seemed to be exhausted and running out of chakra because of several continuous battles, and the second reason is that he seemed to be fleeing from someone." Nobody doubted Nara Shikaku's words, because they seemed completely reasonable. Danzo went through several continuous battles, and then rushed all the way to the Land of Water. Even if his injuries could heal, it was only natural for his chakra reserves to get exhausted. Moreover, the place where Danzo and Yonde Mizuki fought was also nearby the sea, so Yagura had an obvious advantage. Fugaku asked, "And do we know who was Danzo fleeing from?" For this everybody shook their heads, and Nara Shikaku answered, "No, we are not sure, there is too little information." And added, "But considering Danzo's strength it has to be someone extremely strong." Sandaime Hokage picked up Nara Patriarch's words and continued, "Even the 5 Kage don't have enough strength that would make Danzo flee so decisively. If I had to guess, it could be either Akatsuki or the Amatsukami. The chances that it's Akatsuki is quite high considering the members of the Akatsuki organization also seem to be searching for him." Hearing Sandaime's explanation, everybody nodded, "Makes sense." because only Akatsuki and Amatsukami seemed to have enough strength that would make Danzo feel threatened. At this time, the captain of the intelligence division, Yamanaka Inoichi, said, Kumogakure hopes to use the upcoming conference to unite the 5 Kage and launch a decisive encirclement to eliminate Danzo because his presence is a threat to the peace of the entire shinobi world. Jiraiya sighed, I never expected a day would come when the Raikage would so actively seek help. It seems Danzo has really put too much pressure on him. Tsunade expressed her thought, to be honest, I don't really see any problem in Raikage's proposal. However, considering the recent actions of Akatsuki organization, won't it be a little too risky? Sandane nodded, that's what I'm worried about too. A few days ago, Iwagakure was suddenly attacked by Akatsuki organization. Based on the information Konoha has been able to gather about this attack, all they know is that Sandane Tsuchikage was seriously wounded and barely managed to escape. His current whereabouts are unknown. Inoki's son Kitsuchi died in the attack, while the Jinchuriki of 4 Tails and 5 Tails were captured by the Akatsuki organization, and finally, more than half of the shinobi present in the village at the time either died or were seriously injured. Overall, it was a disaster for Iwagakure. 7 sit envelb/n c/m for L Tesvels. When Konoha received the news of Akatsuki's attack on Iwagakure, it was like a bolt out of the blue, and everyone in Konoha was caught off guard. It must be known that although Iwagakure doesn't have as many Kage rank individuals as Konoha, their strength was still very good, especially the overall military power. Iwagakure had the most number of shinobi out of any village. Yet such an Iwagakure suffered so severely in the face of the Akatsuki organization's attack. Now Akatsuki organization has managed to catch 3-tailed beasts, and they also have part of the chakra of 3 Tails and 8 Tails that they acquired during their Konoha collapse plan. Although nobody clearly understands Akatsuki's purpose, everyone instinctively feels that they can't allow the Akatsuki organization to succeed, but then again, no one seems to have the confidence that they can do anything against Akatsuki. Just think about it, Iwagakure suffered so badly from Akatsuki organization's attack. A few months ago, Kumogakure suffered from Shimura Danzo's rampage. Before that, Konoha suffered from Akatsuki organization's Konoha collapse plan, and before that Kirigakure suffered because of the civil war initiated by Akatsuki organization. The only village that hasn't suffered any sort of attack is Sunagakure. However, their previous Kazekage died at the hands of Akatsuki, and now they seriously lack shinobi of Kage rank. Except for the current Kazekage Pakura, no one seems to have such strength. While everyone was silent, Hayashi suddenly questioned, wasn't Akatsuki dormant for so long? Why would they suddenly become active? First, they target Danzo, then they suddenly change their target and attack Iwagakure out of blue. This is a bit strange. Kakashi nodded, and informed everyone, the reason Akatsuki targeted Iwagakure, it's probably related to Dojin. Dojin, someone muttered, and asked, who is Dojin? Chapter 729, Konoha Conference 2. Many of the senior members of Konoha weren't aware of the existence of the newest member of Amatsukami, so when they heard Kakashi mention Dojin and him being the primary reason why the Akatsuki organization attacked Iwagakure, they were confused and expressed their doubts. Who is Dojin, and why would Akatsuki target Iwagakure because of him? Seeing this, Kakashi took Sandame's permission to divulge information about Dojin, and then told everyone in the conference hall the whole process of encountering the newest member of Amatsukami back when they were hunting Danzo, how Dojin helped them against the Akatsuki organization, and how he overwhelmed Madara with his wit and jutsu that he had mastered. Unbelievable, this was Hyuga Patriarch's first thought when he heard the description of Dojin and his fight with Madara. Obviously, Hayashi wasn't the only one who was so surprised. The others in the conference hall, who weren't previously aware of Dojin, had similar thoughts in their minds. A 12 or 13-year-old young man mastering explosion release is not shocking. There are countless shinobi in this world who are more than capable of this feat. However, mastering dust release on top of explosion release is really something. And the fact that not only did he master a Kekkei Tota at such a young age but also defeated one of the strongest members of Akatsuki using these 2 Kekkei Genkai and Kekkei Tota as well as his wit goes to show that similar to other members of Amatsukami, Dojin too is not an ordinary shinobi. The status of dust release is undeniable in the shinobi world as this is the only Kekkei Tota in existence. now that someone other than Inoki has appeared who has mastered dust release, makes that person focus of all the shinobi villages. Shursui looked at Kuroto in surprise. He never knew that someone of this caliber has joined Amatsukami, so he is really curious about Dojin. Fugaku also muttered in admiration, they are indeed the Amatsukami that we know, each and every member they select are one of a kind and extremely strong. On the side, Elder Koharu couldn't help but mutter, explosion release on top of dust release. Kakashi, this Dojin person should be from a Wabikure, right? Kakashi nodded lightly. I had the same thought as everyone else, so after returning to the village I started to investigate all the shinobi of a Wabikure that we have information about. After saying this, Kakashi got up from his seat and distributed some documents he had prepared in advance to all the people in the conference hall and continued, I soon locked upon a shinobi who seemed to match the identity of Dojin. The information I have distributed just now is of that Wabikure shinobi. Please see it and tell me if everyone here feels the same. Kuroto read the documents given by Kakashi, and the first thing that caught his eye was a photo of Deidara. Seeing this, Kuroto couldn't help but sigh inwardly and think, was it so easy to determine? Use of similar explosive clay to increase the power and versatility of explosion release, similar height, and on top of everything the identity of being Sandame Tsuchikage Inoki's disciple. Really, no more hints are required. Deidara has to be Dojin, muttered Jiraiya in conclusion. The others nodded in agreement with Jiraiya. Seeing that almost everyone agreed with his theory, Kakashi added, I believe that the Akatsuki organization also realized that Deidara is Dojin, hence they attacked Iwabikure. This makes a lot of sense, muttered Akimichi Patriarch in agreement. On the other hand, Kuroto was speechless after hearing Kakashi's theory, and only now did he realize why Akatsuki suddenly made their move on Iwabikure. Back then, Kuroto only made his move in order to save his former Umbu subordinates. Kuroto never expected that just because he was using Dojin clone at that time, the development of the matter would become so crazy. Akatsuki attacked Iwabikure, captures 4 tails and 5 tails, and destroyed more than half of Iwabikure. Really now, this is just absurd. And while Kuroto was thinking about the absurdity of the situation, Hyuga Patriarch couldn't help but question, I don't understand one thing. If this child Deidara is a member of Amatsukami, then at the time Akatsuki attacked Iwabikure, why didn't Amatsukami intervene and stopped Akatsuki? Why would they just allow such a thing to happen? Kakashi wasn't sure, however, he did have some guesses and answered, perhaps. Amatsukami's attention was on Danzo at that time, and Akatsuki's sudden attack on Iwabikure caught them off guard. Everyone pondered over Kakashi's words and felt that he made sense. And when everyone thinks about this, they also feel that the people that Danzo was trying to lure out were probably members of Amatsukami. Dojin's action of appearing at one of the leaked locations proves that Amatsukami was also paying attention to Danzo, vis sit en velben, cm for EU ovals. In fact, this was indeed the case. Kuroto's entire attention was on Danzo, so he didn't even consider the possibility that Akatsuki would suddenly give up on hunting down Danzo and suddenly to Iwabikure. At this time, Hayashi suddenly asked Sandame, Hokage-sama, why don't you directly confirm from Amatsukami about what exactly happened? Everyone nodded to Hayashi's question and glanced at Sandame. In the face of everyone's doubt, Sandame replied helplessly, in fact, we have never had any means of contacting Amatsukami. It has always been one-sided communication from the side of Amatsukami, so unless they get in touch with us, we don't know anything. What? Almost everyone was taken aback after hearing Sandame's words. Only selected individuals from the Hokage faction knew about this fact up until now, so this is indeed shocking for most. Before this moment, almost everyone used to think that the village has its own way of communicating with Amatsukami, so everyone was not too worried about a surprise attack from Akatsuki, as Amatsukami will come to their aid once the village asks for help, but now that they have learned the truth, everyone was suddenly panicked. If Akatsuki attacks them, and Amatsukami is busy somewhere else, then doesn't that mean Konoha will also suffer just like IWA? Although Konoha has a greater number of people with high-end combat power, and they also have Uchiha Shursui, the strongest power on the side of the 5 great shinobi villages, however, what can they all do when facing Nagato? It would be a one-sided crushing defeat for Konoha. Seeing that everyone was panicked, Sandaime immediately decided to change the matter and ordered in a serious tone of voice, "The date of the 5 Kage conference is approaching, so we must step up the search of Tsuchikage and Deidara. Currently, Deidara is probably our only way to contact Akatsuki, so we must do everything we can to find him as soon as possible." Everyone agreed, yes. Seeing that he has got everyone's response, Sandaime nodded in contentment, and said, "That would be all from my side. If anyone has anything to speak, please do now, otherwise, we will end the conference here." Hearing this, Kuroto suddenly raised his hand and spoke to Sandaime, "Hokage-sama, I am planning to conduct real-world simulation training for all the academy students. I hope I can get the village's cooperation for this." This has been on Kuroto's mind for quite a while. And this sudden raid of Akatsuki on a Wagakure made it so that Kuroto can no longer wait. Of course, he is going to accelerate his Project Godhood. He is also going to accelerate the training of the next generation, especially the training of Naruto and Sasuke, the two sons of prophecy. If Naruto and Sasuke grow up smoothly, then with the aid of Sage of Sixth Path, they will become a force to be reckoned with. This is extremely necessary to make sure that if something unexpected happens on his end, for example, if he ends up dying, and the situation becomes critical, then Naruto and Sasuke will be able to handle the situation while he uses his backhand to make a comeback. Sandaime thought that Kuroto was worried because of the threat of Danzo and Akatsuki and wanted to give the children some real-world exposure to speed up their growth, so after pondering over it for a while, he nodded, "All right." Kuroto thanked Sandaime, and with that, the conference ended. Chapter 730, Shijui's Worries. As members of the former strongest Umbu squad together walked out of the village while chatting and discussing some matters, a lot of attention from the people working in the Hokage building was directed towards them along the way. Kuroto looked at Kakashi's Jonin attire, and casually asked, "Kakashi, Kurenai told me that you have resigned from the Umbu department, is that correct?" "It was Hokage-sama's order," responded Kakashi absent-mindedly. Kuroto nodded, and thought, it seems Sandaime-sama wished to highlight Kakashi to the patriarchs of all the clans. This is the only reason why Kakashi would be allowed to participate in the previous Konoha conference. Since Kakashi has quite the Umbu, he no longer holds any high position in the village. A simple Jonin was allowed to sit amongst the highest decision-making body of Konoha. There can only be one reason, as Kuroto thought. In fact, after Kakashi successfully mastered Flying Raijin, Sandaime-sama started to slowly train Kakashi as his successor, that is, for the position of Konoha's Godame Hokage. This is not a secret to discerning people. As for why choose Kakashi, there are obvious reasons. Aside from the fact that Kakashi has mastered Flying Raijin and has strength higher than an ordinary Kage-class shinobi, he is the son of Konoha's White Fang, the disciple of Konoha's Yellow Flash, and can be said to be the most orthodox member of the Hokage faction. Therefore, it's kind of obvious for Sandaime-sama to choose him. Of course, whether Kakashi will really become the next Hokage or not, that is something only the future will tell. However, after this meeting many people seem to have recognized Kakashi as the heir of Hokage. Anyway, after a while of discussion on some matters, Kakashi said that he had something to do and left after saying goodbye to Kuroto and Shisui. Looking at Kakashi's disappearing back, Shisui couldn't help but mutter, "Kakashi-san seems to be always preoccupied these days." Kuroto nodded lightly. He is carrying too many things on his shoulders. Hearing Kuroto's remark, Shisui said with a bitter smile, "Kuroto-san, we too have too many things on our shoulders. If it weren't for you carrying most of it for us, I would have definitely been crushed by these responsibilities long ago." Kuroto chuckled as he shook his head. Sometimes Shisui can be so accurate. As the two continued to walk, Shisui suddenly looked around and then questioned lightly, "Say, Kuroto-san, what's the matter with this dojin? Itachi also told me about him. Is he a new recruit?" Kuroto nodded lightly. "I guess you can say that." Shisui was curious, and asked, "Is Dojin really Deidara of a Wagakure as everyone thinks?" At this question, Kuroto shook his head. "No, Deidara is not Dojin. As for who exactly he is, as one of the rules of Akatsuki, you don't really need to worry about this." Then he changed the topic and asked, "Anyway, how is Itachi's condition?" Shursui nodded at that. You don't need to worry about this part, then answered Kuroto's question. He has consumed a lot of visual prowess, so his eyesight has obviously declined. I believe that a maximum of 1 or 2 times he will be able to use his Manjikyu Sharingan before going completely blind. In the fight against Danzo, everyone had consumed a lot of visual prowess. For Tsukihei and Itachi, it's not such a big problem since Tsukihei has eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, and Shursui's visual prowess will be restored because of Hashirama cells, so neither of the two will go blind, but Itachi is a different case, so his eyesight has declined seriously. After pondering for a while, Kuroto said, in that case, it's time for Itachi to undergo the same implantation operation as you, of course, not right now, but very soon. I believe that I am close to making a major breakthrough. Once I achieve that, the cell implantation will become easier and the success rate will also increase. At that time, I will implant Shodame Hokage's cells in Itachi. Shursui nodded. That's great. In that case, I will relay the good news to Itachi when he returns from the mission. Shursui is, of course, very concerned about Itachi since his vision is declining. For a shinobi, especially for the members of the Uchiha clan, vision is very important in battles. Lack of vision also means disadvantage in battle, therefore, Shursui is worried about Itachi. Now that Kuroto has said that Itachi can also undergo a similar cell implantation operation as he did, his worries have eased a lot. After a while, Shursui muttered with a worried expression, Kuroto-san, about Akatsuki organization's next move? Do you think they will be targeting Konoha? Kuroto thought about Shursui's question for a while, then shook his head. I don't think so, let alone Konoha. They shouldn't target any shinobi village for the time being. I believe they would be guarding against any possible attack from Amatsukami, so I don't think we would see them make any major movement for a while. Akatsuki's sudden attack on Iwagakure, rather than showing their power, highlighted their fear of Amatsukami. Otherwise, why would they give up on hunting Danzo, the person partially responsible for killing Yahiko, and head to Iwagakure as soon as they learned that Deidara might be Dojin of Amatsukami? While this surprise attack on Iwagakure proved beneficial for them as they managed to capture the Jinchuriki of 4 tails and 5 tails, their ultimate objective behind attacking Iwagakure was to obtain any information they can about Amatsukami by capturing one of their supposed members. Additionally, from the information Kuroto has obtained, it is said that Nagato took the entire Akatsuki with him to attack Iwagakure save for Obito and Sasori, both of whom were doing something else during that time, but even if the two of them weren't present, the fact that Nagato took almost entire organization just to capture a single person who might be a member of Amatsukami again shows how vigilant he is against them. Since Nagato is so afraid, the chances that he will attack another shinobi village immediately after what Akatsuki did in Iwagakure are quite low. After all, Yama is capable of dropping meteors on them. If he were to drop more than 1 meteor unlike last time, they would be as good as dead. Nagato should understand this, and as such, he shouldn't make any rash move. In fact, even if he does want to make it, Conan, Obito, and Zetsu will definitely talk him out of it, so Kuroto is not that worried. When Kuroto explained his reasoning to Shursui, Shursui breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, that means we don't have to worry about any enemy for the time being. F0 low new hapters at NOV/EL/BEN/com. Kuroto nodded, yes. Although Konoha and the other great shinobi villages are guarding against attacks from Akatsuki and Danzo, there is really no need to worry for some time. Akatsuki would likely remain dormant for a while, and Danzo's threat has been resolved by Kuroto, so there is really nothing major to worry about. Of course, very few people know this, and Kuroto has the intention of telling anyone about this. The two people continued to walk for a while and finally stopped at the gate of Konoha Ninja Academy, which seemed to be heavily crowded for some reason. Seeing such a crowd standing at the gate, Kuroto was taken aback, and couldn't help but question Shursui, why are so many people gathered here? That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 17. Peace.